on.
Yes,
Did you drop your phone on the ground?
I did. I know.
Are you on live?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Hold on a second, would you please? I'm on my PC, right, at home, and I'm gonna stream this, but I can't.
You lost me at you trying to stream this. All right, folks, I gotta go.
Welcome back to Disorder in the Court, everyone. It is trial day 3 for Karen Reed. And it is trial day 15 for Chad Daybell. We're looking at live coverage outside of the courthouse in Massachusetts.
Come on. What's up?
Are you a runner?
No, I ran in the academy, and after that, I swore I'd never run again.
Oh, because I always hear you on your thing asking people if they go.
We got the Karen Reed Star Brigade, the Karen Reed paparazzi, waiting for her to go into court. Hey, good morning, Stacy. Yeah, it's time to walk the girl into court.
We're gonna get into that. I know he was there last night. We're gonna talk about that. I promise.
Open up.
But he
And geez, good morning, Doxy. So what they do on this channel that streams outside of the court is while they're listening, while they're, in between court transitions outside of the court, while they're waiting for things to happen inside of the court, they listen to the glarer live.
Someone's saying they might take out.
We got a duplicate. Come on. We got a duplicate.
It is a long.
Jesus. They're listening to other people's streams. Yeah. And they're all wearing their very special shoes today. It sounds, because it looks like they know that their shoes are they know their shoes are going to be seen. Yes, I am doing them both. I am. I'm bouncing back and forth. So since the Karen Reed trial just started, and because the Karen Reed trial goes on earlier, I start with the Karen Reed and then go over to Chad's trial. And also Karen Reed's trial is a little bit more exciting. Chad's trial takes on a slower pace. But it's easier to make fun of people in Chad's trial because we have oh yeah, did you, Doxy? Although I took a day off yesterday because I was not feeling good. And I confess, I haven't even caught up from yesterday. I'm technically really not feeling good, y'all. I'm sorry. So I'm kind of halfway here. I do not feel good. I'm okay. I will be okay. I'll always be okay. I don't feel great, but I didn't want to keep just calling in sick. You know what I mean? I feel run down. I feel achy. I feel stiff. I kind of feel like, yeah, thank you. I have a general kind of congestion in my upper, like in my head area, but I don't feel like I have any virus or anything. I don't feel that way. I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor. Look, it's black on the screen. That's not good. I need to. Now, if I were to put it into the court right now, I would be driving us all crazy because it is a quickly circling fan. I'm looking at it right now and it's driving me crazy. You'll keep your demands to a minimum. So I'm not, I hesitate to say any of this because it sounds very, it sounds like I'm trying to get sympathy. I'm not. So sometimes it's literally just depression. And I can't place the feeling. I just wake up feeling horrible. And it manifests itself physically. But I can't yeah, from one day to the next, sometimes I just don't know how I'm going to wake up feeling. And that's just the way it is. So sometimes it's a little dicey for me to schedule myself doing an every single day thing, especially in the morning, because I've always had a history. I've always had a history of crying in the morning. I just always have. And there's no particular reason. It's just there. It's just there. And there's nothing I can do about it. You know what I mean? And I have to I I I do feel up to it. Like yesterday I did not feel up to it. Today I do. It's just that sometimes I have to just push through this feeling of like every time I open my mouth, um it's hard to know whether I'm going to what I'm going to do. So it brings on a headache and anyway, I'm going to be okay, you guys. I really, really am. I will be totally okay. I just wanted to apologize for not being here yesterday. I like having something to do. I like scheduling something for myself to do every single day so that I'm engaged. It's just that it's also risky because sometimes my body says screw you. So, let's see what they're actually saying here.
Arrived. Really?
Yeah, she's in a Mitsubishi. I don't know.
Escalator, whatever, and they're driving away. From
I
the
don't know where
courthouse,
they are.
And they're talking to her,
I
and
can't.
I'm looking.
he's doing defense strategies and whatnot.
You said she was in a Mitsubishi?
I gotta get the.
I don't know where she has arrived.
Infamous,
but-
notorious sex offender of the last 2 decades out of prison real quick. All right. So
The first church is Dedham. I don't know where she is parked if she's here, so.
I mean.
Hi,
this is
Donna.
imagining Jackson, so it makes
Key West
perfect
doesn't
sense
have
that
a
he is
beach.
No longer Harvey Weinstein's attorney. Because I'm just
Jessica,
like, how
hi.
is he even doing this? Thank you so much, Little Boston.
Oh.
You know, this whole scene is so weird to me. Oh, it looks like they might have found who they were looking for.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Thank you. Hold on. Let's give you a tip.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. I got it. No, I got it. People gave me money for that. No.
Oh, they gave
I
you.
got it,
All right.
I got it, I
Hold
got
on.
it.
Tom's gonna. Got to tip your drivers. Thank you so much. I know you were stuck in traffic. Oh my God. Look at this. Oh my God. We have munchins and hot coffee. Ah! You guys. Well, you know what? She deserves another tip too. They tipped her, but yeah. That's all right. Nothing like
Yeah, we're
tipping
still waiting
extra.
on,
These people
No,
you know, after COVID and everything, people, you know, they're working, they're fighting.
y'all, you'd think it was Tom Cruise or something. Or an actual astronaut. Or like, you know.
I'm only joking. Don't do that. Seriously, don't do that. I shouldn't even say that. Because you guys are crazy enough to do that, and there's no need for that. Ah, we got munchkins, guys, and coffee. Everybody say thank you to Averill. They sent coffee for Dunkin'.
Imagine that.
Coffee and donuts from Averill. You guys are amazing.
They really are.
Court TV, like,
Oh,
played,
that tailgating for lunch. Oh my God, I'm gonna eat one. Mm.
Oh my gosh. And see, this is when you start to begin to appreciate the talent of actual news reporters that go on location. Because, you know, when you hear people talk just to talk, and camera people pointing their cameras just to point at cameras, and they're pointing at they're moving them around and making you dizzy, and they're running toward people of no consequence, and they're pointing at people's mouth full of food, and they get a good shot of the mouth being full of food. It's the little things. There's a reason that that the professional news stations send out professional news crews, right? What are we getting out of this except waiting for the court to stop? Here, I'll show you what they're showing in court right now. That's what they're showing in court. So, oh my gosh. And I went live a little bit earlier just to try to explain why I wasn't here yesterday and explain.
The end of the video. If you haven't seen it, look up SNL Casey Affleck. Duncan's commercial. It's hysterical.
So, and you know, when you think about what they're doing here, the whole idea of this is to show support for this person they think might be, they say is being wrongfully accused. Yeah, thank you, Patricia. You're right. I might. We'll see how I feel like maybe halfway through the day. this just might be my morning voice that's making me sound like I'm coming down with something. So we'll see. It is extremely early here. Oh, and look, they're putting the glare on the screen there, but they have finally come into court, so let's go there.
Now sitting in the ghetto, here in court within the Fulton County in Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is 22-82117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Elizabeth Little also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms.
I have to say, while they're just doing the introductions, now that we've been covering this case and the Chad Daybell case, and we see the stark contrast in the fact that we're having to watch via Zoom in Chad Daybell, and we're being able to see a real camera here in this courtroom. It is a small courtroom, and it's, there's sound issues, but there's such a huge quality difference in being able to see the parties in the court as it happens, than having to try to, see their tiny little faces on Zoom. Don't you think?
We'll give you instructions or talk to you for a few minutes about how you evaluate evidence. So I just want to take a couple of minutes today. It's part of my job, where my job is to teach the jury about the law. So in considering the testimony of any witness, please remember that questions are not evidence. Only the answers, which are in fact the only part of the exchange between the lawyer and the witness that are given under oath, are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learn that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no, based solely on that question and that answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. So going forward, I want you to consider the evidence in that regard. Also, there were videos shown to you, and I expect that throughout the course of this trial, there'll be many more videos shown to you. These videos are evidence, and there's audio on these. So what the video shows is for you folks to decide. Not me, not any of the lawyers. What an audio recording says is for you to decide. Not me, not any of the lawyers, because you find the facts. That's your job. We all have different jobs, but finding the facts in the case is your job. Okay, so with that, please get the Commonwealth's witness back on the stand, Mr. Flamati.
No, I have not seen that, Patricia. Where is it?
Jim, swear him in again, please. Thank you.
I just need you to raise your right hand one more time. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and again, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, before I begin, may I just approach the witness to return Exhibit 1?
Sure.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Please remember to hit the thumbs up. Thank you.
Firefighter Flamati. Leave when we had left off the other day. You had arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you do upon your arrival?
So on arrival, positioning the apparatus is going to be our most important thing, trying to figure out where our patient is and parking our apparatus close enough, especially at nighttime, that we can light up the scene as well as we can. Try and figure out how to approach a scene, because if we have to trek equipment farther distances, it can slow our response down. So we try and make sure our arrival and positioning is as best as we can put it.
And as far as positioning in reference to when you first are sort of pulling up on the scene, where are you in the ambulance again?
So I would have been the passenger of the ambulance. Usually the tech that's leading into the call will sit on the passenger side to try and mentally get ready for what's going on, whether it's reviewing protocols or just trying to assess the information coming across the radio so you can update your treatment plan as much as you can before you even see the victim.
And when the ambulance comes to a stop or it's parked at your position, where is, what if anything do you see sort of as far as the scene is concerned?
So we have our fire apparatus that are helping light up the scene, but we also have two female parties going by to the victim on the side of the road, and going back and forth between that person and the side of the road.
And from the position when you first arrived, are you able to see the person on the side of the road?
You can see a shape of a person, so we know that's where the patient is, because we reported that there was a party on the side of the road. So seeing a body shape, that clued us that that was where we were headed.
In addition to the ambulance that you're in, how many other vehicles are on scene when you get there?
When I get there, I believe it is engine 3 and car 5.
And beyond sort of the vehicles from your department, what if any other vehicles do you see when you get there?
If I remember correctly, it was just a personal vehicle. I don't remember if there's any police cars on scene at that time.
And from your orientation when you pull up, where is the body positioned? To your left, your right, or something else?
To my left.
And so after the ambulance is positioned, what do you do?
So then it's going to be bringing all the equipment over to the patient's side to be able to extricate them from that situation, whether it's a house or a street or a road. We assess where they are and then the best tools to get them out into the ambulance to be able to work effectively on the patient.
When you proceed over to, now again, at some point subsequent later on, are you able to identify who the person on the ground is?
Yes, we will try and get a general idea of the age of the patient, the positioning of the patient, how they were found, and then when we get them into the ambulance, we can start identifying ways to register that patient in the emergency room. So identifiers, whether it's a license or witnesses, or we try and figure out who they are so they can get registered at the hospital.
And at some point, were you able to identify who this person was?
That's correct. His wallet was in his pocket and we were able to grab his license.
And who were you able to identify?
That was John O'Keefe.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first observed him on the ground, how far away from the street or the roadway is he at that point?
I'd say approximately 10 feet away from the road.
And how is he positioned as far as how is his body positioned on the ground?
I have to review, but I believe he was supine on his back.
And just in general terms, first, when you're responding to a call of this nature, what are some of the protocols or that you were speaking about? What is it that you're seeking to do or assess when you first arrive?
So we're trying to determine if it's a cardiac arrest, that whether it's a viable transport or workable arrest. We have certain protocols within the Massachusetts protocols for whether we work the patient or we relieve the patient on scene if it's a police matter, if there's injuries non-sustainable with life. So we're trying to make that assessment before we make any decisions.
Let me stop you there just for 1 second. You do use a term as far as cardiac arrest. Based on your training experience, what do you understand that term?
So cardiac arrest, to the best of my knowledge, is just the cessation of electrical and mechanical activity in the cardiac muscle. So the cardiac muscle pumps blood throughout the body, and when that stops, all life stops after that.
Now, in particular reference to the conditions, the weather conditions that you find yourself in, what, if anything else, is sort of on the scale or spectrum in regard to diagnosis?
So cardiac arrest, depending on where they're found, we try and figure out what led them to be at that point. So we're looking at weather conditions as well. That can also affect viability of resuscitation. So due to the extreme weather, extreme cold, we'll attempt resuscitation on that patient due to the fact that it'll prolong viability of the arrest or ability to recover from cardiac arrest afterwards. So weather is definitely a key factor in where they're found.
Good morning, Tracy.
And you're familiar with the term based on your training experience called hypothermia?
Correct.
And so what, if any, sort of relationship does cardiac arrest have? Well, let me ask you this first. What is your understanding of the term hypothermia?
Exposure to extreme cold that lowers your core and extremity temperatures down to below 95 degrees usually.
And what, if any, interplay is there between hypothermia and cardiac arrest?
So like I said before, it'll prolong how long, it'll preserve the body after arrest. So if somebody's found in like a cold water situation, there's been multiple reports of patients recovering after being drowned in cold water for up to an hour. So viability is definitely improved by the cold weather.
As far as viability is concerned, you talk about doing your assessment. What are sort of the steps that go into your assessment?
So we're looking at obvious signs of death. So we're looking at exposure of brain matter. We're looking at traumatic injuries, decapitation, things that would basically be non-life sustainable. We're looking at signs of lividity and rigor to basically show us how long the patient has been down for.
And the age of a particular patient, what, if any, relationship does that have to your assessment?
So it'll show the extent of frailty the patient has. If somebody is an elderly patient, severe cancer patient, their ability to sustain a cardiac event like that is less. So somebody that's younger or middle-aged will have a much better chance of recovery afterwards. But that would really be the only key that we're looking at.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe during your assessment of him initially?
Just that he was a middle-aged male, and that was all we had.
And as far as the other things that you were talking about, as far as viability or resuscitation, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to Mr. O'Keefe in regard to that?
So with viability, we were looking at any rigidity or rigor in the body, or lividity or separation of blood. You would have a pooling of blood or bruising, it would look like, at the lower parts of the body, depending on how the person's positioned. Basically, if they're supine, you'd have positioning or pooling underneath the body, and then you would have stiffness of the arms, legs, jaw, neck to be able to move the body. We're looking to, if they don't have those things present, it's another check mark of saying this is viable, we can work this.
And specifically as it applies to your assessment of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to that initial assessment as far as viability?
So his limbs were able to be moved, jaw was able to be moved. The posterior of his body was red, so not the indicative of lividity that we're looking for. So we termed it to be a viable arrest and continue to work.
You mentioned as far as sort of gathering your equipment, bringing it over to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, equipment did you gather?
So equipment initially is going to be our scoop stretcher to be able to pick the patient up, break apart, put it underneath him. We have our first in bag, an airway bag, cardiac monitor. We'll bring all that over to the patient's side to be able to do as much as we can in that situation. But due to the weather, we wanted to get him out of the weather because that was one of the things that was hurting him at that point, is getting him into the warmer ambulance and beginning the warming process. So get into an area where we can assess the patient thoroughly with good lighting, and to be able to expose the patient, begin the warming process.
And when you go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is, about 10 feet off the roadway, who, if anyone, from your department goes along with you?
So I have Matt Kelly with me and Tim Nuttall. I also have Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodbury, and Captain Robbery.
And as far as this sort of initial assessment on the ground with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, were sort of each of those respective people doing with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I'd have to review specific interventions as far as who did what when. But That's why we document things immediately afterwards, so it's all fresh. So CPR is initiated by me and ALS assessment as well. So I can go over individual interventions if you'd like, but it's really cool.
And for the record, sir, you're looking at exhibit number 160. And what page of that are you looking at?
It says 2 of 5 of my EMS report, but there's also the NFIRS report on the top as well.
So initially, when you go over to Mr. O'Keefe, how many other people are sort of in that area at that time?
So in the area, we have the first responders, and then we have the 2 female parties on scene.
Where were the 2 females in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
So as we're approaching the scene, they were kind of in between us and the patient. So we tried to gather as much information as we could from them as we could.
So once you make that determination as far as viability of resuscitative efforts, sort of specifically, what are you and the other firefighters doing in regard to those efforts with Mr. O'Keefe?
So we're beginning CPR. We're trying to establish good quality CPR, get the patient onto our stretcher, begin an IO, start medication, start ventilating the patient. All this, all of the conditions that the body has, we're trying to remedy through intervention. So we're trying to breathe for the patient. We're starting to press on his chest, to do CPR, to cause his cardiac muscle to compress, spread blood through the heart, cardiac muscle, cerebral brain.
Thank you,
And we're trying to
Kathy.
reverse what's happening in the body.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe, you observed him on the ground, what, if any, snow did you observe on or around him in that area?
So snow was probably up to the mid-axillary point. So we're looking at probably halfway up his rib point. Top of his body was clear.
And do you know about how much snow was covering his body up to the mid-axillary?
I'd say probably about 4 inches, 4 to 6 inches.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe when he's on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how he was dressed?
For the exposure, I'd say he was pretty underdressed. Long sleeve t-shirt, jeans, nothing really substantial to be out in that type of weather.
And at this point, or any subsequent point, what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's footwear?
By the time so our first priority is obviously going to be treating the patient. His clothes do matter, but it's on the list of priorities, not huge. So by the time we figured out he was missing one of his shoes, we were already at the hospital at that point.
And do you recall which of his shoes he was missing?
I don't.
And as far as that missing shoe, was that something that you or any of the other firefighters, paramedics would have needed to have removed on scene pursuant to any sort of treatment?
Nothing would have been done through the feet. It would have been just exposure of the patient to see possibly the extent of frostbite, if it had started affecting his extremities, fingers, nose, that type of thing, hypothermic reaction there.
Would that be something that would have been removed by one of you or one of the other firefighters while he was on the ground?
If it would have been removed, both of them would have been removed to assess that. It wouldn't do much good to just remove one and leave it there on scene.
Now, as far as the 2 females that you observed, did they sort of remain in the same position you initially observed them? Did they move around or something?
They kind of cleared a little bit away from the scene. I would say they moved off to the right of the apparatus so we could work on the patient at that time.
And what, if any, conversation or what, if anything, did you ask either of those 2?
So how the patient was found and what brought them to that situation is critical. So we're trying to figure out as much information past medical history that we can of the patient. So we're trying to find somebody who has knowledge of the event. So as we approach the scene, begin to talk to one of the females. What is going on? Why are they there? just what happened.
And you say you're speaking to one of the two females, is that correct?
That's correct.
You see any of those females in the courtroom today?
That's correct. Miss Reed.
Could you just identify as to where Ms. Reed is seated or an article of clothing?
Right there.
Just ask the record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, with regard to one of the two females that you were talking to, was that Ms. Reed or was that somebody else?
That was Miss Reed.
And why, if at all, were you talking to her versus one of the other females that you observed?
She seemed to be the one that was most personally affected by it, so figured she'd had the most information about why the person was there.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her in regard to your conclusion that she was the one who seemed the most personally affected by it?
She was the most distressed on scene, obviously upset, so personally related to or had a relationship with the person.
Before we get to any conversations, what, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed or any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first started to come up to this?
So I would characterize it as an attempted resuscitation. She was attempting to do CPR, but due to the erratic behavior, she was running back and forth between the other female on scene and the body, back and forth, trying to press on his chest, wake him up, talk to him, just to no avail.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if any, questions did you ask in regard to the demographics or anything else?
So do you have any information of who this is? How are they here? Tried to get any type of information we could from her at that time, but with no luck.
When you say with no luck, what, if anything, what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed in regard to your question?
So the only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
And when she's saying, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him, how loudly is she saying that?
So she was within 2 feet of me, but very loud. Any type of follow-up questioning, did you hit him with your hand? Did you kick him? What happened? She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him, I hit him.
And just to be clear, where does this conversation occur?
This was as we're bringing equipment over to the patient. The interventions are going to be started basically by whoever gets over to the scene first. I'm trying to gather information as a lead paramedic to try and coordinate interventions and therapy to kind of holistically be the team leader in that situation and treat and transport the patient. So it was on approach to the patient, probably halfway between the ambulance and the patient.
And with regard to that treatment of Mr. O'Keefe, and you referenced it earlier being within your report, what were sort of those steps or what, if anything, did you and the other firefighters do with regard to treatment? Before you answer that, Your Honor, may I request, may the witness just refer to his EMS report as he goes?
Yes, if need be.
Thank you. So we try and document through our flow chart of all of the interventions that we're doing. So CPR is obviously going to be our first priority. CPR is initiated, unchanged but successful in the actual intervention itself, no complications. We do our ALS assessment that we talked about of any further indications of this is not a viable arrest. We determined it was a viable arrest and we move on. Then we're going to start, we refer to it as a bag valve mask at 15 liters per minute on oxygen. The patient's not breathing on their own, so we're trying to assist ventilating that with high flow oxygen as well. And easy IO, which is a needle we put into the bone of the tibia of the patient. That was on the right tibia was the first one we put in. We're going to be putting in warm fluid. We have a warmer in the back to be able to bring up the core temperature. Then we start with epinephrine, 1 milligram through that IO.
If I I could just stop you there for 1 second. When you say as far as IO and
Mhm.
put it into the leg, how is that sort of inserted into the leg?
So we have two different methods we can do. We have a drill, a power drill that drills through the outer layer of the bone into the capillary area of the bone, the soft spongy material. So we drill through that, or we can do it by hand if that fails.
And when it comes to the epinephrine, what is sort of the purpose of that medication, and what are you trying to do with that medication?
So that medication will improve, it's a vasoconstrictor. It'll cause the vasculature to constrict. So it'll improve the quality or effectiveness on the cardiac muscle, cardiac vasculature, and the cerebral area.
As far as the administration of epinephrine is concerned, is that something that's done once or more than once? And is there a protocol for that?
So it's going to be serial every 3 to 5 minutes during the cardiac arrest to try and bring them over to the hospital so it continues that entire time unless there's a rhythm change or that can change our algorithm of how we approach the patient. If there's a rhythm regain or return of spontaneous circulation.
And so how many times or what times was the epinephrine administered via the IO to Mr. Oates?
Okay, so I have epinephrine at 620, 625, 630, 635, 640, 645.
And when was that first administered? Would that have been at some point when he was outside of the ambulance on the ground or in the ambulance or something else?
It would be dependent on transport time. So we're at patient side at 6:15, transport 6:27. So best estimation would have been inside of the ambulance at that point.
I'm sorry to interrupt you before, but after sort of the introduction of the epinephrine, what if anything, did you and the other firefighters?
After the first round? Yeah. So first round of epinephrine. After that, we would drop in what's called an OPA. That would be to push the tongue out of the way, open up the airway to improve our bag valve mass so it has an open way to get the oxygen into the lungs. We begin external warming, stripping the patient, getting the heat turned up in the back of the ambulance. We would then switch over from manual CPR done by hand to a mechanical CPR device to ensure adequate, consistent CPR compressions of the chest. It was a Lucas device. Put that on the patient. And then we continue with another round of epi. Patient's starting to warm up at this time, so we would do suction at that point to try and suction fluid out of the airway to improve ventilation efforts. Another round of epi is done. We have another suction, this time through a deep suction via the endotracheal tube. Sorry, at 6:22 after warming, we intubated the patient. We have a 7.5 tube paced at 27 centimeters, and then verified through various means, through chest rise, auscultation, waveform, and tidal CO2. So we had complications listed as patient vomiting, aspirating. Suction was then done with a rigid tip suction device. After successful intubation, we then suctioned via French tube through the airway established. Jump back up to 6:31. Another IO line was established on the opposite tibia on the left side. And then another 3 rounds of epi and then arrival at the hospital.
What was the arrival time at the hospital?
At destination was 6:45.
What hospital was that again? I'm sorry.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
There's a term that you use in your reports called, and I'll probably butcher this, but asystole, is that correct?
Yeah, asystole is going to be a cardiac rhythm where there's no electrical activity in the heart and is referred to as flatline.
What, if any, observations did you make in your treatment diagnosis in regard to Mr. O'Keefe as far as asystole?
So that was the rhythm he was found in. Yeah, from initial rhythm, I have on the EKG at 632 as asystole. So we'd basically observe that for any changes, whether it's increase of electrical activity, regain of adequate pulses, all of that can kind of be hinted at with the cardiac rhythm. And then we would change our algorithm based on whether we go down the ROSC protocol or we continue down the cardiac arrest protocol.
And whether it's on scene or it's in the ambulance, is there sort of a division of task or a division of different skill that's being employed in patient care?
So patient care will have to do with level of training and also proximity on the patient. Where you get into the ambulance is just logistically, if you have the training, it's not a huge open ER, it's a small environment. So we try and not have people jump over each other as best as we can.
And if you recall, who was sort of doing what in relation to treatment of this patient?
So in the back of the ambulance specifically?
Yes.
Okay, in the back of the ambulance, Tim Nuttall was managing the airway. I was the team lead that was kind of coordinating all of the interventions. Matt Kelly was assisting in gathering equipment, doing CPR before the mechanical device was placed on. Basically, they act as an assistant to hand equipment, place things in strategic areas around so we can actually work without having to go get those physical things ourselves.
Now, as far as you indicated removal of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing once in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
What was it about sort of the condition of the clothing that led to the removal of that? So
removal of clothing is actually pretty standard for any cardiac arrest, any traumatic injuries. We're basically trying to get further clues because this is all happening very quickly. So we're trying to get more evidence of why are they here. We're looking for extremity injuries, crush injuries, bruising, anything that we could document, that we could pass on to the emergency room staff and doctors. So we would strip most patients.
And as far as, were you involved personally as far as sort of the cutting of the clothing and stripping the patient?
Yes.
And upon removal of the clothing, what, if anything, did you observe as to sort of the condition of the clothing or texture of the clothing?
Condition seemed pretty well intact, but just wet and cold.
And what, if any, relationship would the wet and cold clothing have to any of the diagnoses that you were running through in regard to this?
It would really just be the exposure to the weather would be our biggest trigger off of that, or if you had protruding injuries through the clothing, compound fractures, things like that. The clothing was intact, but we knew it was wet, it was cold. So as we strip things off of him, we can see underneath basically if there are any not every fracture breaks through the skin, not everything causes obvious things, obvious signs. So as we strip the patient, we can begin to further assess.
Take you back just for a second to outside of the ambulance.
Yep.
What, if anything, specifically were you able to observe with reference to any injuries Mr. O'Keefe had sustained?
Injuries are pretty tough to see outside of the ambulance just due to the weather, due to the lighting. We have seen lighting on the ambulance as well, but
let me ask you,
yeah.
as far as what, if any, difference did you know between the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus when you were with Mr. O'Keefe on the ground?
So he was still out in the weather at that point, so bleeding wasn't really obvious at that point. As soon as we get him into the back of the ambulance, then we start noticing hemorrhage from different areas of his body.
And when you say hemorrhage from different areas, which areas specifically?
So mostly from his mouth, his eyes, nose. Yeah.
And just to be clear for the record, when you use the term hemorrhage based on your training experience, what do you understand that?
Bleeding, external bleeding.
Now, you mentioned that there was some suctioning of Mr. O'Keefe's airway, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, specifically was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
Suctioning from the airway was mostly blood, blood, sputum.
And as far as how much, what, if any, what, if anything, you have to sort of measure how much blood was suctioned out of Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So we have a canister that has marks of milliliters, so we can determine as we're suctioning how much is in that container at different times.
And about how much, based on that, was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So the initial suctioning with the rigid tip was about 150 milliliters. And subsequently,
Wow.
so that would have been above the airway in the mouth in that type of area. We established the intubation, and then deep suctioning with that soft tip through the intubation tube would have been another 50 milliliters of fluid.
Yikes.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned some observations of Mr. O'Keefe's back, correct?
What's that? Sorry.
You mentioned some observations you made earlier in reference to Mr. O'Keefe's back.
Yes.
And what were those again?
So that would have been redness of the skin and the posterior of the body.
What, if any,
Late for you,
significance
Doxy.
as far as your observation?
So redness from the skin, if it's general across the body, can mean certain things. If it's just a particular area, and due to the fact that it was cold outside, that would have been the initial stages of frostbite or exposure to cold.
And as far as the remainder of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if any, other observations did you make, and which areas did you make those observations to in regard to the initial state?
So for as far as the cold exposure, cold exposure, we're looking at the most exterior parts. Extreme cold exposure can lead to frost nip and frostbite in different areas. The first affected areas are going to be your fingers, your ears, your nose, your toes, that type of. So that was a cold, waxy, pale, stark white substance, basically, or condition of his skin.
And on each of those areas that you just described?
Yes.
Now, sort of up in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you mentioned some bleeding from the eyes and the nose, correct?
Yes.
As well as his mouth.
Yes.
And beyond that, what, if any, observations did you make of any other sort of injuries to his head or his face?
So his eyes were pretty well swollen. We were trying to clear areas of blood to figure out if there were any contusions around the head. I believe there was a contusion on his forehead. Also had some markings on his extremities as well.
And just as far as your understanding, based on your training experience, when you use the word contusion, what do you understand that?
Bruising.
And before we get to the extremities, what, if any, observations did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen?
Abdomen we noted as significant as distension or swelling of the belly.
Chopper is always floating around, probably in court TV.
It's another of our detailed assessments. We go through the body in a more detailed way to try and find more clues that we can pass on for the assessment. Distension in the belly could be due to trauma or bloating. It could be, those are usually our biggest triggers for distension.
Now, you mentioned as far as the extremities are concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's extremities?
So we're looking at, so we had the cold, rigid fingers, hands, feet, and we had multiple dry blood lacerations to the right arm.
Do you recall specifically where on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Would have been his upper arm.
And you mentioned dry blood, is that correct?
Yes.
So these were not actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
Now, as far as being dry blood versus actively bleeding, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as sort of timing?
So we had active bleeding from other areas in the body. So the fact that it had already stopped and clotted, I would assume that would have been several hours before the incident that led him to be there, but I would guess earlier in the evening.
Now, as far as the history is concerned, your attempts on scene, and then what, if any, attempts were made subsequent when you were in the ambulance to obtain any sort of history of how Mr. O'Keefe came to be there, or what, if anything, caused the injuries you observed?
Once we get the patient into the ambulance, there was no family, no bystanders in the back of the ambulance, so then it's going to be solely based on physical assessment.
And within sort of the team of firefighters that you had, who, if anyone, did you direct to?
What if any, who if any, what if any, who if any?
So that would have been Katie McLaughlin.
And what did you ask Mr. McLaughlin to do?
So Katie was one of our senior paramedics at the time. So we had enough skilled hands working on the patient at that time. So to direct her, I wasn't able to get as much information and still had a skill to do, or still had a task to do, to run the cardiac arrest. So I directed Miss Reed over to Katie to try and gather more information as to why they were there. If you could get any more information about who he was, events leading to the injury, how long he was down for, any type of information, and then moved on to the patient at that point.
And so firefighter McLaughlin is having this conversation outside of the ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
This is going on while you're inside of the ambulance actively treating Mr. O'Keefe.
It was a very quick process. So I start the conversation, wasn't productive, wasn't moving forward, moved her over to firefighter McLaughlin, continued on to the patient, and then started treatment, moved the patient in, and then Katie came into the back of the ambulance to help. So it was a very quick process.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were concerned, what, if any, observations further did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's eyes?
So both eyes were swollen and bleeding.
What, if any, observations were you able to make of his pupils?
I'm sorry, what?
Pupils?
Pupils. So I've documented as 4 millimeters and non-reactive.
What, if any, significance is those observations as far as 4 millimeters and non-reactive?
So we're looking for equality between the two. So signs of bleeding can be demonstrated by unequal pupils, or if they were restricted, could lead us to believe it was as a result of an opioid interaction. But we're looking at whether they react to light as well. If there's brain activity, if there's still something causing the body to react, you'll have some type of pupillary response. So we shine light, there was no response, so it was fixed and at 4 millimeters.
Now, at some point, you leave the scene en route to Good Samaritan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance during transport?
So back of the ambulance and transport would have been firefighter Kelly, firefighter Nuttall, and myself.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance between Fairview and Good Samaritan?
So that'll be determined by basically just positioning on the engine. So the step driver for that position would then drive as the detailed person over to the ambulance, and that was firefighter McLaughlin.
Now, during the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, what, if anything, are you and the other firefighters in the back of the ambulance doing as far as continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
So we started transport at 6:27. So between 6:27 and 6:45, treatments included epinephrine, additional suctioning, managing the airway, placing another intraosseous line, and then 3 additional rounds of epinephrine while the mechanical CPR is continuing CPR.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, changes in Mr. O'Keefe's status as far as the cardiac arrest or the breathing occurred during the transport?
No changes.
Now, that time that it took to get from Fairview to Good Samaritan, is that sort of a typical transport time?
Not normally. Due to the weather, it was pretty slow driving. Even though the ambulance was a smaller vehicle than the engine, slow transport compared to normal.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, communication are you having with Good Samaritan in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his eventual arrival there?
Every medical that goes on, we try to give the hospital staff a heads up, basically, of what's coming in, we'll have different alerts that we would give them, whether it's a cardiac arrest, a stroke, a STEMI, to have the certain appropriate teams come in and be ready, whether it's a trauma alert. There's different specialties within the hospital that'll treat those different particular cases. So we call them 5 to 10 minutes prior to give that team time to get down into the emergency room to get ready to work.
When you arrive at Good Samaritan, who, if anyone, were you met by, and sort of what happened with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's death?
So we're continuing interventions from the ambulance through the bay into their code room. We're then met by registration, a registered nurse, and the doctor that took care of the patient, as well as a team of other assistants and CNAs.
And where do you physically go with Mr. O'Keefe, or how does that work?
Yep, so that's referred to as a transfer of care. So there's different people, like I said, it's a team base where different people are in charge of different things. You'll have the nurse in charge that's in charge of documenting our interventions that have been done so far, time of down, the patient was down, and then she starts documenting all the different interventions that were done by the hospital staff as well. You also give a report to the doctor, who's then taking over as lead for the cardiac arrest. They're going to start issuing orders for the patient and treatment. And then you have registration that will get the information to register the patient that they can tie all of their interventions to.
And during that sort of process of exchange of information and things of that nature, what, if anything, did you learn in regards to the sort of core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe?
So to add that assessment, I believe he had a core body temperature of 80 degrees.
What, if any, significance does that have in regard to sort of the typical core body temperature?
Typical core body temperature is going to be in the high 90s, where body temperature being at 80 with a rectal temp of core temp is going to be extreme hypothermia.
Now, you're at Good Samaritan for a certain amount of time, correct, before you clear?
Correct.
And at that point in time, while you were at Good Samaritan, that initial time, what, if anything, did you learn as far as Mr. O'Keefe's status or what had happened?
So as we talked about before with the hypothermia and the extreme cold, they're going to work that for an extended period of time. Most cardiac arrests, I will try and hang out by the patient or in the area. As new staff come through, different things are found. The doctors and nurses might have follow-up questions. So I try to stay available as an asset that they can bounce those questions off, at least for 10 or 15 minutes afterwards, to make sure the whole process is completely transferred from all the interested parties.
And during that course of time, what, if anything, did you learn as sort of the eventual status of Mr. O'Keefe?
We didn't learn anything while we were at the hospital. We then cleared the hospital, returned back to quarters to decon the ambulance and to replenish all the equipment that we had used, get back in service, and move on with the shift.
At some point during the course of the shift, did you have occasion to go back to Good Samaritan?
Me personally, no. It would have been for an additional medical call if there was any calls for service afterwards.
Did you recall whether or not you went back to Good Samaritan for any additional medical calls or anything of that nature?
I don't recall.
So if I could direct your attention to the screen just over there. Ms. Gilman, if I could please have exhibit number 9. And so directing your attention to what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9 up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
The house.
Is that the house that you responded to? Is that correct? And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. again, sir, what's up on screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I see blood, snow, general area, not sure.
And lastly, Mr. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, firefighter Formati, do you recognize what's picked up on screen as exhibit number 18?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So, sir, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Basically, just press on this button here and move this direction on the screen. So, firefighter Formati, within this photograph up on screen as exhibit 18, do you see the area in which you observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the ground when you first arrived?
Yes.
And using that laser pointer, could you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed Mr. O'Keefe when you initially arrived?
Initially arrived would have been in this area here.
Thank you. May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Yes. If you could turn, thank you.
Nothing further for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to start sort of at the beginning. When you first arrived
Yes.
at the location, you indicated that you could, in fact, see the body from your perspective, correct?
I could see a body, yes.
And I think you indicated the shape of the body.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell if it was female or male.
Nope.
But
No.
obviously looked like a human figure.
Yes.
Okay. That drew your attention to the left side of the ambulance as you were approaching, correct?
Yes.
And you're sitting on the right side, which means you're sort of the furthest away from that figure from the perspective of the ambulance.
And the ambulance, yes.
And you had no problem making out that figure in the snow.
So figure in the snow, we had a good distance between the ambulance and the engine, so yes.
Okay. And you indicated that the figure in the snow was on top of the snow, if you will, with some snow accumulating up the body of the individual.
Yes.
But he was not covered in snow.
No.
There wasn't like a mound of snow over this figure.
There were mounds of snow in the area, but not over the patient. Due to the wind, there were snow drifts in the area.
And his clothes were dark as compared to the white snow.
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of quick questions about some of the last conversation you had with Mr. Lally about the injuries. You did note that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration over his right eye, correct?
No, over his right eye.
Over his right eye.
There's a contusion over the eye.
Okay, and your definition of a contusion is,
Bruising.
was it also swollen?
There was swelling around the eyes and a little bit of contusion and bruising around.
Did you see an actively bleeding laceration over his right eye?
I don't recall.
You don't remember that? What about his left eye?
Both eyes were pretty well swollen shut.
What about not from the nostrils, but on the skin on the nose? Did you note a laceration or multiple lacerations on the nose?
So due to the bleeding that was coming from the orifices, trying to clean the area and find exactly where it's from is sometimes difficult. So we can just say it was bleeding in that area.
Okay, so you can't define, as you sit here, you don't remember if it was bleeding from the nostril or from a laceration on the nose?
I believe it was the nostrils.
Okay. Are you saying that there was no laceration on the skin of the nose, or you just don't recall it?
On the top of the nose, no, I don't know.
I'm sorry.
On the top of the nose, I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. With regard to his abdomen, you indicated that it was distended.
Yes.
A medical term for swollen.
Yep.
You said that that could be from trauma or it could be just bloating, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any contusions on his abdomen?
No.
Any skin that was abraded?
No.
Or cut?
No.
So there was no bruising, no contusion, but there was a distension, correct?
Yes.
So there was no visible trauma to the abdomen.
Visible trauma doesn't really matter to internal trauma. It's not always indicative one way or the other.
So my question was, did you see any visible trauma on his abdomen?
No.
Okay. But you did note that it was bloated.
That it was distended, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk to you for a second about, if I could shift gears, about the conversation that you indicated to Mr. Lally that you had with Ms. Reed. You were also asked about that conversation at the grand jury when you testified, correct?
Correct.
You testified that as the lead paramedic, you were specifically trying to get as much information from my client, Ms. Reed, as you possibly could concerning the victim and how the victim ended up being there, correct?
Correct.
You indicated in no particular order that you asked questions like, how do you know him, correct?
Correct.
How did he get here?
Correct.
What happened?
Correct.
Is there any additional information you can give me about what happened to this person?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a conversation that you were personally engaged in with my client in order to gather as much data, if you will, about what you were dealing with, correct?
Correct.
But your focus was, when you first arrived, your focus is, I need to attend to the patient, correct?
Correct.
Like, conversations notwithstanding, I need to deal with what's in front of me, which is an unconscious man in the snow.
Correct.
Dressed inappropriately.
Correct.
And possibly freezing to death.
Correct.
But you did say that you had enough of a conversation with Ms. Reed that she answered you and said something to the effect of, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
Correct.
So then you followed up on that conversation, correct?
As much as I could, yes.
As a matter of fact, you said that you asked her additional elaborating questions.
Correct.
Well, did you hit him in the face? Or did you kick him? Or did you hit him with your hand?
Yep.
Okay. So that's a conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed face to face.
Correct.
You're talking to her, you're looking her in the eyes, she's looking you in the eyes, you're standing still, and you're attempting as best you can to converse with this woman so that you can gather as much information as you possibly can as you attend to the victim.
Correct.
You indicated that that conversation lasted long enough that the conversation was frustrated by the fact that you weren't getting information that was helpful to you. So you turned that conversation over to Katie McLaughlin.
Objection? Sustained. Ask it a different way.
Sure. Did you have, was your conversation in some way in your mind, and when I use the word frustrated, I mean, it was just, you weren't getting the information that you were seeking, correct?
It wasn't productive.
Okay, better way to put it. I'll use your word. That conversation was unproductive enough that you then moved the conversation over to Ms. McLaughlin, correct?
Correct.
Firefighter McLaughlin. And once Firefighter McLaughlin engaged Ms. Reed, you then began to attend to the patient again.
So the patient was already being treated by the other personnel on scene.
Okay.
I started the conversation, realized it wasn't going anywhere. I had other responsibilities. So regardless of how they ended there, they still needed treatment and transport. So that began my priority and moved her over to try and get as much information while treatment was being done.
What part of the treatment were you responsible for?
All of it.
Sorry, that's a great answer to a very vague question.
Yep.
What physically were you doing with Mr. O'Keefe?
In which particular moment?
When you first arrived and attended to him and physically touched him. In other words, were you the airway person? Were you the cardiac person? Were you doing chest compressions? Were you squeezing the bag?
I would have been doing chest compressions initially until I could delegate that task to somebody else.
Okay. And chest compressions, I'm going to butcher this because I've never been trained other than my little toddler. They look a little like what I'm doing now, correct?
Correct.
And I indicated palm over one palm over my hand, arms extended, and you can see my shoulders moving up and down in a rhythmic fashion, correct? So if
I didn't get an answer, correct?
Yes.
I'll wait till then. What were you wearing?
What was I wearing? My uniform.
Didn't expect that one, did you?
That was a different one. Heavy winter coat.
Okay.
A uniform.
Do paramedics wear sometimes yellow, bright yellow for safety?
Yes.
Were you wearing a bright yellow, heavy winter coat?
I don't recall. I have a few different coats.
Got it. Do you remember what Ms. McLaughlin was wearing?
I don't.
Okay. That conversation that you had with Ms. Reed at the scene, that had to have lasted, I'm not guessing it was very long, but it had to have lasted a minute
At most, yeah.
at most. Once you finished your conversation with Ms. Reed, did you then start attending specifically to the chest compressions and the high-level CPR that we've heard so much about from your colleague?
Yes.
As you're doing the CPR on the scene, that high-level CPR, high-quality CPR, was Mr. O'Keefe then moved to the scoop, which would then facilitate getting him on a gurney?
Correct.
That gurney was then moved between a couple of patrol cars, cruisers, and into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Once you were in the ambulance, the first priority is to get this person warm. Is that right?
First priority is always going to be CPR. The secondary would be getting them warmed up.
Okay. So obviously when you got into the ambulance, you would shut the doors. There's a heater on in the ambulance.
Yes.
You never came back out of that ambulance after you got Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance, did you?
No.
Okay. And you were in there with firefighter Nuttall at the time?
Nuttall and Kelly.
And firefighter McLaughlin was outside the ambulance doing whatever she was doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Initially, and then she came in afterwards to
Obviously.
assist. Yeah.
And did I hear you correctly, when firefighter McLaughlin got in the ambulance, she took over the driving responsibilities?
So there's two different compartments. They're not connected. There's a little window between the two areas. So she assisted with interventions in the back. And then after we had established everything we needed to on scene to begin transport, she then got out and then started driving.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to play, but first I'd like to have marked, I think it's already been marked, Exhibit 379. It's a video, a snippet of a video. It's probably 3 minutes long. It's not that long. I'd like to play that portion of the video for you. And when it's done, firefighter Nuttall, not firefighter Nuttall, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong notes. Firefighter Fumati, which is not that easy to say.
Did a great job.
I'm going to ask you to show me exactly where on the video, if you can, that you had this conversation
For the laser pointer?
with my client. Yes, you can use the laser pointer as you wish. This is just to orient you, if I may, Your Honor. The top, this, let me see if I can do this. There we go. The top is a dash cam from one cruiser.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
This judge is interesting. You know, she will really abruptly interrupt when she sees an issue, not super subtle. And sometimes it's just like an administrative issue, like, okay, it's time to take a break. Other times it's a issue. And also, I don't hear either side objecting very much. So I feel like the judge interjects more than either side, unless I'm not reading that very clearly. What do you guys think? I feel like the judge sometimes interjects where the either, you know, the defense or the Commonwealth doesn't. And it's like she's seeing issues that maybe the lawyers are supposed to be seeing the issues. Yeah.
For this, until we pause it, I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on the top dash cam video. Go ahead and play that.
In every trial I watch, I've noticed that there's always some sort of issue with evidence that has to be discussed. And that's what
Actually, I need to see counsel at sidebar again.
Here we go again. Right? It's always some sort of evidentiary issue. Like, was this piece of evidence admitted? Was it, are we ready to publish this? has this piece of evidence been redacted properly? Are we about to show something we're not supposed to? That type of thing. And this judge just kind of blows in. And I noticed that yesterday with the way I love that you're using your sidebar emojis. I love it. And I noticed that yesterday with the way court, and not yesterday, the day before yesterday, with the way court ended, the Lolly was about to ask a question. Have you washed your hands? Lolly was about to ask a question and she just broke in and said, "Court's ended." Hey, Solo, welcome. Court's ended. Bye. It's time to go. And usually it's a little bit more subtle than that. She's like, "It's over. Day's over. Bye, 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 bye." Just when Doxy asks if we've all washed our hands, they show Karen Reed's hands. They're fully checking her out. She looks a little less self-conscious today. She's finally kind of like just settling in, it seems like, to being herself. Her face isn't quite so much in the duck formation. It still is, but it's like she's not purposely setting it to the duck formation, if you see what I'm saying. I just feel like she's just kind of more naturally being herself. Not being quite as fidgety, not looking. I felt like, sidebar, I've got a nail appointment. On the first couple of days, it felt like she was constantly looking around to see where is the camera? Where is the camera?
Folks, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
Okay, now we've got a recess. Interesting. So, I found and there's that spinning fan we all love so much. I found the interview that she did that that Patricia mentioned. Let's watch that, shall we? Okay.
Outside this courthouse in Canton, Massachusetts, supporters swarmed around Karen Reed, charged with murder in the January 2022 death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Reed has strenuously denied the allegations.
I did not kill John O'Keefe. I've never harmed a hair on John O'Keefe's head.
Her defense, bare-knuckled and bold, is making national headlines. Her lawyers alleging in court documents that a fellow police officer was involved in O'Keefe's death and colluded with other people in a cover-up. You're alleging that law enforcement officials in this state committed murder and that they're covering it up. Why would they want to be involved in this?
Because he's dead. I think things went too far. It was late. There was alcohol involved, but they're all family. And there's many of them involved.
After posting bail, Reed has spent much of the past 18 months in and out of court awaiting a trial date.
And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Prosecutors allege that Reed hit O'Keefe with her.
She's a very defensive. It's hard to hurt hair. She's a very whining, defensive person. She's a very off-putting person. Now, just because she's whiny, defensive, and off-putting doesn't mean she's guilty, but I'm just saying.
Car after getting into an argument earlier in the day, leaving him to die in the middle of a snowstorm in January 2022. But Reed says she had no reason to harm her boyfriend.
I would call him the patron saint of Canton. He was just very selfless, frugal, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that didn't care for John.
The couple first dated in their 20s and reconnected more than a decade later in the middle of the pandemic.
So how did you meet up again?
Oh, hold on. They're back in court. Hold on. They're back in court live. I think they're reviewing this evidence because I think it's come into question. The jury is out, Stacy. I think I think the judge wants to see this evidence, and I don't think it was admitted, and that's why she was abruptly stopping the defense before showing this. So it's the dash cam view and of the arrival, and then them putting him in the ambulance above, I believe. It says officer good dash cam on the camera below. Yeah, this is extremely stressful weather to drive in. I can't stand driving in this weather. When I was younger, I didn't have a problem, but that's because, yeah. You mean horizontally, Patricia?
That's the extent of or approximately the extent of the length of the video, the clip that I was going to play.
Okay. All right. So we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you,
Oh, wow. Too fast. Yeah, so that was what happened. They just wanted the judge to be able to see the evidence. Well, the judge wanted to be able to see the evidence outside of the jury. So let's get back to this, and then they'll come back and with the jury in a bit.
He had reached out to me on Facebook and he said, "Hey, blast from the past, how's things?"
You know, oh, that was a good place to pause, right, on her face. It actually happens a lot where people date in their 20s and then they reunite later. I have some family members where that's the situation. They dated when they were in their teens and 20s, and then they both got married to other people. One of them had a child, and then 20 years later they reunited and got married, and they're still married 20 years later. So that happens a lot.
And when I saw his picture, his profile picture was with several young children. And then it triggered my memory that his sister and his sister's husband had passed away. And he told me, yeah, I have the kids now. I admired that. I thought that was amazing.
Soon, Reed says she became part of the family, often sleeping over at O'Keefe's house and helping take care of the kids.
He would go
That's horrible, Teacup. Wow.
to work and I would stay with his niece and nephew. All of the breaks that the kids had, we did something.
But their relationship also had its struggles. Reeves says O'Keefe had been relying more on her to take care of the kids and that he criticized some of the decisions she made with them.
We had had an argument on New Year's Eve. We were away on vacation and he became incoherently drunk. And I ended up ringing in the new year with his niece and nephew. John didn't come back to our room till after 3 a.m. So that was rough. I felt very much taken advantage of. He apologized profusely for what happened on New Year's Eve. And he said, if you can't get over it, then you need to spend some time at yours. I can't keep apologizing. I don't want to keep rehashing this.
A few weeks later, they were invited to meet.
That's interesting. She very much. So she paints him in kind of a using light there. So she's painting him in a pretty bad light. He used me. He got super drunk. He got so drunk on New Year's Eve that he took advantage of me. I was the big caretaker of his niece and nephew. We got in a big fight.
Meet up with some friends at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. And there they ran into Brian Albert, a fellow Boston police officer who Reed says O'Keefe looked up to. Albert had led the city's gang unit before commanding the Fugitive Apprehension Team. It was the elite squad responsible for taking down some of the city's most dangerous criminals and featured in the 2013 TNT show, Boston's Finest.
1 minute we're walking around, everything's fine, and then 1 minute it's not fine.
Both times I met Brian Albert, he seemed like the type of person that you'd be surprised he's out socially because he doesn't seem like he ever wants to be there.
But at the bar, Reed says there was an invitation to continue hanging out at Albert's home.
I said, can we make sure we're welcome here? Nobody extended the invite to me. I didn't hear the invite extended to you.
They drive to the Albert's house. What happens next is disputed.
So I pull at the foot of the driveway. It's snowing. John has no coat on. It's windy. So I drop him off. He goes up the driveway and approaches the side door. And as I see him approach the door, I look down at my phone.
Reed says after about 10 minutes of waiting in her car, she became irritated that O'Keefe still hadn't gotten in touch with her. And she drove back to his home where she continued calling him before she says she fell asleep around 1:30 in the morning. She then says she woke up before 5 a.m. He still wasn't home. She then started canvassing the neighborhood.
Just going to drive around in the 2 square miles that we spent the preceding night.
After 20 minutes of unsuccessful searching, she called John's friend, Carrie Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law, who was also at his house the night before. The 3 women together now headed to Albert's home.
How soon was it when you pulled in there that you saw John's body?
Immediately. And what struck me when I saw him was his mouth was open a little bit and his eyes were shut and he had spots of blood in different areas on his face.
O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. He died from blunt force trauma and hypothermia. And it wasn't long before Reed became the #1 suspect. Authorities say they had noticed a cracked taillight after they seized her car.
I had told both Jen and Carrie that I cracked my taillight. I said, I just hit my car on top of everything, but I didn't look at the damage. And both women said, it's cracked. It's cracked. Calm down. You cracked your taillight. You're okay. Let's go look for John.
But according to police statements, Jennifer McCabe told authorities that while they were looking for O'Keefe, Reed stated, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And when O'Keefe's body was discovered, first responders who arrived on the scene say they overheard Reed make other statements.
Firefighter said that you said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I said, I hit him. It was preceded by a did and proceeded by a question mark. What I thought could have happened was that, did I incapacitate him unwittingly somehow, and then in his drunkenness passed out?
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4.
The Commonwealth says that you had 9 drinks that night.
People always underreport how many drinks they've had. So if she says she had 4, and then this reporter says that the Commonwealth said she had 9, it's probably somewhere, it's probably like 7 or 8, right? Hey, Johnny, right? Oh, this case, my God, you guys, this case. They are not back in the courtroom yet. And yeah, they are not back yet. I know people normally say 2 drinks. So people normally say like, I had a couple beers, but the fact that she said 4 means, she had 8, because, she's sitting there thinking, well, I can't get away with saying 2 because I was definitely more drunk than that. And, it's going to say more in my blood alcohol, right?
That's what the prosecution says.
I don't believe they're saying I wasn't in my right mind.
They were saying you were intoxicated. Is it possible that you might have hit him unwittingly in your admittedly very large SUV?
No, not.
People can't get away with as much anymore because there are cameras in these bars. There's meters that take blood alcohol when you end up, having to interact with first responders or cops in these situations. You just can't get away with lying anymore, or, people are now being questioned by the cops because there's a situation, a person died. So everybody's being questioned. Well, how many drinks did she have? And she knows that nobody's going to say she had 2 because she clearly had probably more like 9, right? So she has to say something like 4. You can't wait. Is it not okay to have hand sanitizer in the cart? Why is there alcohol in hand sanitizer? Is that true, Johnny, or are you being sarcastic? You do have a mopey face emoji. Wow.
Possible.
3 days after O'Keefe was found dead, investigators arrested Reed for manslaughter. She was eventually indicted on second-degree murder. Investigators reported they found fragments of broken glass on the rear bumper on Reed's vehicle, and that a broken cocktail glass was found by what appeared to be patches of blood near O'Keefe's body.
The victim, Mr. O'Keefe.
I don't remember anything about a broken glass. Do you all? I think that there's other people in here who know it'll arise suspicions, huh, Johnny? Interesting. Anyone know anything about a broken glass in his hand? Interesting.
O'Keefe is last observed on surveillance video with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same arm that's injured, the same type of glass that is then recovered from the bumper of the defendant's car.
In court documents, the prosecution also claims that Reed's blood alcohol level could have been between 0.13 and 0.29%, above the legal limit of 0.08. In addition, they say pieces of Reed's taillight were found on the scene the day O'Keefe's body was discovered. More fragments of that taillight were found the following week, according to Canton police reports, after the snow melted, which revealed more at the scene. But Reed's attorney, Alan Jackson, has a different theory about how those fragments of taillight got there.
Those pieces of taillight were placed there after the fact.
You're saying evidence was planted?
The pieces of taillight were planted after the fact.
What does the defense believe actually happened to John after?
See, what I want to understand is what evidence do they have that it was planted other than timestamps?
Or Karen dropped him off.
I think he walked into the house. I think he was confronted, was likely brought down to the basement. I think that confrontation got physical and he was beaten. He was beaten to a point of unconsciousness.
Jackson argues that the autopsy photos of O'Keefe support his theory and not the prosecution's claim.
Looks like he's been in a fist fight and he's been beaten. He's got some defensive wound bruises on the backs of his hand. He's got this massive laceration on the back of his head, a big giant gash, about 2.5 inches, exactly lateral, going from left to right. 2 black eyes, cut over his right eye, cut over his nose. This was a cover-up that John was murdered inside that house. His body was placed outside.
But in a statement to ABC News, the prosecution says there was no conspiracy or cover-up. Such claims have been systematically refuted by evidence submitted to Norfolk Superior Court. The prosecution also said that according to O'Keefe's cell phone GPS records and 11 witness statements, O'Keefe never entered Albert's home, and that a medical examiner found no signs of Mr. O'Keefe being involved in any type of physical altercation or fight.
There was no evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was beaten and left for dead. There was no evidence of any defensive wounds.
ABC News reached out to attorneys for Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, but did not hear back by the time of this broadcast. In a previous statement to the Boston Herald, McCabe's attorney said the whole scenario is baseless. Reed is scheduled to appear next in court again in September.
Yeah, her lawyers are good. Her lawyers are definitely good. They're better communicators. They come across better. They're not whiny and angsty. Clearly paid for. Clearly a lot of money being paid for these lawyers. I'm just trying to understand what would be the motive for them to frame this woman. Does anyone understand what would be the motive for them to frame this woman? Yeah, and like I've seen a lot of trials now. I mean, I've watched a lot of trials, and most of the time, not all the time, the prosecution has their crap together. You know, they're good. They're very put together. They've done a lot of trials. They know all the ways to get around a defense maneuver. It almost feels like this prosecution is kind of scrambling, or it almost feels like they're outgunned. No, my child is not protesting. My child is half Jewish, I will say, but he is not part of the protesting crowd. He's just trying to stay cool. He in all honesty, during COVID, he was he struggled a little bit just to stay focused on school. So he doesn't need any more distractions, you know. I think all kinds of college kids all kinds of college kids struggled to stay focused during COVID. So, yeah. So I've been checking on what's going on with Chad, the Chad Daybell trial is supposed to be started by now. It's not. They are still on break in they are still on break. Oh, they have started with Chad Daybell. Let's see what's going on there. They're just bringing in the jury. They are not religious, Johnny.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
They are not observant, Johnny. Uh-oh.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence in the state's case in chief. The court would note that this morning we did have a juror that, due to illness, was unable
morning,
to
Jen
continue in the
Lou.
trial. So the juror that's been seated in seat 3 has been excused from jury service. The court did contact that juror and speak to the juror this morning and advised him of a post trial or verdict type jury instruction to give him some guidance on what he can or
Oh my goodness. It's Kay Woodcock. All right, we're going to stay here while Kay Woodcock is on the stand, even when they come back with Karen Reed, because they're really at the beginning of the Karen Reed evidence, and it's probably going to be a little bit boring. It's going to be more law enforcement. So we will pause. Karen Reed.
we finally agreed to it, and that we would maintain the role as a grandparent in his life. That was very critical to us.
Okay. And so when Charles and Lori adopted JJ, was that when his name was changed?
Yes,
And just for the record, what was the actual name his name was changed to?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
After JJ was adopted by Charles and Lori, did you maintain a relationship with JJ?
Oh, yes, we did.
What was that like?
It was, well, when they lived in Phoenix, I would go, or Larry and I, or I would go every 2 to 3 months. 3 months was really kind of long, but when they first took him, it was a month before we went because we couldn't wait anymore. We were having a real hard time dealing with letting him go.
But did you see him frequently?
Yes, we would, every 2 to 3 months, we would see him.
When at any time did Charles and Lori move to Hawaii?
Yes, they did in the end of July of 2014.
Were you able to keep contact with JJ while Charles and Lori lived in Hawaii?
Oh, yes. The difference between Phoenix and Hawaii was then when I would go to Hawaii or Larry would come with me, we would stay for longer, 7, 10 days, sometimes a little longer, to be able to spend time with them.
And what was your relationship like with Charles and Lori?
Charles and I were very close. I mean, he was, he would, what's the word? The proud dad. He would send pictures and videos of JJ all the time. And we were very close. We were close even before JJ, but anyway, I guess we got closer. But Lori seemed to be a wonderful person.
Well, and I was, not to interrupt you, I apologize, but I was going to ask, when you visited with JJ and his family, did you have occasion to observe him with his parents, Charles and Lori?
Yes. Oh, yes. They were very doting, loving. They really got into, they read a lot about his autism and how to handle him with, with meltdowns and all the little things that they need that are not typical of a child with no disabilities.
And I've asked if you visited with JJ, but when you did that, were you visiting with Charles and Lori and their whole family?
Yes, we would, but it was, as a grandparent, if you have your grandchild and mom and dad are there, you don't get the child's full attention. So we would, Charles and Lori would often leave and go away for a day or two, just so Larry and I could have him to ourselves. And same thing, I guess, with Tylee and Colby, because they would also be, they would just kind of scatter when we came to visit. So I don't know where Colby and Tylee were, but I know that Charles and Lori would take some time and go and give us some quality time with JJ.
Were there times though that did you spend time with their family as a whole as well?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize this individual?
I do.
And who is that?
Tylee Ryan.
From your knowledge, who was Tylee's mother?
Lori Vallow.
And you mentioned Colby. Have you met Colby Ryan?
Yes.
And did you meet him when Charles was married to Lori?
Yes.
Right. Did you ever have occasion to meet Alex Cox?
Yes,
Did you spend much time with him?
not really. I mean, in passing a handful of times, I guess, but never really sat down and had a conversation with him of any substance.
When approximately did Charles and Lori move back to Arizona from Hawaii?
That was at the very end of December of 2016. And they just, I don't know, they moved back.
Okay. And did you continue visiting with their family and JJ after they moved back?
Yes, at least then I could go more frequently.
All right. I want to call your attention to the year 2019.
Mhm.
Did you see JJ in the in January of 2019?
I believe it was like February 1st. Lori and Charles had separated at the very end of January. And I flew out to Arizona when Charles told me that Lori left and to help him with JJ because he was very distraught.
Were you aware of where Lori had gone?
No, nobody knew where she was, or nobody that would tell Charles where she was.
And during the period when in early 2019 when Lori was gone, did you have any occasion to watch JJ or take him?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately when that was?
there were many occasions in that, like in February and March. I would sometimes bring JJ home with me to Louisiana, or if Charles was working, I would stay with him in Houston or Chandler where they were living. I was there to help him take care of him.
At any time in 2019, are you aware if Charles Vallow moved from the Phoenix area?
Yes, towards the end of March, I helped him pack up his house in Chandler or Gilbert, I don't remember. And we moved him to Houston so he would be closer to us.
Okay, so you said closer to us. At the time, did you live in Lake Charles?
Yes,
And how far is Lake Charles from Houston?
it's 150 miles. It's a 2.5 hour drive. Straight down I-10.
And during the time that Charles was staying in Houston, did you help with JJ?
Yes, again, when Charles would work, he would be gone a few days, mostly like 3 days, and I would go and take care of JJ, and we would have a good time. That was some very good times.
Hey, Tiger Girl.
At any time in 2019, did Lori Vallow come to Houston that you're aware of?
Yes, it was around mid-April of 2019.
And you had talked about Charles and Lori separating. Are you aware if there were any attempts at reconciliation?
I know Charles really wanted a reconciliation. Everything I heard from Lori about Lori, she was not at all interested in it. I believe at that time she came back it was her motivation was to get some more.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Let's talk about Charles for a minute. What did Charles do for a living?
He was a financial planner. He mostly sold annuities.
Were you involved at all in Charles's business?
Yes, Larry and I owned a business, and I guess because of that background, Charles was comfortable in asking me to help him with his business. And I would do accounts payable, receivable, payroll, do Excel spreadsheets, things like that.
In in helping Charles, did he ever give you access to any of his online accounts, like emails?
Yes, I had access to that, yes.
So you stated that in around mid-April, Lori came back to Houston. Did you continue to see JJ at that time?
After she came back, yes, there was a couple of weeks where we didn't see him, but that was in April. And then in May, Lori started leaving Houston again, and she would start traveling again, and Charles would come on the weekends and bring JJ, and so we could visit with him.
You said that, you said that Lori started leaving. Are you aware if she made living arrangements back in the Phoenix area?
In June, yes, she did. Charles rented her a house in Chandler.
At that time, do you know if Charles expected to reconcile, or do you know if he expected a divorce?
No, he was headed for divorce because he was actually the day he was murdered on July 11th, he had made arrangements to meet with a friend who was going to show him a house to lease not far from Lori's.
And you just mentioned he died on July 11th, 2019.
Yes.
And are you aware of how he died?
2 gunshot wounds to the chest.
Are you aware if Charles Vallow had a life insurance policy?
Yes,
Did you ever have occasion to speak with him about that policy?
we did in February of 19. He said that
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Sustain.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with Charles Vallow about you being the beneficiary on his life insurance policy?
yes,
Did you make any commitments to him about what you would do with that money if you were to receive it?
yes.
What commitments did you make to Charles Vallow?
He had $1 million life insurance policy, and because of Lori acting the way she was acting.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's
Okay.
non-responsive.
Sustain.
What commitment did
The
you make to
commitment
Charles?
I made was to give each of Charles's 2 adult sons each $250,000 out of the million, which I did do in January of 2020. And then Charles said the other 50% was for me and Larry, because we were going to end up raising JJ if anything happened to him. That was the conversation, a very short conversation. I never knew if he followed through and changed it.
So that was the only conversation you had with him.
Yes.
And it was it your impression that Charles believed if something happened to him, you would end up with JJ?
Yes.
Do you know, you stated that was the only time you spoke with him. Are you aware if you were in fact listed as the beneficiary on that life insurance policy?
No, we never spoke about it again. I never asked about it. and I didn't know until the insurance company called after his murder.
Good morning, Hip.
Okay, so were you contacted by the insurance company?
Yes,
And were you then informed that you were indeed the life insurance beneficiary?
yes,
And did you receive that money?
yes, months later.
Did Lori Vallow ever contact you about that life insurance policy?
All she ever did was sent me a text one day. It was towards the end of July of 19 that she found the change of beneficiary form to me, and I can't recall exactly the comment, but it was something to the effect of, is this why you want JJ? Something like, I've got 5 kids and no money, and you get everything. So yeah, that was all. That was it.
I want to switch back to talking about JJ. Do you recall the last time you saw JJ Vallow in person?
Yes.
When was that?
It was the weekend of May 17th in 2019. Yeah.
Where did you see him?
He and Charles came to Lake Charles for the weekend. And his birthday was May 25th. We had a birthday party for him a little, like a week early. We had it at a pizza place and had friends and cousins all come and gave him his happy 7th birthday. The last birthday we'd ever have with him.
After the last time you saw him in person, did you ever have any type of telephone or digital contact with JJ?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
The last time we saw him was on a FaceTime, August 10th of 2019. After Charles's murder, we had a very hard time trying to contact with him. Lori was very evasive and oftentimes wouldn't respond to requests.
Okay. So you said the last contact you had with him was August 10th. Do you recall if in between the last time you saw JJ, which I believe you said was May 17th and August 10th, did you have any other digital contact with JJ that you recall?
Yes, we had from the time Charles was murdered to that August 10th date. That was a 1-month time frame, and only 2 times we were able to see him on FaceTime. She was limiting everything with any contact with us. She was limiting it.
Okay. And then, as you said, the last time you talked to him was August 10th.
Yes.
Right. After August 10th, did you attempt to have contact with JJ?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Lori, I would email her, text her, leave voicemails, call her. She would never respond. Not one time did she respond.
Did you attempt to arrange with Lori for JJ to attend Charles Vallow's funeral services?
Yes, his services were like August the 4th of 19, and I had arranged with Lori that I would fly to Phoenix and pick up JJ and bring him back to Louisiana, and he was going to stay with us for the week, and then I would take him back to Phoenix, and then I would return home. And we bought the tickets. I mean, we were all set and ready to go. And then I guess after she found out about the insurance, it was a day or 2 later, she said that they were too busy, that they were moving to Hawaii, and that it would be too much for JJ. So she backed out on the deal.
Hey, Harlot.
So he was not able to attend his father's funeral.
No.
At any time in 2019, did you become concerned about the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Absolutely. I mean, the minute we found out that, of Charles's murder, that we were extremely worried that evening that we found out, excuse me, on the 12th. We didn't know about his death until the 12th and the only reason we knew is because Lori contacted Charles's two sons. She texted them to tell them their dad was dead. And then she wouldn't answer her phone. So Charles's oldest son, Cole, reached out to me and asked, what is going on? Lori said, Dad's dead. And I said, no, that can't be right. This is a joke or something. Because he was healthy as a horse. And sure enough, my husband, for some reason, he Googled Charles's name
Okay.
and read that he was killed the day before.
And so, and then you've testified that you had very limited contact with JJ after Charles's death.
Yes.
And then, so after Charles's death, was it partly because of that limited contact that you became concerned about JJ's whereabouts?
Absolutely. We were working with detectives in Chandler, so we had to keep a real low profile.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you, did you ever contact law enforcement about JJ's whereabouts?
Absolutely. I mean, that was once we knew Charles was dead, we knew he was in trouble because Lori didn't want JJ anymore. She didn't want Tylee anymore. She didn't want Charles anymore. She was done.
Do you recall which specific law enforcement you reached out to, or that you first expressed concerns about JJ's whereabouts to?
To a detective at Chandler Police Department.
Right. And do you recall who that was?
Detective Nate Moffett.
Right. After your last FaceTime with JJ, which I believe you said was August 10th,
Yes.
did you speak with law enforcement again about JJ's well-being?
I don't believe there was a time when I was in contact with them via phone, because we talked often, that I wasn't expressing my concern about where JJ is.
Did you take any steps beyond law enforcement to locate JJ?
Yes. After Brandon's attempted murder, Brandon and I started talking, and because he hired a private investigator to try and find out where his wife Melanie was, or I think that was the situation. And because what we had going on with Charles and all that in our life, Brandon and I split the cost of the private investigator, because in investigating one case, he was kind of investigating the other.
All right. So did you, based on what you just said, and for clarity of the record, you were in contact with Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
All right. And you hired the same private investigator?
Yes.
Were you ever, did you ever become aware of where Lori Vallow was in the fall of 2019?
Yeah, she was in Rexburg,
Judge,
Idaho.
I'm going to object some foundation.
That's overruled, untimely.
I want to speak to you about November of 2019. At any time in November of 2019, was JJ Vallow ever with you?
No.
We spoke earlier about Charles's online accounts. Did you have access to his business bank accounts?
Yes.
Did you have access to his emails?
Yes.
And did you have access to his passwords to look into those accounts?
Yes.
Was there ever a time in November of 2019 that you looked at Charles Vallow's Gmail account?
Yes, it was
When was that?
November the 8th.
Okay. And tell us about that. Why did you look at that account?
I was trying to hook up his printer to my computer and I was having trouble with it the night before, so I left it alone. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning with a compulsion to go finish hooking up that computer to my computer to his printer. And anyway, long story short, his I noticed his Gmail account was open on the screen and it was a login page, and I had never really logged into his email before. And so I did I knew he had 3 favorite passwords. So the first password I used worked. And one of the emails that came up was from Amazon.
Okay, well, let me stop you real quick. So
Okay.
just for clarity of the record, this was on November 8th of 2019.
Yes.
Did you see anything of interest to you in that Gmail account?
Yes, there was email from Amazon about a delivery.
All right. And did you look at that email?
Yes, I did. And I looked at the delivery address and I've got, it was a apartment on Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho, with the apartment number.
Do you recall the apartment number?
175.
Okay. This email you looked at, you said it was from Amazon. Were you able to ascertain by looking at that email whose Amazon account was being used?
It was Charles's email, Charles's Amazon account.
And when you opened that email, were you able to look at Charles's Amazon account?
Yes. When I found that, I was in contact with, well, number one with Brandon, and then with our private investigator, and he walked me through how I could get into the Amazon browsing history. Well, first I could see what was purchased, and then I dug a little deeper into the Amazon browsing history.
All right. And was there anything of interest to you on that you saw with your own eyes on that Amazon browsing history?
Yes, it was.
What did you see?
Jaw dropping. I saw a search for malachite wedding rings. There was one purchased actually for $35 or $36.99. I saw searches for women's beach wedding dresses. I saw that she looked at or maybe purchased 2, I don't remember, a yellow bikini, not a bikini, a yellow one-piece bathing suit. And another search was men's beach clothes, men's for like linen beach clothes, and a size large is what she was looking at. And it was a white shirt and white pants that like you would wear on a beach, linen type clothes.
Okay.
And that
Do you recall what date that search was performed?
That search was performed, I was just about to say that, October the 2nd of 2019. I read that November the 8th, but the search was actually done on October 2nd, 2019. And that was before Tammy's death.
All right. Why did those items catch your attention?
Because I know that Tammy passed away October the 19th. And if and Lori was obviously involved with Chad Daybell, and um, it was just mind blowing that they were looking at wedding rings before
Judge, I'm gonna
Tammy's
object.
death.
Judge, I'm gonna object. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'll move on. At any time, did you become aware
That's
let me
not
rephrase that. In
speculation.
2019.
Or to say it's mind
At any
blowing.
time, did you become aware that the Rexburg Police Department was looking for JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Do you remember who told you that?
I was probably our detective from Arizona, probably Nate Moffett, I believe. I'm not exactly
Okay.
sure.
That's okay, but you did become aware they were searching.
Yeah, finally.
Did you ever go to Rexburg after that?
I did. My husband and I went up on the first week or so of January of 2020. We came to Rexburg. We went to Rexburg.
Okay. Did you put out a reward for information on JJ?
We did. We put out a reward, looking for him because Lori or Chad would not answer questions regarding the JJ and Tylee missing.
Did you meet with the Rexburg Police?
Yes, we did.
At any time in the year 2020, were you made aware that the bodies of JJ and Tylee Ryan were found?
Yes,
Right. And do you recall when that was?
June 9th, 2020.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, before we start, I'm going to move for admission of Exhibit 32, Defense Exhibit 32. It's been a stipulated exhibit by the parties.
Mind your
All right, let
tone.
me
If the
Pryor.
state could just inquire as to what that exhibit is.
What is the exhibit, Mr. Pryor?
It's beneficiary information.
We have no objection to that.
Okay, on Defense Exhibit 32's admitted.
And Judge, could I return to my desk to get my laptop? I failed to bring my laptop with the court's permission.
Yes, of course.
Nicole Kessinger also searched for wedding dresses.
Just a minute, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge.
So this is 32. She's noting also the clerk there's a 32A through F separate, but we're just on 32, correct?
No, Judge, 32A through F as well as 32 was stipulated by the parties.
Okay, so you want 32A through F also admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, does the state have any objection to the 32A through F in addition to 32?
No.
All right, 32 and 32A through F are all admitted.
And if I could have 32 back at some point, Mr. Bailiff. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Woodcock.
Morning.
If you could go through with me the the history that you went through with Mr. Wood regarding the living arrangements of Charles and Lori, I would appreciate it. And they got married when?
March of 2006. February of 2006, sorry.
It's okay. And then at that time, they were living where?
In Chandler or in the Phoenix area. I'm not
Okay.
exactly sure which suburb.
And how long did they live there? Do you recall?
From 2006 until they moved in 2014,
And when in 2014 did they move and to where?
the end of July 2014 to Princeville, Hawaii, on the island of Kauai.
And how long did they live in Hawaii?
Until just call it the end of 2016, like they moved during the Christmas holiday,
Okay.
obviously.
And then they moved back where?
To Chandler.
So first part of 2017 back to Chandler.
Yes.
And how long did they live there?
Until Charles's, well, I don't know, until, well, Charles moved to Houston at the end of March of 2019, and he was living in Houston. She was living in Arizona, in Chandler, or wherever. Okay. It's kind of confusing.
It's okay.
Because she was gone for over 2 months.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to get at. And then you figured out where I'm trying to clarify a little bit. They moved back to the Chandler area in around 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they lived there until Charles chose to move back to Houston. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when did Charles move back to Houston?
The end of March of 2019.
So from 2017 to March of 2019, they lived in Chandler. And then in March of 2019, Charles moved to Houston. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned it earlier about Lori Vallow being gone for 2 months, and I think you mentioned the words Hawaii. Did you later learn that Lori Vallow in early 2019 spent 60 days in Hawaii?
I know that I've learned through court testimonies and stuff that she made several trips to Hawaii during about the 70 days she was not talking to JJ.
Right. And that's where I'm going next, is that around February of 2019, Lori Vallow left JJ with Charles. Is that correct? First part of February of 2019?
Did she leave JJ with Charles? I don't know how that went down exactly.
Okay.
But he had JJ. He had physical custody.
Right. Regardless of how it ended up, JJ was with Charles around the 1st of February until well into almost the first part of April. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you touched on it a little bit, but do you have any specific information that Lori Vallow was living for 2 months in Hawaii?
No, I all I know is that she was back and forth to Hawaii. She wasn't living there.
And did you know the whereabouts of Tylee during this time?
I've learned later that she had a couple of trips to Hawaii with her mom, but I don't know where Tylee was.
And you don't know who Tylee was staying with?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And is it possible that Lori and Tylee, the entire time from the 1st of February till the better part of the first plus week of April, were both living in Hawaii together?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
And would it be safe to say, based on your experience and understanding and close connection with your brother, that Lori Vallow from the 1st of February well into April had little or no contact with JJ during that time?
No contact.
Okay. And then in April, when I think it was you said April, she started showing up again around April in Houston.
Mid-April.
Okay, mid-April. And then during that time, continued to have very little contact with JJ as well, correct?
I don't know how much contact she had with him after that point.
JJ continued to stay with Charles during that point for at least a little while.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in on or around the 16th of April of 2019, Charles changed his beneficiary back to Lori Vallow?
I knew that, yes, I mean, no, I didn't know at the time, but I've learned later.
So you know now, I don't need to show you the documents. You're aware that on the 16th of April, Charles Vallow placed back the Lori Vallow as the beneficiary of his life insurance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Well, I know he had changed it and I
Right.
assume it was to her.
And then would you tell me when he changed it back to you, to your knowledge?
I don't know. There was issue with the insurance company regarding that.
Okay.
And that's all I know.
So issue was the insurance company. But in essence, one way or the other, you were able to receive a beneficiary check as a result of Charles being murdered by Lori and Alex, right?
Now, I don't know if they were the only two involved in this murder, but yes,
But you did get a beneficiary check.
yes.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about this Amazon search, and you talked about wedding rings, wedding dresses, bathing suits, and large beach clothes for men, right?
Yes,
Some water.
I got it.
Okay. Those specific searches took place when?
November 8th of 19.
Is that the date you looked it up, or is that the date those searches actually took place?
That's the date I looked it up.
Okay, so you don't know when those searches took place, right?
If you go into the browsing history in Amazon, you can tell exactly when they were, when it happened,
Okay,
when the search
So
happened.
do you have any recollection of when she started looking for those searches of those items?
She may have done it before October 2nd, but I don't know. But I only know that I saw that
Okay.
browsing history that day.
So if-
On November 8th, I saw she was searching for items, October the 2nd, a wedding dress and rings.
And it's
wedding
interesting, I'm sorry. And it's interesting to note that you made the point of emphasizing that the search was done by Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes,
And Chad Daybell didn't have any access to Lori Vallow's account, right?
I have no idea.
Right, and you don't have an idea whether or not Chad Daybell even had knowledge that Lori Vallow was planning to purchase these items, do you?
Say that again, please.
Well, you don't have any specific knowledge that suggests that Chad Daybell was involved in helping her purchase these items, do you?
Actually, I guess not, because it was on Charles's credit card.
Right.
She was
And-
buying new wedding stuff
Right.
on
And-
his credit card.
And there are only two people that had access to Charles's credit information. That would be you, correct?
Yes.
And Lori Vallow, correct?
I don't know who Lori may have shared her financial information with. I have no idea.
Right, but you also don't know that But you do know that she had access to his credit cards because she made these purchases, or at least looked at maybe making these purchases, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
I'm sorry. I got it right here.
So you were asked about Charles potentially changing a life insurance policy back to Lori,
Yes.
but uh, after his death, it was determined that you were the beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity on the Amazon search that you witnessed, you saw that. What day did you see that?
The Amazon search? The
Yes.
Amazon browsing histories?
Yes.
I saw it October 2nd.
Well, okay, is that the date the search was performed?
No, that's yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let me back up here. Yes,
Getting
I
confused.
saw it on November the 8th that on October the 2nd, the browsing history showed malachite wedding rings, beach wedding dress, men's linen clothes or whatever, men's clothes.
All right. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Ms. Woodcock. Thank you for appearing and testifying this morning. You can go ahead and return down to the gallery there if you'd like.
Okay, well,
And Your Honor, just because we're not on a break, may I be excused from the courtroom?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, is the state going to call the next witness at this time?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Angela Yancey.
I'm not sure who Angela Yancey is. We'll figure that out and decide whether to go back to the Karen Reed case, but that's 2 trials down and 1 to go for Kay Woodcock, because of course there's the Arizona trial for Lori Vallow, Lori Daybell, whatever. Yancey is the last name of this person. I believe he said is Andrea Yancey.
All right, now that the witness is sworn, before we begin with examination, I'm going to inquire, because this trial has been live streamed as well as open to the public. Ms. Yancey, have you observed any of this trial since it started?
I have not.
All right, have you talked to anyone about their testimony they've provided at trial?
I have not.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Angela,
Angela, sorry.
Angela, Yancey, Yancey.
And where do you live?
Idaho Falls.
Are you currently working?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work for APG Aftermarket Products Group.
How long have you worked there?
4 years.
Where did you work prior to that?
Sugar Salem School District.
And what did you do for the school district?
I was in the payroll and benefits.
How long did you work in that capacity?
7 years.
Do you recall, were you working that job back in 2019?
I was.
Were you working the job in 2017?
I was.
I want to ask you to draw your attention back to that time frame. Do you remember working with an employee by the name of Tammy Daybell?
I do.
And can you describe for the jury how much interaction, if any, you ever had with Tammy?
I didn't have a whole lot. I was in the district office and she was the librarian at Central Elementary.
Was that typical then where you worked in the district office? Did you not have frequent contact with the district employees?
Correct.
When would they have contact with you? What kinds of things?
Once a year, I would do a benefit meeting to explain the benefits, any changes, anything that they wanted to enroll in. And then I was always available if they had questions throughout the year.
When you mention benefits, what type of benefits are you referring to?
Medical, dental, vision, life insurance, AFLAC type policies.
Do you recall basically what type of life insurance benefits were offered to the school district back then?
Yes, every full-time employee had a group life insurance that the district provided. That was a $50,000 policy. And then they had the option to elect voluntary life insurance.
How did those?
Mr. Wicks, can you just slow down the pace a little bit?
Sure, sorry.
Thank you.
How and when often would they be allowed to elect the additional benefit?
During open enrollment once a year.
And do you happen to recall with Ms. Daybell, do you remember when she actually began employment with the school district?
I believe it was 2017.
And at that time, as a first-year employee, did she have the option to increase her insurance?
She had the option as a new hire to elect the insurance. And if with the life insurance, if they elected the minimum amount of 10,000, that locked them in to increase that anytime during open enrollment.
And do you recall by chance, what did she do to elect insurance when she first began the employment?
She completed an enrollment form and she elected the minimum 10,000. So she submitted the enrollment form and a beneficiary form.
And to be clear, with that elected portion, is that a portion that she as an employee would pay for?
Correct.
And was there any portion of the insurance that the school district would pay for?
The group policy, the $50,000 policy on the employees, the district paid for that.
So is it fair to say by your recollection that the first year she began employment, she had the $50,000 of the group policy?
Correct.
And then she elected 10,000 that same time frame?
Correct.
So at that point, you recall that she had $60,000 worth of insurance?
Correct.
Do you recall in 2018, at the end of her first year, beginning of her second year of employment, did she elect to make any increases then?
She did not.
Would she have had the option to elect to increase at that point?
Yes, she would have.
Do you recall then later at the end of 2018, beginning of the 2019 school year, did she make any elections to increase her insurance?
She did.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer up to the court proposed states exhibits 151, 152, 152A, and 153. I believe they are all stipulated for admission. If you
Okay, I'm going to pause this here and we're going to go back to where we left off on the on Karen Reed, because I'm super interested in what they were about to bring up in this with this evidence, this video, and how the defense wanted this particular officer to testify. So if you recall, the judge abruptly stopped the questioning so that they could review this video evidence, and then they brought, they took a break and then they brought everybody back in.
Video. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Run into the frame rather from screen left?
Yes.
Who's that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. And pause. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the top video. Did you see somebody wearing a bright yellow jacket?
If you could rewind it, I'd look at that area.
Why don't I play it forward?
Okay.
And see if you see that.
Yes.
Pause. And do you recognize that person?
I see a yellow jacket. I can't tell you who it is.
Okay. Based on your memory, have you seen this before, by the way?
No.
Okay. Based on your memory, is that the approximate position that Mr. O'Keefe was in when you or your colleagues made contact with?
Approximately, I'd say a little bit more to the left. That would be my guess.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead, pause it. You see the person enter from screen left into the frame.
It looks like a different person, yes.
That person right there. Looks like a long-haired female?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be my client?
From this angle, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Pause. You see a person wearing yellow right there on the left side of the screen.
If you're telling me that's a person, sure, yes.
No, he's not telling you. So ask the question. If you don't see it, you don't see it. If you do, you do.
I can't tell what that shape is.
Okay. Can you take a look, keep your eyes focused on that and tell me if you see that figure doing anything? Go ahead. Pause it. Okay. Do you recognize that figure now?
I can't
don't see
recognize the
any-
figure, but it looks like an up and down rhythmic motion
Okay.
that would indicate CPR.
Would that be you?
I couldn't tell you. Is the time accurate? Or 6:13?
I'm just asking you what you recognize on the video.
I couldn't tell you if that was myself or not.
Was there somebody else doing CPR?
Multiple people rotate through CPR, so yes.
Who was responsible for doing the chest compressions?
Whoever's closest to that area, we're all trained for that skill.
Okay, I'm asking in this particular case.
Yes.
I know everybody's trained.
Mhm.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were the one doing the chest compressions?
I said I was one of them.
Defense is trying to
Does that
pin
appear
him
be
to
you doing
something.
chest compressions?
It could be, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's go to play. Okay, stop it. Do you see the person basically in the middle of the screen there?
Yes,
Does that appear to be my client? Can you tell?
I can tell.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. You see individuals entering from screen right.
Yes.
Who does that appear to be in the yellow jacket?
That build would have been probably, it could have been firefighter Kelly or it could have been McLaughlin.
Okay, and who's the person trailing the gurney? Right.
I can't tell.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Go ahead and pause it. The person in the hood just obscured that figure. Did you see that figure standing on the other side of the person in the hood?
No.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. The activity that's going on just to the sort of left side of the SUV in the frame, can you describe for the jurors what that activity is?
So that would be lowering the stretcher to get ready to load the patient on.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. And now pause it. Now, this person now appears to be facing the camera. Do you now recognize that person?
I don't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like
Can you focus your attention on that individual in the yellow
they
jacket?
really want them to see something they see.
What does that person seem to be doing?
CPR.
Which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. in the entire length of this video,
Mhm.
do you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Would you say that's probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
Pause it. I want to direct your attention to this person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, my. Well, luckily we can fast forward.
Take a look at the person or the yellow in the middle of the screen. Do you recognize that?
As a fire jacket and build, I would guess it was either firefighter Kelly or.
So we don't want you to guess.
My best estimation would be firefighter McLaughlin.
You just said don't
Firefighter
guess.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to McLaughlin. Pause. Recognize the person
It is, Johnny.
in the yellow jacket to the right.
And it's
of
such
who
a
you
small
described
courtroom.
as Firefighter McLaughlin.
No.
What is that person doing apparently?
With so many people.
My guess would be, I'm sorry,
Not even an estimate. Do you know?
I don't.
Just
Next question.
don't know. Just say you don't know. Yeah, bar side.
At that point, did you join your colleagues in placing Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, did that appear to be you following the gurney in the yellow jacket over to the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the lead firefighter? When I say lead, I mean the one to the right, leading the gurney on the front side of the gurney.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of your colleagues, though.
Yes.
What did you do once you left the frame? Where did you go?
That would have been into the ambulance.
And as you earlier indicated, shut the doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never came back out?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the lower video.
Okay.
And we're just going to let that play for a couple minutes and see if you recognize anything. I'll ask you to pause it in just a second.
The judge and her sighing. Oh my gosh. That's good insight, Johnny. I agree.
I'm going to ask you to look up to the top video. Do you see what appears to be a person wearing yellow to the right?
Yes.
You recognize who that is?
No.
Go ahead and play.
And it's like the judges. Hello, Dr. Sue. It's like the judge is trying to give us a audio illustration of what we're seeing on the camera with her wind noises. Jesus. She's like, and it sounds like this.
Looking at the lower video, do you see what appears to be a vehicle in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an ambulance.
Does that appear to be the ambulance that you arrived in?
Yes.
And that's the ambulance that you took Mr. O'Keefe to?
Yes.
The doors are closed?
Yes.
Are you in the ambulance at this point?
I'm not sure.
Well, if this was, let me just ask it a different way. If this was running continuously.
Yeah.
No pauses. You've already taken Mr. O'Keefe to the ambulance. Would you have gotten in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you're not standing outside the ambulance.
So if you know the answer.
I don't know.
Next question.
You have no idea whether you're in the ambulance or not at this point.
At this point, no.
Okay. Would you have gone anyplace else when you left the frame?
Would have been to
Clearly,
gather equipment, but for certain, I don't know.
defense counsel's trying to
Where would
get
Mr. O'Keefe have
something out of him that he's not getting.
Been in the ambulance.
Irritating.
Again, don't know for certain.
Could have been or was in the ambulance?
At this time, I don't know.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play. Stop. Okay. Taking a look at both screens, you see the group of people, including the individual with the yellow jacket at the bottom screen,
Yes.
that appear to be the same from a different angle, same group of people, including the person with the yellow jacket on the top screen.
Yes.
Who was the person that was directed to get the medical history from my client?
McLaughlin.
You believe that's Miss McLaughlin?
No.
You don't think that's her?
I'd have to rewind to know where she went.
Well, let me ask you a couple of other questions. In the bottom screen, you see a police officer?
Yes.
You see a woman with long hair standing next to the police officer? Yes. That appeared to be my client?
Yes.
There's an individual with a fire jacket on, right?
Yes.
And she was, Miss McLaughlin was directed to get medical history and interview my client, correct?
Yes.
That appear to be what she's doing right there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At this point,
I feel like there aren't enough
where
objections.
do you believe you were now?
I don't remember.
Think you might have been in the ambulance?
He says he doesn't remember.
You testified earlier, and this has been a continuously running video on the top, testified earlier that when you left the screen with that gurney, you got in the ambulance, correct?
We headed that way, yes.
So firefighter Flamati, it's not a trick question. Where did you go when you left the screen?
It would have been
Objection
to either
argumentative.
gather equipment or to put the patient in the ambulance.
Okay, when did what equipment did you need to gather?
It would have been anything that was left by the patient's side, whether it was a first-in bag, airway bag, any other equipment, basically.
You were doing chest compressions.
I didn't state that.
You didn't say that?
I said I did chest compressions at some point. I didn't say I did them continuously throughout the call.
So you just put John O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and went to look for
Objection
some
argumentative. Come on.
Not what I said. So chest compressions were done continually throughout, whether they were done by me or by another provider. I can't tell you specifically.
So when you left the screen and John O'Keefe is on the gurney, you're engaged in vital, life-saving, a vital life-saving endeavor, correct?
Yes,
That had to have been your focus, correct?
that was at the time, yes.
And you wanted to get him out of the cold, the weather,
Yes,
because it was inclement, it was freezing out, correct?
yes,
So you wanted to put him in the ambulance, right? And you wanted to continue CPR because in your words, you testified on direct examination, you believe that there might be some viability left.
yes,
So CPR and life-saving measures were absolutely vital at that point.
yes,
You didn't go find equipment, you got in the ambulance, didn't you?
yes.
So at this point, you're in the ambulance, correct?
At this point, I don't know.
You indicated you never got back out of the ambulance after you got in, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you see any place in that video where you had any sort of detailed conversation with my client?
No.
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
You indicated in a police report during an interview that you had with Yuri Butnik on February 8th. That my client said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You remember having that conversation with Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall the conversation, but I'm trusting that your records are accurate.
Is it true that during that conversation, you indicated to Sergeant Butnik that, quote, Katie spoke with Karen Reed. Katie is Katie who?
McLaughlin.
Katie spoke with Karen Reed, collecting medical history for the victim, and was also told by Karen that the last time she saw the victim was at 1 a.m. that morning. That is when Anthony, who's Anthony?
Would have been myself.
That is when Anthony heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him. Is that what you told Sergeant Buchnick?
I don't recall.
Does it appear that this is the time, firefighter Flamati, that Katie McLaughlin is getting a medical history from my client, or attempting to?
I can't tell from the video. No.
You do know, however, that during this time, you're in an ambulance, probably 30 or 40 feet away, with the doors closed.
I don't know.
Red
You certainly don't see yourself in that frame, do you?
Doesn't appear to be, no.
Good. If we're done with the videos, can we take it down,
Of
please?
course, yes, I think we are finished. Thank you, Your Honor. You were the lead firefighter on that team that night, correct?
Lead paramedic.
Lead paramedic, thank you. You understood, obviously, the gravity of hearing a statement like, I hit him, some sort of an explanation about what may have happened to the victim, correct?
Correct.
That statement could potentially have direct relationship to, or a direct relational impact on how life-saving measures are done by the medical personnel that you turn the victim over to.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
You said you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct? Correct. That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
So documentation for us ends at transfer of patient care. As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
You do?
Yes.
Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody?
In the court setting? No.
Testified in front of a grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a bunch of questions. Yes. During the course of that conversation that was under oath, did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask you, you just left it out, that you told the doctors, the medical professionals, that in fact, you described that this patient was likely hit by a car.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You wrote a report as well, correct?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative.
Yes.
About your observations, your experiences with this patient, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a lead paramedic is to be as detailed as possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident to assist in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at page 3 of 5 of your report.
Yes.
You see that narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, "I hit him"?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to your report, the portion of your report, where you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said, "I hit him"?
Doesn't say that.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
Doesn't say that.
You indicated on direct examination that you were, quote unquote, looking for anything that we could pass on to the emergency room that would assist.
Yes.
I think it might have been an assistance to the emergency room personnel to indicate that you believe this person had been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that that would have been an important piece of information to pass on to the emergency room assistants?
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
Thanks. It would have been important, yes.
And it's nowhere in your reports, correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is, did you tell the police 8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed? And you didn't tell the grand jury that, correct?
No.
And you didn't mention that on direct examination in front of these jurors, did you?
No.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Firefighter Fulmani, you have been asked some questions about the observation you made of Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen being distended. And absent any external observation of injuries, that could be from an internal injury cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you were talking about in which the defendant indicated to you repeatedly that she hit him or I hit him, that occurred on your sort of way to the body, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning back to sort of when you're coming to the scene and arriving at the scene, you've got a call or dispatch in regard to an unresponsive male in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So you know that going there, correct?
Correct.
And where you sort of bring the ambulance to a stop, there are other vehicles already in that area where Mr. O'Keefe is, correct?
Correct.
And it's from that vantage point that you're able to then see Mr. O'Keefe's body off the side of the road about 10 feet or so into the lawn.
Correct.
Now, when it comes to chest compressions, your department, any department, as far as sort of the medical field that you're in, is there any sort of policy or protocol for how long one person should be doing those at a time?
So recommendation is always 2 minutes, but it's usually based on the fatigue of the provider. But really the most important thing is just quality of CPR and making sure that they have the best CPR throughout, regardless of fatigue.
So it's not recommended that one person do continuous chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes, correct?
It's actually recommended not.
And so that would be sort of, when you have that many sort of assets with you on scene, would it be typical for somebody to continue on with chest compressions for that long period of time? Those videos that you were showing up on the screen, have you ever seen either of those videos before?
No.
So you have no idea as far as the times, whether they're accurate, correct?
No clue.
And whether the videos are synchronous, you have no idea about that either, correct?
No.
The conversation in which you heard the defendant say, "I hit him," and the conversation that firefighter McLaughlin had in which the defendant told her, "I hit him," those are two separate conversations, correct?
Correct.
Happened at two different times, two different locations, and you weren't even present for Ms. McLaughlin's statement, correct?
Correct.
You did, when you were interviewed by the trooper and when you testified before the grand jury, you indicated in both instances that the defendant said, to you, I hit him repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions about what you relayed to the hospital staff, that what you're testifying to, that's your memory of what you told the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in that you had said something to the effect of there's a question about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car, correct?
Correct.
And so from your conversations with the defendants and the sort of expounding questions that you would ask for clarification, why was it that you related motor vehicle sort of specifically as a question to the hospital staff?
So it was due to the proximity of the patient to the roadway and the vagueness of the statement. So proximity to the roadway and the fact that she stated, I hit him, the red flag of him being underdressed and not, people don't just lie down in the snow in a blizzard. So how he got there, we're not sure. So we're trying to figure out what happened, but due to the proximity of the roadway, that was our first inclination.
I have nothing further.
All right,
May I, Your Honor?
a couple of questions.
You indicated that it's not recommended that someone do chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes.
Correct.
You saw the video that was on screen. That video was about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Did it appear that the same person that was doing chest compressions at the beginning of the video continued doing chest compressions all the way through?
I don't know.
We just watched the video.
I can't tell you for certain which personnel. We all have yellow coats, so I can't tell you if somebody swapped. I don't know.
Did it appear to you in watching that video that the person that started on the chest compressions on the left side of the screen continued all the way through up to the scoop, up to the gurney, and off screen doing chest compressions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Thanks for being here, Doxy. Sleep well.
You indicated that when you heard this phrase, I hit him, that your response was, did you hit him with your hand, right?
Yes.
Did you kick him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
Yes.
That's what you previously testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in that conversation, did you ever suggest, did you hit him with your car?
I don't recall if I asked her specifically about that.
So now you don't recall about that either.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And for the first time in any forum, you're telling this jury that you then thought, based on that conversation that was attendant to the video that we just watched, you believed that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car and that she said she did it.
I did not say that. So what, am I allowed to respond?
Yes.
Yep. So I left it open-ended to the staff of the hospital that these are both possibilities of what happened to the patient.
And of course, if you had said that to the staff of the hospital would certainly put it in some of the medical reports, correct?
They don't have to. It's really up to them.
And you're aware that none of those have that statement.
I'm not aware.
All set? All right, you are all set, firefighter Flamati, or paramedic Flamati. Thank you. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Matthew Kelly.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Sure.
I think is right there.
I'm going to mute while I fast forward. So to me, it's not the paramedic's job to make sure that information like that is passed. However, it's like not his job to make sure that, he's not supposed to investigate what happened on the scene. But if he knows, it seems like it's important information to pass on, right? So I'm torn on all of that. But it also feels very particular for I don't know. I'm very torn on that whole testimony to be honest with you.
Kelly.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Canton Fire.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with Canton Fire?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other employment did you have within that sort of field?
I worked for a private ambulance, Brewster Ambulance Service for approximately 5 months.
And sort of geographically, where was that located?
Boston area.
Now, prior to you working as an EMT or a paramedic, you worked as an EMT before working as a paramedic?
Correct.
Okay. And so prior to working as either an EMT or a paramedic, did you have any sort of training or did you receive any sort of certification in regard to being an EMT paramedic?
Yeah, so I had to do a 6-month EMT course, and then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and then for the state to get my EMT. And then for a paramedic school, it was about a 10 to 12 month didactic portion. And then I did I believe it was 200 hours clinical in the hospitals. And then I did 300 hours ride time. And then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and also for the state. And now with Canton Fire, I'm getting precepted as a paramedic.
And when you use that term as far as precepted, what exactly does that term mean within your?
It just means that you get trained by an experienced paramedic for an extended period of time until they say that you can do the job on your own.
And with regard to being a EMT and a paramedic, you receive a certification in regard to working within that field?
Can you say that again?
With regard to being an EMT and a paramedic, to receive some sort of certification, either from the state or some other body in regard to working in that field?
Yes.
And do you have certification in regard to both?
Yes.
And is that certification up to date at this point?
Yes, it is.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, the evening of that into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that day?
24-hour shift on the ambulance.
And which station house were you assigned to on that day?
Station 1.
And that's located where within the town of Canton?
99 Revere Street.
And you were assigned to the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the ambulance along with?
Paramedic Anthony Fulmati.
And on that morning of January 29th, do you recall about what time that you woke up on that day?
I believe it was about 4:45 a.m.
When you woke up, what, if anything, is it that you did with regard to your duties and responsibilities around fire station house 1?
So we woke up a little bit early to shovel off the apron, shovel off the parking lot, and just prepare for the new shift coming in.
And just briefly, sir, so when you go outside to shovel, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the weather conditions and what they were at that point?
There was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility, still dark out.
And do you recall being dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m.?
Yes, I do.
And what was that call or what was that dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched?
It was unresponsive male in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that area of Fairview Road, through your work with the Canton Fire Department, are you familiar with that specific area?
Yes.
And you respond in the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, goes along in the ambulance with you?
Fulmati was in the passenger seat, and then paramedic Tim Nuttall was in the back.
And who was driving?
I was driving.
And in addition to the ambulance, ambulance 1 that you were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus responded from your station to Fairview Road?
We also had an engine and our shift commander SUV.
If you recall, who was the shift commander in the SUV?
Shift commander was Captain Wendell Robery at the time.
And Captain Robery is now the chief of the Canton Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the engine was concerned, who, if anyone, was assigned to the engine and responded to the call as well?
It was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury firefighter, paramedic Katie McLaughlin, and firefighter, paramedic Frank Walsh.
And as you're driving from the station house to Fairview, what, if anything, do you recall about the weather conditions, visibility, anything like that along the way?
Just heavy snow and wind, real low visibility, good amount of snow on the ground. So I was just trying to take it slow so we didn't spin out or drift or anything like that.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took from the station on Revere Street to Fairview Road that morning?
Yep, we took a right onto Revere Street, left onto Sherman Street, right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
And as you're driving down Fairview, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about sort of the elevation of that roadway as you go from Chapman down to where you stopped?
It was a pretty steep, long road downhill. It was probably downhill for half of the way through Fairview. And because of that, I was just trying to go real slow so we didn't drift downhill.
And one last question about driving, but as you're driving along, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as sort of other vehicular traffic on the roadway, any other cars, trucks, anything like that?
Nothing until I saw the police cruiser at the scene.
And so as you're approaching the scene and you're driving towards it, what, if anything, sort of first draws your attention to where you're going and where you stop?
So it was just real low visibility, but we could see blue lights at the time. So just kept going towards the blue lights and knew that it would be in that area.
Now, where do you stop in relation to the cruiser?
I believe they were facing towards us, so we would be in front of them.
And at some point, you're being dispatched for an unresponsive male part, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're pulling up to the scene, you see the cruiser, are you able to also see any sort of unresponsive male party?
Not when I'm in the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see.
And when was it and how far away from it were you at the first time that you observed the unresponsive male?
Once I got out of the truck, I was probably had to be about like 5 feet away until I could see the victim.
And at this time when you're arriving, sometime shortly after 6 a.m., is it light out, dark out, or something?
It's dark.
And just so we can stop saying unresponsive male, at some point you identified who the patient was that you eventually treated and transported. Okay, and who did you identify?
Mr. O'Keefe.
The John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get out of the vehicle. You all get out at the same time, is that correct?
Relatively, yeah.
And where is it that you, firefighter Kamadi and firefighter Nuttall, go?
So we first go to pick up some of the bags and stuff that we would need to conduct a arrest, and then we just go straight over to the body and some people that were around there.
And with regard to the bags that you retrieved, what kind of bags are we talking?
We'd take like a first in bag that has miscellaneous stuff. We'd take an airway bag, and we would take a cardiac monitor.
And when you indicate as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone else, or what, if any other people were in that same area?
Can you say that one more time?
When you first go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, or how many other people are in that general area? When you
Sure. I remember seeing a police officer and 2 women.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, first of all, how was he positioned in relation to the ground?
He was on his back, probably about around a fire hydrant, probably about 5 or so feet from what I saw would be the street.
So you believe about 5 or so feet in from the road, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first come over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as snow on him or around him or in the area where he was?
I don't really recall.
Do you recall how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when you first get over there?
I believe he was wearing a hoodie, like a sweatshirt and jeans, and remember he had one shoe on, but forget which shoe it was.
You don't recall which shoe it was, but there was one shoe on his foot at that point.
Correct.
And when you first arrive at this patient, at Mr. O'Keefe, what is it that you and the other firefighters are doing in regard to treatment at that point?
So the other firefighters were checking for a pulse. And then after that, while I was getting some of the supplies, and then we would start compressions and start moving them into the ambulance so we could get a better look at them and what we were doing.
When you say start compressions, what kind of compressions are you referring to?
CPR.
Chest compressions, is that
Yes.
correct? And based on your training experience, is there some sort of protocol as to how long one individual should be doing chest compressions?
So we want early and continuous chest compressions for as long as the person is pulseless. We will take breaks in order to check for a pulse and check for any rhythm changes.
And so when breaks are taken, is that one person that's doing those same compressions the entire time, or is it switched off or something else?
We try to switch off every few minutes.
Now, when you first approach where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, sort of injuries, if at all, did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
On the ground, I didn't observe any injuries or recall seeing any injuries at the time. It wasn't until got him in the ambulance that I saw some injuries.
And so from that sort of initial assessment and initial sort of treatment of the patients, what exactly does that sort of assessment and treatment consist of when Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground?
Basically just checking for breathing and if he has a pulse. It was pretty dark and very low visibility, so we wanted to get him out of the conditions and into the ambulance to kind of further assess him.
And from your sort of initial assessment, did he have a pulse and was he breathing?
No.
And so want to get him out of the conditions, and how was that accomplished?
I believe we used a scoop board or a scoop stretcher. It's just a backboard that breaks into two pieces. They can slide underneath the victim or the patient. We used that, and then we had picked him up and put him onto our actual EMS stretcher, and then just put the stretcher into the ambulance.
And where was the stretcher sort of placed in regard to where, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was 5 feet off the road?
I don't recall.
Now, once you get to the ambulance, what, if any, difference did you notice between sort of the lighting in the ambulance versus the lighting outside on the lawn?
So there was very low visibility outside. There was great visibility inside with lighting all around the back of the ambulance.
And so once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe or note at that point in regard to any injuries you observed from Mr. O'Keefe?
He had like a swollen black and blue right eye, and he had some blood around his mouth.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, during treatment, you're touching or making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that, what, if any, observations or what, if anything, did you note in regard to sort of tactile observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was very cold to touch, very stiff, almost frozen-like. Yeah.
Now, at some point during the course of your treatment in the back of the ambulance, are his clothes removed?
Yes.
And is that, why is that?
It's just so we can try to examine his full body for any other injuries.
And there's some concern for cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your understanding based on your training experience is as what is cardiac arrest?
Sure. It would be when a person has a lethal cardiac rhythm where they no longer have a pulse.
Now, once the clothes, as far as being removed, how are they physically, how are they removed?
I believe they were probably cut off with trauma shears.
And once the clothes are removed with trauma shears, what, if any, additional observations did you make of injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's body?
There was some lacerations on his right upper extremity.
Now, the chest compressions that you were talking about, was that continuous sort of throughout the patient care with respect to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And in addition to that, what, if anything, was done with respect to body temperature for Mr. O'Keefe once in the back of the neck?
So we did some rewarming. So we did heat blankets and warm fluids.
And as the chest compressions continue in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's nose or mouth?
I remember that there was some blood or vomit or bile coming out of his mouth.
Now, turning your attention to back outside of the ambulance, taking you back there for a moment. You indicated in your testimony that when you arrived there, you observed two females in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe anything as far as what they look like or anything about those two females that you saw?
I just remember they were white, looked to be between 35 and 45 years old, I would say, and average build and height.
What, if any, sort of distinguishing characteristics did you observe between one or the other?
I remember one had some red stuff around her mouth. I was thinking it could be blood.
And that individual that you observed with red stuff that you thought could be blood around her mouth, what, if any, observations did you make of her as far as her demeanor or anything like that?
She was just acting kind of erratic and kind of running around screaming different things.
And as far as the different things that she was screaming, what, if anything, do you recall specifically hearing her screaming when she was running around?
It was just something like, "He's dead. He's fucking dead."
Was that something that she said once or more than once or something?
At least twice.
As far as that sort of phraseology, was that consistent throughout?
I would say so, yes.
Now, when you enter the ambulance, does the patient care continue, obviously, with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And if you recall, who was sort of involved in that patient care in the back of the ambulance?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Woodbury, Walsh, and McLaughlin came in a little bit later. I'm not sure if she did any patient care or not.
So the majority of the people from your department that responded to the scene at one point or another were involved in patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
Now, you drove the ambulance to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And so for the transport from Fairview, what hospital did you go to?
Good Samaritan.
So for the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, who drove the ambulance then?
McLaughlin.
And so firefighter McLaughlin's driving. Where are you located within the ambulance?
I was in the back with Nuttall and Flamati.
Do you recall sort of specifically what, if anything, you were doing with regard to patient care during the transport phase?
So I was just helping them transport phase. I was doing compressions before, but we had switched them over to a automatic compression device. So I was just involved in helping ventilate and suction.
And was there who, if anyone else in the back of the ambulance was also sort of working on the airway portion, do you recall?
You too, hippie.
We've Nuttall and I forget who else.
Now, during the course of transport from scene when you arrived to Good Samaritan, what, if any, change did you note in reference to Mr. O'Keefe as far as heart activity, respiratory, anything of like?
No changes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 9, please. Firefighter Kelly, I'm just directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The location of the scene.
For the house that you responded to on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also have exhibit number 18. And again, sir, just directing your attention to the screen, do you recognize the photograph that's up on the screen?
Yes.
What's depicted in that photograph?
The location of the scene again.
Sort of a different view of the same home, is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
This is the laser pointer, basically there's a button there, just press on that.
Okay.
Firefighter Kelly, with using that laser pointer that you have now before you, if you could, please direct the jury's attention on the screen to whereabouts you located Mr. O'Keefe in that supine position when you first arrived.
It was about this area right here.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further to this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, may we approach for a minute?
Okay. Jurors, remember, you can stand up and stretch anytime you go to sleep.
We're going to fast forward a bit.
Never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never had a conversation
Correct.
in or out of court.
Correct.
Now, with regard to the clothing that John O'Keefe was wearing when you came upon him, I believe you remembered that he had on a pair of jeans.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And you remembered that he had a hoodie sweatshirt.
Yes.
And what also stuck out in your mind is that he had only one shoe on, correct?
Correct.
From your memory, you're not sure if it was the left or the right shoe, but it was one of those, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see another shoe or the matching shoe in the area anywhere around where he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And to your memory, you never saw that other shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the removal of the clothing, I believe you testified before this jury on direct examination that trauma shears would have been used. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do those look like? How big are they? And if you could describe them.
They're about this big, so say 6 inches, and they have usually like a plastic or metal handle, and then just kind of 2 curved blades that are used to cut.
And are they essentially a large pair of scissors?
Yes.
And are they sharp in terms of the blades?
Yes.
And they need to be somewhat heavy duty because you don't know what type of clothing you're going to have to cut through, correct?
Correct.
Where was it that the trauma shears were used in order to start to remove John O'Keefe's clothing that morning?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was before he was put into the ambulance, during the ambulance ride, or after he was at the hospital?
I believe it would, I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And you wouldn't have waited until you got to the hospital because there was a reason why you were taking the clothes off, correct?
Correct.
And what was that reason?
To look for any other injuries that the patient might have.
And that was a priority as you were treating him, correct?
Correct.
You don't think that you cut off his clothes before you put him in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think that, and when I say you, I mean your team.
Right.
You don't think your team cut off the clothes after he was out of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it was sometime during the ride.
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that actually used the trauma shears along that ride?
No.
Do you recall at what point during the ride, would it have been sort of the beginning of the ride, or would it have been toward the end?
Toward the beginning.
Now, with regard to the clothing that was cut, do you recall if it was the sweatshirt, the jeans, or both?
I don't recall.
Do you think, or is your memory that the hoodie sweatshirt was left on him without being cut?
I don't recall.
Where did that clothing go after it was cut by the trauma shears during that ride?
Some of it would stay right on the stretcher, but I don't recall on all of it.
Okay. And some of it could have been on the floor of the ambulance as well?
Potentially.
And then once the ambulance arrives at the hospital, what is the protocol regarding the clothing that had been cut?
It gets transferred over to the RN in charge of the patient and usually stays in their room. Usually they'll put it in some sort of bag.
Okay. And is the clothing put in the bag? Does somebody meet you out at the ambulance in order to collect the clothing, or do you bring the clothing into the hospital in order to transfer it to an RN?
We bring it in.
And do you recall who it was that brought in that clothing?
No.
Who was with you at that time going into the hospital from the ambulance?
Nuttall and Flamati.
So it had to be one of the three of you that delivered that clothing to an RN, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if all the clothing was delivered to an RN or if some stayed in the ambulance?
I don't recall.
And once you give the clothing to the RN, do you see where she takes it?
I don't recall.
Did you go into the treatment room wherever John O'Keefe was brought once he was at the hospital?
Yes.
And you had previously testified that you believed the clothing would have been brought in with him, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a memory of seeing that clothing within that treatment room at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing the clothing on the floor?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now let's get back to when you first arrived on scene. And actually, but before I get to that, I did want to ask you a couple of questions about where you were at in terms of your career on January 28th, 29th. You were a fairly new firefighter?
Correct.
And you were conscious, you had been trained not long before January 29th, right? It was within several months?
2 months, yeah.
Oh, within 2 months, okay. And your priority as a new firefighter was to follow your training, correct?
Correct.
It was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
You wanted to do things the right way, correct?
Correct.
And particularly at the beginning of your career, you don't want to develop any bad habits, correct?
Correct.
And you were following protocol once you got to the scene as best you could, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified on direct examination that when the ambulance got to 34 Fairview, as soon as it was parked, you and Anthony Flamati went straight to the body, correct?
I don't recall saying that. I wasn't sure who went straight to the body. I said some of us got some supplies.
Okay. I thought your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your testimony was that you may have gotten some supplies, but then you and Flamati went straight to the body.
Yes, so we did, me and Nuttall.
Got supplies?
Me and Nuttall went to the body.
All right, where was?
But we didn't go straight there. We got supplies first and then went to the body. Or I got supplies first and then went to the body.
Okay. How long did it take you to get supplies?
Probably within a minute, I would say.
Okay. And where was Flamati when you were getting supplies?
I don't recall.
Once you got to the body, who assisted you with regard to treating John O'Keefe?
I believe it would be the people who were on scene with me.
Who would that have been?
Flamati, Nuttall, Walsh, McLaughlin, Woodbury, and Robery.
Okay. So is it your testimony that your memory is that 5, 6, however many people were there with you, all were hovered over John O'Keefe doing treatment on him?
Not treatment, but getting supplies, getting the stretcher. We're all working together, but we weren't all involved in the treatment portion.
Sure. And the treatment was essentially CPR, correct?
Correct.
Chest compressions?
Yes.
And dealing with his airway as well?
Correct.
Which of your coworkers and/or you were directly involved with the CPR, the chest compressions, and the airway issues?
I recall that I was doing compressions and helping suction and ventilate in the ambulance, but I do not recall who else was partaking in that.
Okay. So let's talk about when John O'Keefe was put on the scoop stretcher and then ultimately taken to the ambulance. Who was with you when that was occurring?
So it would have been me, Nuttall, Flamati, and Robery, I believe, were trying to get him on the scoop. And then I believe the engine guys were trying to get the stretcher.
Who are the engine guys?
That would be Walsh. It must have been Walsh, Woodbury, and McLaughlin, but I don't recall who exactly was getting it.
All right, so your memory is that yourself, Nuttall, and Flamati were loading John O'Keefe onto the scoop?
I believe so, yeah.
And then from the scoop, he's put on a stretcher?
Correct.
And then who would it have been that wheeled the stretcher to the ambulance?
I don't recall who it was.
You?
I don't recall.
So you have no memory of who would have taken John O'Keefe on that stretcher into the back of the ambulance?
I don't recall who actually did it, but it would just be whoever's in the best location at the time to move the stretcher.
All right. Do you have a memory of John O'Keefe going into the back of the ambulance?
Not a clear memory, no.
Who went into the ambulance with him?
Me, Nuttall, Flamati, Walsh, Woodbury.
Okay. And by the way, once he's on the scoop and then put on the stretcher, the priority is to get him into that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason for that is he was cold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your priority was you wanted to warm him up, correct?
Correct.
And the best place to do that would have been the inside of that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't that he was put on the stretcher and then there was some detour in terms of where he was taken. You made or whoever took him, made a beeline for the back of that ambulance in order to get him warm, correct?
Correct.
And once he's in the ambulance, the priority at that point would be to close the doors of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Because if you leave the doors open, there's a blizzard outside, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's go ahead, Ms. Giannetti. Keep moving forward, please.
And so the doors were closed to the ambulance, correct?
At some point, yes.
All right. And inside the doors of that ambulance, as you testified, was at least, not naming everybody, but at least you and Nuttall and Flamati, correct?
Correct.
And once those doors were closed to the ambulance, none of you left the ambulance, correct?
None of us, meaning?
You, I'm talking specifically about you and Nuttall and Flamati.
I don't believe so.
No. You would have remained in the ambulance all the way to the hospital in that's the point in which the doors will be open, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the scene that you came upon in terms of the people who were there when you arrived, sir. You had previously testified that you saw, I believe you testified that you saw 2 women and a law enforcement officer already on scene, correct?
Correct.
One of those women appeared to have blood around her mouth, correct?
Correct.
It was something red, but you assumed that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that led you to also believe that she had rendered or tried to render CPR, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you thought?
Yes.
Okay.
And while you were on scene, it was the woman who had the blood around her mouth who appeared to be most upset, correct?
Correct.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught,
Yes.
hysterical,
Yes.
frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say, he's dead, he's fucking dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that, correct?
Correct.
It was very easy for you to discern that her words were, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And she repeated it more than once, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you have been extremely consistent in terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first time by Mr. Lally or me in court today. There have been other occasions where people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date, but you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, let me rephrase that. You don't recall changing her words at all. You recall, you've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see
Okay. Mr. Lally was asking the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that what the woman with the blood on her mouth said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified to that today.
Yes, sir.
You've never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because
We get
the truth
it.
does not change, correct?
Correct.
All right. At this point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion of a video, which I would offer as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll watch it and then you
Thank
can
you
offer
very
it.
much.
With no narration, right?
Never. And before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could listen as best you can. Sure.
Tacos.
Do you have foot problem? Did you run? Did you run? Huh?
would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear.
Okay.
I heard about, does he do drugs? I couldn't really hear the background.
I made a moment.
Okay.
Isn't that narration? I think
Okay.
it is Harlot. I think that is Karen's SUV.
Queued up. I would direct your attention more toward the beginning of that 15 seconds. As there are things that happen, I think, that you heard at the end, but you tell us if you can hear or what you can hear.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the tail light.
Does he have drug problems? Does he do what? Does he do drugs? Huh?
That's enough. What did you hear?
I heard someone say fucking dead.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just briefly on.
Mr. Kelly, from that video that was just up on the screen, you indicated that when you got to the scene, you saw the cruiser and parked sort of behind the cruiser, correct?
Around the cruiser, yeah.
So from that video, you didn't see the ambulance that you were driving anywhere in there, correct?
Correct.
You have no idea whether or not you were even on scene at that time that any of those statements that were made in that video were made, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as patient care was concerned, were sort of all of you, being yourself, firefighter Flamati, firefighter Nuttall, firefighter McLaughlin, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Woodbury, were you all together all the time, or were you doing separate things in separate places during the course of your time on scene?
Separate things in separate places, yeah.
So fair to say that everything that you heard may not be everything that someone else that was there from your department that day heard, correct?
Correct.
There you go.
Conversely, something that someone else heard may not be necessarily something that you were in a position to hear that day, correct?
Correct.
There you go.
You also asked some questions about sort of using the shears and cutting off Mr. O'Keefe's clothing during the ride. Is it your testimony that that was in the back of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Was that during the transport, or was that prior? Would you be utilizing shears on a patient, cutting off clothing while the ambulance is in transit?
No.
So if it was in the back of the ambulance, that would have been prior to the ambulance leaving the scene and going to Good Samaritan, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Your Honor, the only thing I would offer is the video that I played. I have
All
it.
right, so we will do that.
Thank
So,
you.
Mr. Clerk, it's already been pre-marked, right? Do you not have it, Nancy?
Pre-marked.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. It has not been pre-marked.
I'm seeing the same thing, Johnny.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're all set. sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Francis Walsh to the stand.
Okay.
Francis Wall. There's a lot of exasperated sighing from all parties.
The court and jury in the case down here ensure the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, Walsh.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with the Canton Fire Department?
Just shy of 10 years.
And you indicated that you have the rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been a lieutenant with Canton?
Since September of last year.
Looks pretty much the same to me, Naughty.
With regard to You have certifications both as an EMT and a paramedic, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to those certifications, when was it first that you sort of received those?
I received my paramedic certification in June of 2014. That's when I was officially certified.
And is that something that you've been subject to sort of continuing educational components and recertification since then?
Yes, yeah, every 2 years we have to recertify and take continuing education classes.
And is your certification up to speed at this point?
Yeah, it's current. I just recertified last month, actually.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And were you working that day with the fire department?
I was.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion?
24-hour shift, which is standard.
And is that 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
That's correct.
So that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th?
That's correct.
And so where were you assigned to on that particular day?
I was assigned to headquarters, which is on 99 Revere Street, and my position was engine driver.
So fair to say people within your department get different sort of assignments on different apparatus based on the different shift that they're working.
That's correct.
And your assignment that day was the driver of the engine?
Correct, yes, engine 3.
Now, beyond sort of your assignment as the engine driver on that particular shift, what, if any, sort of specialized assignment do you have, or did you have at that time in regard to snow removal?
Yeah, so on that particular shift, I was also the snowplow driver. We have an in-house truck and a snowplow for the fire department, and that was my responsibility on that shift.
How many
Thank
people
you,
within
my
your
dear
department have that sort
Stacy.
of responsibility when it comes to
It kind of depends group to group. So some working groups will just kind of rotate and have a different person do it each time. At that time, the group that I was on, I kind of had the most experience plowing, so I was always the go-to person to be in the plow truck when it snowed.
And so with respect to that duty, about what time did you sort of get up on that morning of the 29th?
I believe it was around 4 a.m.
And why was it that you got up at that time?
It was snowing pretty heavily. I mean, we knew the forecast called for a lot of snow. So I got up early and hopped in the plow truck.
And so, and just briefly, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as the weather conditions when you were out in the plow truck?
It was very windy. Yeah, just windy and really heavy snow.
Now, at some point, shortly after 6 a.m., does your department get dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where was the dispatch to, and what was it in regard to?
So I didn't hear the actual dispatch because I was in the plow truck. I was in the rear headquarters in the plow truck. But my Captain Robery, came out and told me that we had a call for 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male party. And he told me, to hop in the engine and head to that call.
And when you hop in the engine, who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the same engine as you on that day?
So I had Lieutenant Woodbury to my right in the passenger seat and Firefighter McLaughlin in the rear.
And beyond the engine that you were driving, what, if any, sort of other apparatus from your department was dispatched to the call that day as well?
So that would have been Ambulance 1. And then also Car 5 went as well. That's kind of like an optional thing, but with a call of that severity, the captain will go as well.
And who was in Car 5 on that day?
Captain Robery.
And you drove the engine, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the road conditions, visibility, things of that like, en route from the station to Fairview Road.
Yeah, so it was really, really poor driving conditions and visibility. I can't recall ever driving to a call of that nature and that severity that slowly. The visibility was so poor that we were just driving extremely slow.
Okay. And from, if you could describe to the jury sort of the route of travel that you took from Station 1 to Fairview Road.
Sure. So out of Station 1, take a right onto Revere Street, and then a left onto Sherman Street, a right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
Now, if you recall, what was sort of the order? You're all sort of dispatching, you're all sort of responding around the same time, being car 5, the ambulance, and the engine, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, what was sort of the order of the vehicles in response?
So engine 3, we were the last vehicle for the fire department to arrive on scene. So when we arrived on scene, ambulance 1 and car 5 were already on scene.
And if I could ask, just sort of as you're turning onto Fairview Road and you travel down, what, if anything, do you know about sort of the elevation of the roadway as you're driving down to it?
It's a downhill grade. Yeah, it gets a little bit steep at one point.
And the residence that you eventually stopped at or responded to, where was that in location in reference to when you first turn on to Fairview, about how far down is the residence that you eventually go?
Pretty far down. I believe it's one of the last houses on Fairview.
And the residence that we're talking about is, from your perspective, when you're driving down there, is that on your left or right or something else?
Left.
And as you're approaching the scene, what is it sort of that you see before you? As you know, how do you know where to stop and where you're going?
Yeah, so I mean, we, like I said, visibility was really poor, but there was ambulance 1, car 5, at least a couple of police cruisers on scene before us. So it's kind of hard to miss that. So that's how we knew where to stop.
Now, in regard to you're responding to an unresponsive male, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, at some point you were able to identify, or you were told what the identity was of that unresponsive male patient, correct?
That's correct.
And what was his name?
John O'Keefe.
And so with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as you're approaching the scene, when was the first time that you were able to sort of see where Mr. O'Keefe was on scene when you arrived?
It wasn't until a little bit after we actually arrived on scene that I could see the patient, because as we pulled up, the ambulance was blocking our line of sight to where the patient was. So I couldn't see him right away.
And what was sort of the I know you talked about visibility, but as far as, had the sun come up yet?
No, it was pitch black.
And so when you arrive on scene, what is it that you and sort of the other people on your engine are doing in relation to patient treatment?
So at that point, I got out of the engine and I started walking towards where the ambulance crew was. But at that point, firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance to get the stretcher out. So I went directly to that to give her a hand with that. And we proceeded to bring that around the front of the ambulance where firefighter Nuttall, Flamati, and Kelly, and I believe Captain Robery were working on the patient.
Now, in reference to where patient Mr. O'Keefe was, where was he? Could you see sort of how in reference to the ground?
I could see the other firefighters and captain that I just mentioned had just put him on the backboard at the first time that I saw him. I'd say that was like roughly 10 feet in from the road.
And to that point, how were you able to say that it was approximately 10 feet in from the road?
Just an estimate.
Let me ask you, as far as the stretcher was concerned that you and firefighter McLaughlin retrieved, where did you place that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was when you first arrived over?
So we placed that. We decided to leave it on the street and get it as close to the grass or snow as possible.
Okay, guys, I hate to cut this off, but it's a little more interesting. Yes, actually, Solo, I just noticed. Yeah, I was just looking at that. We're going over to Daybell because actually they have other Daybells going on the stand. And that is more interesting. So, actually, I just pulled up Sheila Daybell, and then they're doing Heather Daybell.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Microphone.
Thank you.
All right, before the witness testifies here, I am going to inquire because this trial has been, is the exclusionary order in effect for this witness?
And Your Honor, I believe that because she's the mother-in-law of one of the victims, that it doesn't apply to her. It's also our understanding that she did observe some of the trial on video, but my understanding is that because she's the mother-in-law of Tammy Daybell, that that's okay and that she's able to view that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm not going to inquire then as it relates to the court's exclusionary order. So Ms. Beatty, you may go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
Okay, Sheila Daybell, Daybell.
And do you prefer for me to call you Sheila or Mrs. Daybell?
Sheila's fine.
Okay, thank you. Sheila, are you married?
Yes.
Who's your husband?
Jack Daybell.
And do you and Jack Daybell have children together?
Yes.
Who are those children?
Chad, Paul, Matt, Brad, Becky.
And is Chad here in the courtroom today sitting over there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know an individual named Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And who was Tammy Daybell?
She's my daughter-in-law.
Did Tammy Daybell pass away in 2009?
Yes. 19.
In 2019, thank you. Do you recall the last time that you saw Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
When was that?
October 13th of 2019.
Where were you when you saw Tammy?
At her home.
And where is her home located?
In Sugar City, Idaho.
Okay. And where do you and Jack live?
Springville, Utah.
So you and Jack traveled to Idaho to see
Yes.
Tammy and Chad. What was the occasion?
Baby blessing.
And when you saw Tammy on October 13th of 2019, how did her health seem to you?
She was fine.
Okay. And did you receive a call from Chad Daybell on October 19th of 2019?
Yes.
What did Chad tell you in that phone call?
That Tammy had passed away.
What did you do when you got that phone call?
We immediately went to Idaho.
Did you go to Chad and Tammy's house?
Yes,
Did you see Chad there?
I did.
How would you describe his demeanor?
Upset.
Were Chad's children there as well?
Yes,
How would you describe their demeanor?
upset.
And did you attend a memorial service for Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And where was that?
in Springville, Utah.
At some time, did you learn that Chad Daybell had moved out of the residence that he had shared with Tammy?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately when you learned that?
I don't remember a certain date.
Okay. Could you estimate approximately how many weeks after Tammy's death that happened?
Oh, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Were you surprised to find out that Chad had moved out of the residence?
Yeah,
I want to talk to you specifically about the middle of November of 2019. Did you and Jack travel to Idaho?
we did.
Did you meet with Chad at a Texas Roadhouse in
Yes,
Idaho Falls?
yes.
Was it dinner time, lunchtime?
Dinner time.
Okay. Now you and Jack met Chad at the Texas Roadhouse. Was somebody else there?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lori Fallow.
Had you ever met Lori Vallow before?
No.
During that dinner, did Chad tell you and Jack anything about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
I don't think he did as much as Lori did.
Okay. What did Lori tell you?
Well, she just, we noticed that they had these rings on, and my husband said, "Are you engaged?" And they said, "No, we're married."
Were you surprised?
Yeah.
Did they tell you when they had gotten married?
No.
Now, on November 13th of 2019, this was approximately a month after Tammy's death.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you were surprised?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. Did Chad or Lori tell you anything about whether or not Lori had been married before?
Chad didn't.
Did Lori?
Yes.
What did Lori tell you?
Oh, that she'd been married before?
Yes.
Well, she just said that her husband had recently died.
Did she say how he had died?
Heart attack.
When Lori said that her husband had died of a heart attack, what did Chad say, if anything?
I don't remember any specific mention.
Okay. And did Lori or Chad say anything about whether or not Lori had children?
She said she had a daughter that had died.
Do you remember how old that daughter was?
She didn't say a date.
Did she say anything about whether or not she had a young son?
No.
When Lori said that her daughter died, did Chad say anything that you recall?
I can't. No, I don't think.
At the end of that dinner, did you believe that Lori had a daughter who had died?
Yes.
Okay. Did Lori or Chad say anything about their financial situation during that dinner?
Nothing specific.
Did they make any reference to any money that they'd come into?
Nothing specific.
Did they reference their financial situation at all?
Just that they were okay.
Okay. Where were they living at the time?
You know, I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what state they were living in at the time?
Wow.
At that dinner, I didn't know. I thought Idaho maybe.
Okay.
Wow.
And at some point, did you learn that they had moved to Hawaii?
Yes.
And after you learned, well, actually, I should ask you this. Do you remember approximately when you learned that they had moved to Hawaii?
Mm. Sometime after that. I
Okay.
don't know when exactly.
Within a few weeks or months of dinner?
Few weeks.
Few weeks. Did you talk on the phone with them from time to time while they were living in Hawaii?
Yes.
Did they ever mention Lori having children there with them?
No.
Okay. And I have no further questions for this witness.
My
All right,
God.
thank you.
My God.
Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
That's insane. I'm married to this new woman days after my wife of 30 years suddenly dies. I've moved out of
Good morning, Ms. Daybell.
house. She doesn't talk about having kids.
Prosecuting attorney asked you about your children. Obviously, you have a son, Chad. Is that right?
Yes.
And who are the other children?
Paul and Matt.
Okay, let's go slowly though. And Paul is married to an Emily, if I remember right. Is that right?
Yes.
And then who's the next one?
Matt.
And Matt's here today, right?
Yes.
Wearing a green shirt. Okay, and who is Matt married to?
Heather.
Okay. And going back to Emily, do you have a good relationship with Emily?
Very good.
Very close. How would you describe your?
Honor, I'm going to object based on relevance. I don't understand the relevance of
Relevant.
Mrs. Daybell's relationship to Emily.
I don't see any relevance here either, Mr. Pryor. Is there relevance?
Right.
Judge, in regards to Emily, it's a source of information that she received about some of her testimony. So that's where I guess I could stop with Emily at this point and then present the relevance on the other witnesses as I go forward. But I'd like to start with Emily.
Okay, well, I'll sustain that then, this
Okay. And in regards to Emily, at the time of this case, you were contacted by law enforcement and asked some questions, I think, of Lieutenant Ball. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And prior to that, you received or had some discussion with Emily about the case and some facts about children. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. And it was Emily who provided you the information about Lori Vallow having a daughter. Is that correct?
well, I had talked to Lori at that dinner, and she had said that a
Okay.
daughter.
But did the interview with, and the interview with Lieutenant Ball occurred in December. That's correct. And when you met with Lori, she discussed with you the idea that, or told you that she had a daughter. Is that correct?
Yes,
And she told you that daughter was deceased.
yes,
Okay. And when you interviewed by Lieutenant Ron Ball, you confirmed that that's the information that you obtained. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, you made a comment that it was Lori who was telling you this information. Is that accurate?
yes,
And it wasn't Chad who was providing you any of this information, correct?
no,
Now, I know you know your son Chad, right? Because you gave birth to him, right?
right,
He lived with you in the same Springville area up until 2015.
yes,
Okay. And ironically enough, Tammy's family's from Springville as well, correct?
yes,
So both Tammy and Chad were both from that area. And then they migrated to Idaho in 2015, correct?
yes.
Okay. And how would you describe Lori Vallow's personality and the manner in which she spoke with you?
Very friendly,
Okay.
very upbeat.
Persuasive?
Yeah,
Would you say that when you talk to her, she could be very charming and convincing?
yes,
Okay. Now we'll turn to your son, Chad, not Matt. Your son Chad. And your son Chad is would you describe him as someone who's shy,
can be.
soft-spoken,
Yes,
more of an introvert?
And Your Honor, I think we're beyond the scope here. Objection.
Overruled.
Would it be fair to say that your son Chad is a bit of an introvert?
For sure, Johnny.
yes.
He's a book writer, right?
Mhm.
I'll also instruct the witness, please, you need to make a verbal response. So say yes or no. The nodding and
Okay.
shaking your head doesn't come up on our record, unfortunately.
Yes, he's a book writer.
Okay. So he's not someone who is I don't want to use that word. He's not gregarious. Do you understand what the word gregarious means? Okay.
Yes.
He's not a gregarious personality, is he?
No,
He met Tammy at a relatively young age.
yes,
And they got married very young.
yes,
Your son Chad is not necessarily a man of the world, right?
not worldly.
So he didn't have like a lot of experience in dealing with relationships or anything like that, correct?
No,
In fact, Tammy was really his only ever real serious relationship,
yes,
and that's the woman he married.
yes,
Now, if we fast forward to Lori Vallow, she was a different personality, a much more dynamic personality, correct?
yes, for 1 hour.
Yeah. And when we talk about Tammy, Tammy was a very kind soul,
Yes,
very giving person. sort of the kind of person Chad is in terms of personality, right?
Yes.
So was this a bit of a shock that suddenly your husband goes from a very charming wife who's very kind, caring, loving mother to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
That was a bit of a shock.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be perceived as being insensitive to a subject, but in the LDS faith, it's not uncommon to get married quite quickly, is it?
Not uncommon.
Right. In fact, when young men come back from their missions, it's not, you're smiling. When young men come back from their missions, it's not uncommon for them to uh, start a relationship with a woman and marry quite quickly. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Okay. So the situation with Chad, he had one marriage to Tammy, and that was met Tammy, and then within a reasonably short time, they got married, didn't they?
Yes.
Had a family, had 5 children,
Yes.
and Chad also, after the death of Tammy, it was pretty quick. We can agree that it was pretty quick that he got married to Lori, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess we can just call him the marrying kind, huh?
Now, on the day you came down for the when Tammy passed away, you described your son as upset,
Yes.
visibly upset.
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay there long enough to see other people show up during that time? Other visitors, the neighbors? I understand the Gilberts came over. Were you there when the Gilberts came over?
I don't remember names, but there were several people that came over.
And at that time, when several people came over, and how long would you say you were there?
Oh, 4 or 5 hours.
Okay. And during the 4 or 5 hours after Tammy passed away, did your son ever look like disinterested in the death of his wife?
No, never
Did he ever look like he was just being stoic and businesslike when in dealing with Tammy's just recent death?
He just acted like someone who just had their partner pass away, which is
And at no time during the 5 hours that you were there and these friends were coming by, did you see anything other than someone who was upset and struggling with the loss of a partner? Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
All right.
I think what we've been able to establish through many trials, especially the 2 we're watching right now, is that people are able to basically adorn the type of
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Daybell,
emotions
Sheila, do you
sorry.
think it's common with
Adorn the type of emotions you're supposed to have when you're in grief. And it's exceedingly difficult for other people to assess what a person is really feeling when they're in grief.
in the faith, the LDS faith, to get married 2 weeks after your spouse dies?
Not common.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Then that will conclude the testimony of Ms. Daybell. Is the state going to be requesting an opportunity to recall her in future in this case
No, she's excused.
from the defense?
So, in a case where there's a suspicious death, really the only thing you can do, aside from, when you, since the emotions are so hard to read and discern, is look at their actions. And when you are looking up wedding rings and getting married and going to Hawaii and pretending you don't have kids, I'm sorry, but it's reasonable to assume that you're really not that torn up about your wife dying.
Okay, if you appeared on a subpoena,
So I believe the next witness
all
is
right, the state can call in.
Heather Daybell.
Okay, applies to and who doesn't, and the court determines it would not be applicable to this witness. So for that reason, I won't inquire. Thanks for the time, counsel, and working through that. So, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Heather Daybell, HeatherDaybell.
Thank you. And ma'am, for the court and the jury's sake, you recently had some kind of an injury, is that correct?
I had a surgery. I had some artificial discs put in my cervical spine, so my throat's a little scratchy and my neck's
Ouch.
in some pain, but
Ouch.
And my understanding is you might require some breaks during your testimony for that reason.
yes.
So I might invite you, as you feel like you need a break, please alert the court, and then the court will decide if and when to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, you're related to Chad Daybell.
I am. He's my brother-in-law.
Okay. And who are you married to?
His younger brother, Matt,
And may I ask, how long have you been married?
will be married 30 years this winter, but we started dating 35 years ago.
Would it be safe to say then you've been acquainted with and known Chad for roughly 35 years?
He was actually on his mission when Matt and I started dating, but I was still in high school and he came home.
Oh, more than 30 years?
Yeah, 30 years.
Was there ever a time since you've been married to Matt that you and Chad and Tammy had lived in the same town?
When Matt and I first got married, we lived in Springville where Chad and Tammy were for a short time.
About how long, the best you could recall?
Maybe that first year, I remember helping them move up to Ogden. I'm not exactly sure. It was early on in Matt and I's marriage.
And then was there any other time subsequent to that you and Chad lived in the same town?
Yes, when they moved to Rexburg in 2015.
So in between the time that they moved to Ogden and the time that they moved to Rexburg, how did you interact with them at family occasions and whatnot?
Yeah, when we'd get together, we'd talk with Tammy and Chad and their kids. Yeah.
Was that something that happened frequently, infrequently?
Probably several times a year, we'd get back to Springville. Not a lot, but we would several times a year.
From your perspective, was it a normal amount of contact?
I would say so, yeah.
I want to just stop now and ask, how would you describe the nature of your relationship with Chad?
In the beginning, when Matt and I first were married, it was normal as any in-law relationship would be. And then, like I said, we moved away. We didn't live close, but when we'd get together, we would talk mainly about his books. That seemed to be the topic most of the time of conversation, but I would say cordial and nothing out of the ordinary.
At any point, did the nature of your relationship with him change?
It did,
When
yes.
did it change?
2014, when he started talking about end of times events and discussing a book that he had published for Julie Rowe.
We'll come back to that, but how did this relationship change at that point?
I was concerned about the things that he was telling the family and telling Matt and I. I was not comfortable with what he was informing us with.
Will you please elaborate to the jury, what were the things that Chad was saying or teaching you that caused you the concerns?
He indicated that there would be an earthquake that would be happening in 2015, and he was kind of making us aware and preparing us for all of these end times events that were going to happen and cause a lot of destruction in Utah, in particular Salt Lake area.
Did he explain to you why he believed those events would occur?
Those were events that Julie Rowe had seen in a near-death experience. And so he had talked about those things with her as he published her book. And then he indicated he was seeing those things in vision as well.
So Chad is someone who had expressed to you and your family these visions that he had had.
That he could see beyond the veil and see future events.
Were there other things that he explained to you that caused you concern, other teachings in addition to that?
At that point, it was mainly that. It was just these end of times events and when they would happen.
Later, were there other teachings or things that he would say to you or your family that caused you concern?
When he informed us he was thinking of moving his family to Rexburg in 2014, or 15, whenever that was, it started, we actually had a conversation with him asking him exactly what it was he thought was going to happen. And we had a pretty detailed conversation.
I'd like to pause you there. To the best you can recall, can you tell the jury when did that conversation occur?
That conversation was when they came out, Chad, Tammy, and some of their children came out to Rexburg to look for homes. And Matt and I sat with Chad in our home. That would have been summertime 2015.
And what happened in that conversation?
It was, excuse me, it was asking him point blank to give us the details of why he felt he needed to make this move. And he indicated that, and in particular, the houses that he was looking at were very close to our home. And we had some concerns with that. He told my husband and I that we would become great leaders in this gathering of people that would happen because of all the destruction in Utah, that our land where we lived would help in that, and that our home would become like a church or a temple. He was telling us those kinds of things. And
He was heavily grooming that.
he felt like he needed to be in Rexburg with his family because the headquarters in Salt Lake of the church would end up having to move to Rexburg when all this destruction happened.
Did he ever explain to you whether he had seen or believed that he would have any kind of a significant role in this?
Mainly just that he would be helping in this gathering of people with their tents and everything, that he would be helping in that cause.
So based on what he was telling you, did he perceive his need to move to Rexburg to be something he could do to fulfill his role?
Yes, that he had a part to play in that. Mhm.
Did you believe these visions or teachings at the time that Chad was sharing?
No, I did not.
Then help the jury understand, why was that a concern to you? If you didn't believe them, why was it concerning?
Because he had let us know he was intending, he was going to let people be knowing of this with Julie Rowe's book, and trying to prepare people as all this destruction happened, that's why he was coming, and that he felt that we were going to be helping in that cause.
So further, if you don't believe them, why was there a concern that you had that he would be telling everybody about this?
Because in the belief system I had at that time in the LDS church, just some average person doesn't get information specific like that to share with others. In my belief at the time, we had a prophet of the church that would let us know if we needed to do anything to prepare for something like that. So in my understanding and how I had been taught, it wouldn't come through someone like Chad.
So let me ask you this way. If you didn't believe these things, why do you need to care about it if he's out teaching this stuff to people?
Because my opinion was that was incorrect, and that he was spreading that around to other church members. And that's, as I was taught, you don't do that.
Okay. So during this conversation that you were referring to in your home, did you ever confront Chad or tell him that you don't believe these things?
That's
I
right,
did.
darling
I told him that I
Valentine.
wasn't feeling good about what he was saying, and that I I I was very blunt. I just flat out said, I don't believe what you're saying.
What was his reaction to you?
Chad doesn't show a lot of reaction, so it was just okay. That was about it. He didn't argue or anything like that.
Did you express concerns about whether or not he should move near you?
Yes, Matt and I both did that. We decided years and years ago that we wanted to live apart from family. We do better that way as a couple, and had made a home for ourselves in Rexburg. We'd been in the area 15 years at that point. And we did express to him as he was looking at homes near us that if he needed to move to Rexburg, that was fine. Please just move somewhere not right in our neighborhood and not in our ward.
Why was it important to you that he not move in your neighborhood and ward?
Because I knew why he was coming, and I didn't want him trying to draw in people from my ward, and having people associate his close proximity to us that we were involved or agreed with him.
Would it be fair to say, were there reputational concerns for you and your family?
We've built a business in Rexburg. We've made a good name for ourselves and didn't want there to be issues because of what Chad was coming with.
How did the conversation end?
We had gone and looked at homes. The conversation at that point, they said they didn't find a home that they liked. And so they just kind of put it all on pause, asked if they could store their stuff in a shed or something at our house in case they needed to quickly come to Rexburg. They'd have some supplies there. We told them they could do that. So when they left from that trip, we were under the impression that they wouldn't be moving soon.
Excuse me. So having explained all this at that point, how would you then describe your relationship with Chad at that point?
I was relieved at that point, so I kind of didn't worry about it because he indicated they wouldn't be coming. So,
Hey, Alex.
But to me, it felt, I don't know if I'd even say, well, it was strained. It was strained at that point. I was struggling.
How was it strained? Could you explain that?
Again, it was just my concerns with his trying to convince his family and others that these events were going to happen. And so as he wasn't going to let up on that he was quite certain. We asked him, is this happening? And he said, this is happening. And so,
May I interrupt you?
mhm,
What do you mean by this is happening?
all of these events, the earthquake and everything, that those things were happening in 2015.
Did you later learn that he and Tammy did have immediate plans to move to Rexburg?
It was shortly after that. I can't remember for sure. It was about a week or two. We did get a phone call that they had put an offer on the home that they bought and that they were moving.
And approximately when did that happen?
That would be summer 2015. I can't remember exactly if it was July, August. I don't remember for sure.
When you found out about that, what was your reaction? What did you do?
I cried. I was very upset. Asked my husband to please talk him out of it, but the home was already in process of being bought at that point. So there wasn't anything that I could do about it.
Wow, she's
And
known
we'll come back to
all
that for a
along.
moment. Can you please explain to the jury what at the time that Chad started having these visions and sharing them in 2014 or 15, what was your relationship like with Tammy?
About the same. We were cordial and friendly, and when we'd see each other at family events, we would visit, just normal.
Did that ever change?
Once they moved to Rexburg, because she knew we weren't happy about that move,
we talked and things as they moved, and I tried to do a few things to help her. So I wouldn't say off the bat that it was strained with Tammy. That progressed as time went on.
And likewise, to go back on something you mentioned, I think you said Chad was teaching these things to his own family.
That's the understanding I had, yeah.
Did you ever get any sense of whether or not his wife and children were believing these things?
In a conversation I had with Chad and Tammy, it was Chad that indicated that he would come home with these visions and he'd say new things, and she'd kind of look at him and roll her eyes, but then she would go pray on it and get an answer that he was right. So especially concerning the move to Rexburg, she indicated that's how that went, is that he would come home with things, should be.
Sustained.
Did you get any of this information from Chad, or was it just from Tammy?
Well, the information of him receiving visions and bringing it to her and her kind of rolling her eyes, that was from Chad. He said that to me.
Okay. Did he explain that Tammy would ever change her mind?
I don't recall him saying she'd change her mind. I don't recall that.
Just based upon your interaction then, did you ever come to believe that Tammy was accepting of his visions?
I took it, yes, that she was. After some time, if it was something that seemed off to her, strange, she'd pray about it and then get a confirmation.
It's an objection, I suppose, based on hearsay, so that's sustained.
So ma'am, with respect to the children, did you ever have any, based on observations and interactions, not what they may have said, did you ever come to get a feel or believe whether or not they were accepting of their father's visions?
From my observation, yes, they all believed his visions.
Did that appear to be true with all the children?
Yes.
Was there ever a time that Chad tried to engage your children and explain these visions to them?
Yes, my second child, my oldest son, came to Matt and I. This would have been 2014-ish, maybe. Chad had approached him and told him that he would be a leader in this.
This is Mr. Wixom, response to that objection, please.
Judge, really, it's just going to state of mind, not to any truth of any visions, just simply how it was impacting her son, whether he believed these things. It's under 8033.
That's scary. Who went to his kid and told him he'd be a
Objection is
leader.
overruled. On a hearsay objection, it's overruled, so you can continue.
Thank you. You may answer.
So he just came to us. He was uncomfortable that Chad had approached him. And so in a later conversation, I did confront Chad on that and asked him not to approach my children.
How did Chad react to that confrontation?
Same way. Okay.
Was there ever a time that you had any confrontations with Chad in your backyard?
We had, once they had moved to Rexburg, so again, summer of 2015, shortly after that, I was concerned for Tammy and wanted to know how she was doing. So we asked Chad and Tammy to come over and have a visit with us. And he indicated that that would be fine, but to direct our questions or whatever we wanted to say at Chad and not at Tammy, because she would get upset at us if we directed anything at her.
Had you had any history prior to that with Tammy getting upset with you about anything?
No.
And to be clear, it was Chad who gave you this instruction?
Yes.
So in that conversation, did you follow Chad's instruction to only talk to him, or did you talk directly to Tammy?
I did not follow that instruction. Tammy was a grown woman, so I directed my questions at her.
Had you prior to that or since then, ever seen any other behavior that may have caused you concern between Chad and Tammy?
No, they seemed like a happy couple.
Before or since that, did Chad ever try to stop Tammy from talking, or others from talking directly to her?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that was the only incident?
Mhm.
How did he react when you continued to address Tammy?
Pretty typical, he didn't react. We just had a conversation. He didn't seem upset or anything that I was talking directly to her.
What was the result of that conversation with Chad and Tammy?
My main intent for that conversation was to ask if Tammy was doing okay with the move, because I knew she was initially not wanting to move to Rexburg. And she again said she had prayed about it and felt like it was a good thing for their family. So said, okay, and then talked a little bit further with Chad about his visions and things. And I again said, I don't have any confirmation in myself that any of that's true or going to happen.
Did you get any indication from Chad's responses or reactions to you rejecting his beliefs? Did that affect him in any way that you could tell?
No, there's usually very little reaction. So it was just kind of nods and that was it.
So how long after that was it that they'd actually moved into your neighborhood?
To me, it seems like weeks. It was pretty recently after they moved. I don't remember exactly, summer of 2015.
How far away was their home from yours?
It's about a half a mile. You just go to the end of our street and turn onto Salem Highway, and they're about a half a mile down the street.
Can you see each other's homes from standing outside? Do you have that vantage point?
No, you'd have to go to the highway to see their house because there's a bend. So not directly from my house, but once you turn onto the highway, it's right there.
But if you wanted to walk, you're estimating a half of a mile.
Mhm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes, I've actually timed that because I walk that road. So it's a half a mile.
And once they actually moved there, did you have regular interaction? Did you ever go to the home?
I went, when they initially moved, I went once or twice. I took Tammy some bread. I called her, gave her some suggestions of doctors and dentists and things like that. I remember going to watch Emma speak in church. We had a homecoming thing. I tried to support their kids where I could. So I was in their home a few times initially.
Would it be safe to say that you were in their home enough that if I showed you some photographs that you'd be able to recognize those photographs of their home?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, I have what is marked as the state's proposed exhibits 420D. They are not stipulated. I'd like to offer those and ask that they be handed to the witness. I've got 2 copies for the court, one for the defense, if I may.
I'll take a look at them. Thank you.
Well, I had no idea they lived so close to each other. That must have been so stressful for her, knowing, feeling so at odds with their belief system, How freaking stressful to have this false prophet.
Okay, proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
And little did she know that
He hasn't moved to admit yet.
he would end up being
Thank you.
probably a murderer.
Ma'am, may I ask you to please look at the first picture that you have in your hand in front of you?
Yes.
Briefly, can you just describe for the record what you're looking at?
This is the back of Chad's house. And I'm looking at, in the forefront is an add-on to the original home that the kids would refer to as the cozy cone.
And may I ask, do you recognize that clearly as Chad's house?
Yes, I do.
If you were standing from the vantage point of that camera, would this accurately reflect a depiction of Chad's house?
Yes, it does.
Well, can I ask you to please turn to the next photograph? And please look at the back of the first one, and for the record, just note what the number is on the back, please.
Back of the first one, 420A.
Thank you. Now, as to the second photograph, why don't we start by referencing the number on the back of that, please?
This is 420B.
And on 420B, what do you see in that photograph?
Some musical instruments.
Where are the musical instruments at?
It appears to me up in,
Yeah, at this point, for just foundation, Mr. Wixon, we need to determine if these are coming in before we get testimony off of what they're showing.
Certainly. Ma'am, without referencing them, will you just take a quick look at the other two photographs attached?
okay,
Again, without going into what they are, do you recognize those photographs?
yes, I do.
And have you seen the rooms depicted in those photographs?
Yes,
Have you been in them before?
yes,
Do they accurately depict the inside of Chad's home?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit states 420A through D.
Any objection? All right, and please turn your microphone on, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Daybell, the first picture shows a musical set. Do you know whose musical set that is?
I can only assume. I don't know for sure.
So you've never seen that musical set in that room before, is that right?
I have seen musical instruments up in that room shortly after they moved in.
Okay, but did you see this musical set in that room? And did you actually see this picture?
I've never seen this picture until now.
Okay. Let's go to the next picture. Did you ever see that picture?
I have not seen this picture before.
Let's go to the third picture. Have you ever seen the third picture?
No, I haven't.
So what you are familiar with is, you described it as an add-on. Is that correct?
Yes,
This isn't part of the structure. It's attached to the garage. Is that correct?
yes. My understanding is this cozy cone add-on it is attached to the garage. It was added to the garage.
The back of the garage.
Yes,
Okay. So it's not part of the original structure of the home where to your knowledge, where the members of that household live, slept, and eat. Is that correct?
Judge, at this time, I'd object. This is going outside the purpose of a voir dire and aid.
Judge, I'm going to object to the admission of these exhibits.
Response from the state. Some just on admissibility, not on what they're showing.
Your Honor, at this time, this witness has indicated through testimony that she has been in this home more than once. She's already looked at the photos. She can recognize the photos. She said that they accurately depict what is contained in the photos, and I believe that sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right, the court's considered the objection. I am going to sustain the objection as it relates to exhibits B, C, and D. However, on exhibit A, I think adequate foundation was laid. So exhibit A is going to be admitted. The other three, the objection is sustained based on the testimony of the witness in the voir dire and aid of objection.
Your Honor, at this time, may I request to have exhibit 420A handed to me?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish this to the jury at this time?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, I'd like to do that via the Elmo. Ma'am, I'd like you to go ahead and take a look at that screen, please. What do you see?
the back of Chad's home.
You've used the term cozy cove. Am I saying that right?
Cozy cone is how I understood it from his kids. Yeah.
And what does that mean, cozy cone?
From my understanding, it was referencing the cones in Cars Land, Disneyland movie. They had cones they called cozy cones. That was my understanding. It was kind of their nickname for that part of the house.
And have there been occasions where you've been in the house and you've either been in or seen inside the cozy cone?
Yes.
So you're familiar with that?
Yes.
Could you describe what that cozy cone is, what the room's like, what it is?
From the time I went in it was again, shortly after they moved in, you go through the house, there's the garage and everything. It's towards the back. You turn and you go up some stairs to get to the upper room of that cozy cone.
Have you ever had opportunity to make observation of what that room is used for?
At that time, my understanding, it was all those instruments were Chad's son Mark's, that he's a musician, and that's where he was keeping his instruments.
based on personal knowledge only, what you know or don't know, did you ever have any other understanding of what that room may have been used?
It was my understanding that once Garth moved to Rexburg, that was his room up there. That's what I was told.
Are you aware of any other purposes for that room?
No,
And I think you said you had to go up some stairs to access it.
you do. Yes.
Were you familiar with where Tammy and Chad's bedroom were in that home?
Yeah, you'd go through the front door. They had a front living room, then just a hallway, and there were some bedrooms. I'm not exactly sure which bedroom was theirs, but their bedroom was down in the main part of the home.
So if you want to leave their bedroom and go to the cozy cone or vice versa, you'd have to go up or down some stairs.
Yes, you would.
Ma'am, sorry, Your Honor, I finished this exhibit.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am, going back to this meeting that you had with Chad right before they actually moved, reference to that time, it was in 2015, you said?
Mhm.
Is that a yes? Thank you. Were there any other interactions that you had with Chad and Tammy between that time and the time that Tammy passed?
Yeah, we would see them because they had moved into our neighborhood and our ward. They were in our ward at church, so I would see them typically once a week at church on Sunday.
And did you have interactions with him in the normal course at church?
Um, I tried not to. So, but if I saw Tammy or the kids, I'd say hi and stop and see how they're doing.
Why were you trying not to?
Because I was upset at Chad for having moved his family into our ward when we specifically asked him not to do that.
I want to draw your attention now back to October of 2019. Do you recall learning of Tammy's death?
Yes, I do.
And where were you and how did you learn of her death?
Matt and I were at a work conference in Las Vegas, and we're in our hotel room the morning of October 19th when Matt got a phone call from his parents letting him know that Tammy had passed away. And they didn't know much, but they would call us when they had more information, but just letting us know she had passed.
How did you react to that information and that phone call?
I was very upset.
Other than just grief, was there anything else causing you to be upset?
Just not knowing what happened, having no information, and just she couldn't understand what would have happened.
So what did you do in reaction to that, being upset?
I called Chad myself.
When did you call him?
It would have been, I'm not sure, around maybe 9 or 10 in the morning. Matt had left for his conference. Chad picked up and I expressed my condolences and shock at hearing that Tammy had passed. And I just asked him what happened to her.
Would that have been 9 or 10 in the morning the same day?
Yes, on October 19th.
And can you please tell the jury how that call went? What did you first say and how did Chad respond?
So just expressing my sympathy and shock that Tammy had passed away, and asked him what had happened, if he could explain to me what had happened.
What did he say?
He said that Tammy had not been feeling well, that she, about 10 o'clock at night, started coughing pretty hard and then got to sleep. And then about midnight, she started coughing again hard enough that she vomited, got her settled down. And then he said at 6 in the morning, he'd slept from midnight to 6 in the morning, and woke up because the sheet that was on him had come off of him, and he heard a thud, and that woke him up. And he went to the other side of the bed and saw that Tammy had fallen off the bed, and he described her as she had died. She had been gone for a little while because she was hard. And so he called to Garth to come in and help him get Tammy back on the bed.
How did you react to that explanation of things?
But the whole time he was explaining that, it felt scripted to me, he was reading it or something. It just felt very scripted. It was the word that came to my mind, and it made me feel very uneasy.
Did you say anything to him about that scripted feeling or anything else?
I did not. I asked him if he was going to have an autopsy done to find out why she had passed, and he said no, that a coroner had come and looked at Tammy and could clearly see that there was matter in her throat, that's why she had died, as she had coughed hard and thrown up, and that had caused her death. So there was no need for an autopsy.
And that was Chad's explanation to you? Sorry.
Yes, it was.
What else did you talk about in that conversation?
He informed me that the funeral would be in 2 days. And I said, well, Matt and I aren't even home. We're in Las Vegas. Can you wait so we can get home? Matt had another brother that was out of town as well, and just said, can you wait till we can all get home to be to the funeral? And he said, no, we're just going to get it done.
Did you say any follow-up in that conversation about that?
Said, okay, we will buzz back and get to the funeral.
And in fact, did you do that? Did you attend the funeral?
We did, yes.
And where was the funeral at?
The funeral was in Springville, Utah.
What observations did you make, if any, at the funeral?
The main thing I remember, the program was just Chad and his children. And the bishop spoke at the end. And the thing that stuck out was the opening song was Put Your Shoulder to the Wheel. I have never heard that song used at a funeral. So that seemed strange to me.
Related to that, at the time, were you serving a calling in the LDS Church?
I was, yeah.
What was that calling you had?
Stake Relief Society president.
Having had that calling, were funeral plans something you were familiar with?
Yes.
So you were familiar with typical LDS culture and how they might proceed with a funeral?
Yes.
Okay. Why was it so unusual to pick that song, Put Your Shoulder to the Wheel?
Because that song is describing put your shoulder to the wheel, push along, do your duty with a heart full of song. It's about working. It's just about work. So that was strange to me at a funeral.
Okay. Anything else that you observed at the funeral that concerned you or you thought may have been unusual?
Just watching Chad as he spoke, and maybe it's just the way that he cries, but it seemed like he'd turn it on and turn it off and turn it on and turn it off, the crying. So it, to me, came across as kind of disingenuous.
Anything else?
No.
And had you attended the viewing the night before?
That I remember attending a viewing. I believe it was that morning. I'm not exactly sure on that, but I did attend a viewing, yes.
Thank you. Did you notice anything unusual at the viewing or concerning?
Kind of just observing Chad and his children. Again, it was strange to me that Chad could be smiling and seeing people and smiling and seemed to be doing well, and then crying all of a sudden. And it was a strange, his demeanor seemed strange to me.
Later, was there any kind of a luncheon that you attended?
Yeah, after the service, there was a luncheon. We all got there and Chad was late. That's what I remember from the luncheon, is that we weren't sure where Chad was.
Why did his lateness stand out to you?
Because it's his own wife's luncheon for her funeral. So I assumed he would be there with everyone else.
Do you recall how late he was?
I don't recall how late he was. I just remember that his brother-in-law, Jason, stood up and said, "We're just going to get started. Chad's not here yet, but we're going to get started."
When Chad did arrive, did you observe anything about his demeanor or behavior there?
Yeah, it just seemed like a normal day. Like I wouldn't have guessed that he had just days previous lost his wife. He just didn't seem upset.
At that point, at that luncheon or later, did you have any further conversation with Chad about how Tammy had died?
Not at that point.
Did you at some point?
Yes, a few weeks later.
Can you explain first, when did that interaction occur and how did it occur? Was it in person, on the phone, those things?
It was on the phone.
About how long after the luncheon?
That would have been, I think, around in the middle of November. So 3 to 4 weeks after the funeral.
Why were you speaking to Chad on the phone for that occasion?
I had received a phone call from a member of our ward, Alice Gilbert.
Sustained.
Excluding any statements from other people besides Chad, why were you talking to Chad that day?
Because I had learned that he had gotten remarried and that his children were struggling and upset. So I reached out in a group text to his children and let them know that I was there for them if they needed me, that they were upset. And that resulted in Chad calling me.
And please explain to the jury how the conversation went between you and Chad at that point.
I answered, he said, "This is Chad." And he was upset with me and told me I had been a problem for him his whole life. And I asked him, "Who is this person you've married?" And he explained her name was Lori. Would I like to meet her? And I said, no, I would not. And then I asked him what happened to Tammy. And he said she died of a pulmonary embolism because she had gained 40 pounds.
Oh, no.
Now, earlier you've
No,
testified
no,
that you
no,
were
no.
seeing Tammy at least in church every week.
Yes.
Had you observed a 40-pound weight gain in Tammy?
I don't generally keep track of people's weight gain or loss, but I had not noticed a big increase in weight gain on Tammy, no.
How did you react to that when he gave that explanation?
I remember being so flustered by that explanation because he had given me a different one weeks before that I was just upset and he indicated to me, "I'm going to be living in Hawaii, so you don't have to worry about me anymore." And that was the end of the conversation.
Did you challenge him on the different explanations in that phone call?
I don't remember challenging him because I was so shocked by that I didn't challenge him on that.
Besides the different explanations as to Tammy's death, was there anything else that was shocking you in that conversation?
Just expressing to him, how can you get married this quickly after your wife has just passed away?
Did he give an answer to that?
He said that he'd met her about a year before, so he'd known her, and that she had lost a husband to a heart attack. And it just was, they were there for each other, and it just was
Liar.
sad that they'd get married.
You mentioned that one of the first things he said in the phone call was to the effect of, "You've been a problem for me my whole life."
Yes.
What did you take that to mean?
I said to him, "Your whole life?" I didn't understand what had done to him his whole life, that he would consider me a problem.
Did he explain?
No.
And at that point, why was it that you told him that you didn't want to meet Lori?
Because I was upset that he had remarried weeks after Tammy's sudden passing. It seemed almost cruel for his children.
Anything else of note that you can remember that occurred in that conversation?
He did call me a pot stirrer. I remember that as well. Other than that, I think that's it.
He didn't explain what he meant by that.
I've been called that before by family members.
Stir, hot stirrer.
We say shit stirrer, ma'am.
Your Honor, given the time, this might be a normal place to break. I do have several other questions to get into with this witness.
Okay, we will go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. We're right about noon, so we will try to resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, for complying with the court's conduct.
Yes, we will break just after we hear that Chad said, "Oh, she died because she got fat. She died. She died because she's fat." What a fucking asshole. But we're not surprised, right? So there's another witness on the stand now in the Karen Reed trial. Now, I'm skipping over the other witness that we saw earlier, that we skipped over because it was just basically the same person. I'm sorry, another person, another first responder. But this particular witness has been on the stand for a bit.
McLaughlin.
Katie McLaughlin. Yeah, exactly, Rachel.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to speak into that microphone nice and loud.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
It's Katie McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
Probably about 7 years at this point.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you do sort of within that general field?
I worked as an EMT basic.
This is another responder, Patricia. This is just another another responder. I think there's going to be responders for a while, but they're getting through the initial questions, and this person, as of now, is still on the stand.
What, if any, sort of training did you receive in regard or certification?
Let's get past these initial questions.
And both those certifications through the state and the national 22 into January 29, 2020. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
And were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working from the 28th to the 29th?
It was just my regular 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift in Canton Fire is essentially 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you sort of assigned within the town of Canton Fire Department on that day?
So I was on the engine for that shift. So I was the third person on the engine. There's an engine driver, there's an officer, and then there's a third person who's in the back.
And so your sort of role with respect to the engine, is there sort of like a name for that position?
Some people call it like the back step.
And which station house were you assigned to on that engine 3 then?
The Station 1, which is 99 Revere Street.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else, was assigned to the other sort of 2 roles on the engine?
Frank Walsh was the engine driver that day, and Greg Woodbury was the lieutenant on the engine that day.
Now, turning your attention to that morning of the 29th, do you recall about what time you got up or what time you went outside that day?
I think we were up maybe a little before 6 because it was snowing, and we had to like shovel the front apron. So we were up maybe 5 a.m.
And so when you were up around that time, around 5 a.m. and outside, you were outside shoveling, is that correct?
Yep. Intermittently.
Sorry?
Intermittently, yeah.
So during the times that you were outside shoveling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather, what conditions at that point?
It was snowing pretty heavily. It had been snowing. We were shoveling, and it was pretty cold and windy.
And if you know around that time that you initially sort of went out for shoveling, about how much snow had accumulated at that point?
I don't know how much. I mean, enough for us to shovel that front apron, but I don't know how much.
Now, sometime shortly after 6 a.m., were you and other members of your department dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that dispatching regarding?
So the call came in as a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow. And the call was 434 Fairview Road.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that residence on Fairview Road?
How long?
Yes.
We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so, in addition to yourself and firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call for?
The ambulance was dispatched as well, and I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robery.
And with respect to you get to Fairview Road, do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5, the ambulance, and the fire engine?
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene that day?
I noticed there were multiple police vehicles and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of an unresponsive male party, correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher because I knew that from wherever they were, they seemed to be kind of in off of the road. So I got the stretcher with firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb. And that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so if I could just ask you, just with regard to sort of those duties as the backstep person, so what is sort of the duties and responsibilities of the backstep person on the engine to this kind of medical?
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
And turning back to your testimony just a moment ago, that said they were over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim, I noted Tony, and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did note Tony and Tim were in that area.
So as far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that area?
I don't know specifically. What do you mean, like
As far as
outside of the?
Right. So outside of fire department personnel in that area, what, if any, observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
Well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like in off of the road at that point.
And so from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, and just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learned the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
And who did you learn him?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighters?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number, several feet away. They were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Lamati and or Nuttall or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher.
And once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened next?
So I remember Tony was kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me, and Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so firefighter Famati, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before?
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? That's record to reflect identification and identify the witness.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so, as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant Ms. Reed doing while you're asking those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit. So I was just kind of following her, and then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask I asked one more question.
What was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
So when you have this conversation, if you recall, you mentioned that the other person who was across from you was that somebody from your department, or an officer, or a civilian, or who was that?
So I was standing, Karen Reed was to my right. There was another woman to the left of me, kind of across from her. And then there was a police officer kind of not directly across from me, but within the same kind of area that was more closer to Karen, I would say.
Do you know who that officer was?
I don't.
Do you know who the female or civilian person that was across from you? Do you know what that person's name is?
No.
And with respect to when Ms. Reed said this repeatedly, I hit it. Can you describe for the jury sort of the tonality of that? Like, how did she seem?
She was very, very upset. She seemed hysterical, I would even say. Just very upset.
Once you received that information, did you follow up with any other questions to Ms. Reed at that point?
At that point, I did not. I have to drive the ambulance, so it's a time-sensitive situation. So I knew I had to drive the ambulance. It was said in the presence of the police officer, so I felt like that was the appropriate, that information was appropriately transferred. And I just felt based on her demeanor, I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue to ask her questions at that point.
And so after asking and receiving that answer of I hit him, where did you go?
So I went to the ambulance.
And in reference to the ambulance, did you go to the back of the ambulance, the front of the ambulance? Where did you go?
So I went to the back of the ambulance where the patient care was happening.
And as far as the information that you had received from the defendant, did you relay that information to any of the other firefighters from your department in the back of the ambulance?
I did.
And you recall who was there in the back of the ambulance when you relayed that?
Tony was there, Tim, I think maybe firefighter Kelly, firefighter Walsh maybe might have been in there at that point.
Now, as far as when you get to the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you do with reference to assist or help as far as patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't assist or partake in any patient care.
Now, prior to putting Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and prior to your conversation with the defendant, what, if any, observations had you made during the brief time that you were on the side of the stretcher of Mr. O'Keefe and any injuries you observed?
I noted he had injuries to his face. I noticed some blood from his nose, from his mouth, and most notably, he had some swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above the right eye.
And same as far as when you went to the back of the ambulance to relay the information that you have been asked to obtain. What, if any, injuries did you observe from Mr. O'Keefe once he was in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. I observed those injuries in the back of the ambulance. I didn't observe those injuries while he was out on the stretcher. I didn't get a good look at him.
You really hadn't got a good look until you were in
Right.
the back.
Right.
Now, as far as you indicated, you drove the ambulance from Fairview. Where did you go to?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And as you were driving that ambulance along the roads from Canton to Brockton, what, if anything, did you note as far as visibility, road conditions, things like that?
There was poor visibility. The roads weren't plowed yet, so it took probably longer than usual based on the conditions.
And I apologize, but if I can take you just a step back further for a moment, just in reference to when you're in the back of the ambulance, you indicated the injuries that you observed. What, if any, observations did you make as far as the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I noted that he was wearing jeans. I noticed a lighter, like a black zip-up jacket or sweatshirt. It was like a lighter jacket. I noticed he had one sneaker on, and that was it.
Do you recall which foot the sneaker was on?
I don't.
All right, could I see counsel for a second, please? We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on review after we finish with firefighter involvement's testimony. So, but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully for court, but wear comfortable shoes at least for tomorrow. So those three cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And for the view, I'll give you some preliminary instructions on that just before we leave. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. So they're done for the day. in Massachusetts, and tomorrow they're going on The View, meaning the not the view, the view, the view of the house. So, and they are at lunch in the Chad Daybell trial. They will be back in about 20 minutes. I did pause it so that we wouldn't be watching a whirling fan. One moment. I'm looking for something in particular. Let's watch Lauren's lunch live. It's 20 minutes, and then we will be back with then we will be back in Idaho with the rest of Chad Daybell's trial today. Okay, what do you think of that?
What a day. What a morning. Exactly. The first chat from Kathy here. Hello, what a morning. I that's exactly what I say. You couldn't say, say it better. So what
I'm interested in hearing her react to is how Heather Bell just dropped that bomb of Chad saying to Heather, "Oh, she gained 40 pounds. She gained 40 pounds and had a pulmonary embolism." Fuck that shit, right? Screw you, Chad Daybell.
a morning. We have had testimony from Kay Woodcock, from Sheila Daybell, Chad Daybell's mother, and from Heather Daybell. We've also had other testimony, I know, from Angela Yancey, who worked with Tammy. But first, let's get to all these testimonies. Before I begin, I just want to say, from a mother to a mother, God bless Sheila Daybell. I cannot imagine what it would be like to have to testify at your son's murder trial.
So true. I was thinking that the whole time. I mean, who knows what their relationship is like now? And it's not like she really said anything earth-shattering or damning, but how nerve-wracking, right?
And yeah, God bless you, Sheila. We actually mentioned Sheila, the first podcast episode we ever did, 2020. We recorded it just before the children's bodies were found. And Sheila was mentioned because it was the very first podcast ever. We sat down in our living room to record. We had bought some equipment off of Amazon. It was the pandemic. Dr. John and I, my spouse and co-host, psychologist husband, and I said, let's talk about Lori Vallow. And he said, no. Before we talk about Lori Vallow, we need to talk about Chad Daybell. And he had read his autobiography before this podcast. And he said, Chad Daybell never mentions his mother hardly, only twice in his entire autobiography. And he brought up Sheila. And
I read that autobiography and it's true. And I noticed that as well. I was always really curious about that. Yeah, my heart goes out to anybody who's had a lot of medical bills because I do get it. Our medical system sucks here.
that was a concern to him. And he sort of concluded that Chad Daybell had problems and was perhaps a misogynist and had mommy issues, to say the least. I think that's concluded to be accurate as we've continued on in interviewing people. And from everything I've heard from other people about Sheila Daybell, she is a hardworking, wonderful woman. And my heart goes out to her. Again, I can't imagine what she's been through. So luckily, Sheila didn't have to testify for too long. She essentially said, she essentially gave timeline and told the truth. And she told the truth about Lori saying that her daughter was dead. That's the second time a witness has said that Chad and Lori said that that Tylee, they didn't use the word Tylee, but that Lori's daughter had recently died. Alice Gilbert also said that. She said that Chad said it. This time it was Lori that said it. A moment that Sheila Daybell said that, every juror started taking notes. They started taking notes. Other things that Sheila said were important, of just being surprised that Chad Daybell married so quickly. And I loved the redirect by Ingrid, who, when she said, I just have one question. Is it normal in the LDS faith to marry someone 2 weeks after your spouse dies? No. That was, I think, a mic drop question, because Pryor's always trying to make this, it's not on you, it's on me. Pryor's always trying to make this about the LDS faith and getting married quickly is normal, and he really, really cleared that up.
Yeah, that's a good point. It isn't normal to immediately get married after your spouse dies in the LDS faith, as far as I know, and I'm glad that Sheila, with the help of redirect from Ms. Ingrid, cleared that up.
By the way, I learned about, people are always asking about the Lori Vallow Daybell jury and this jury, how LDS it is. I learned actually how LDS Lori Vallow's jury was today. We, of course, do not know about Chad Daybell's trial, and nobody is asked their religious affiliation during jury selection. It does not go into consideration. There were 2 LDS jurors on the Lori Vallow Daybell trial.
Oh, that's
essentially Boise. It's not on you. You're going to be seen if you go that way. People are trying to go behind me. It's not on you. It's on me. People are like trying to go behind me to be on camera, I guess. And I'm now against this wall to let them know, please don't go behind me if you don't want to be on camera. So I learned that
Pryor is the defense, Harlot. He's the defense. We call him Pryor with a prior because he has a prior for sexually assaulting a woman in his office who was applying for a job. You heard that right.
There's 2. Boise just simply is not as LDS as Rexburg, and so that's what you can know. So, but I do hope that there are some LDS jurors on this jury. We don't know if there are, because I think that they would realize these excuses from John Pryor about this just being LDS culture is just completely obliterated. And Heather Daybell too. Let's talk about Heather Daybell. Heather Daybell being the Stake Relief Society president at the time of all of this, being a problem to Chad Daybell. Heather Daybell, honestly, today you can pretty much say that it was like the day of just queens today. Kay was a queen. Heather Daybell was a queen today.
I like that. The Day of Queens. It's the Day of Queens. Sheila and Heather.
Wow, Heather Daybell bringing up that Chad Daybell had these visions early on, and that they were not something that she believed in with the in the LDS faith, that she was in this leadership position, that this was bizarre, that they were against it, that he moved to Rexburg. I'll be honest, it's very similar to my interview. So I am the only one, I want you to know, and John, my husband as well, we are the only ones that have interviewed Heather Daybell. We are the only ones. And this is so reminiscent of my interview with her, although I will add the one thing that she has stated that I've known about, but she left it out of my interview with her because it's something she's had to testify to, I believe. But that Chad Daybell told her that Tammy had gained 40 pounds, thus it's her fault that she was dead because she died of a pulmonary embolism. Once again, I will say that Tammy Daybell was very thin at the time of her death. And I have also seen pictures of Tammy Daybell taken in August of 2019, so 2 months before her death. I want you to know, I've seen her photos. I've been getting Snapchat or snapshots of her. People have been sending them to me, and she is thin. In fact, she's standing next to Emma Daybell, and they are the same size. And Emma Daybell is thin too. Again, I'm not one to notice people's weights. I don't want to notice it, but I will call it out when Chad Daybell's lying. So there you go. And even if she did gain 40 pounds.
Is anyone else as shocked as I am that Chad Daybell is a lying liar who lies? He even lied to his brother and sister-in-law when he told them, "Oh, we're just gonna store our stuff in the shed. If it ever comes to pass that we may move into your area, we might." And then soon thereafter, they move a half a mile away, very clearly in the ward where Heather Daybell said, "We don't want you to be."
She doesn't deserve to die. I think the one thing that I think really upsets me about Women Can't Win, he's blaming Lori for the murders because she was too sexy, and heaven forbid, and now he's blaming Tammy for her death because she was too heavy and frumpy or something. I mean, again, women cannot win. I'm not going to get on that soapbox right now because there's so much to cover in this live, but just know.
Right. And Shanann Watts was too bossy. So men can't be held accountable for controlling how they feel when women are a certain way, right? That's what we're all supposed to believe, right? That men can't be expected to hold in their frilly little emotions when women are too beautiful, too sexy, too fat, too bossy, too whatever. So they get to do whatever they want, up to and including beating up, cheating on, and killing their spouses. Okay, that's what we're expected to believe and comport with. Fine.
Oh, yes, Chad Daybell loves to blame women for everything wrong in his life, and I believe also his own mother, who he blamed for a lot when she is, as far as I know, a kind woman. So guys, it is very cold out here, very cold, and I'm getting a bit of allergies as the wind is blowing. There's some new things in the air, some spring blossoms, and with the wind, I do have allergies right now. Okay, Heather Daybell, we need a pot stirrer emoji. Heather Daybell's interview, I recommend everyone watching it. I know a lot of you have, but we are going to revisit it tonight at 7 p.m. Mountain time. 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then right after the Heather Daybell interview, I will be going live over on Web Sleuths. So definitely join us because, and let's talk, by the way, but let's just go back to talking the Heather Daybell testimony, not the interview, but the testimony today. It was incredible. She was able to go through and explain that Chad Daybell had always had these visions. That's important. This wasn't Lori's belief system. This was Chad Daybell's belief system. And she did throw in Julie Rowe. Julie Rowe has now entered this trial at least 4 times, I think 3. From 3 different witnesses, Julie Rowe has entered the courtroom in testimony, witness testimony. But that Chad was believing this, and that he was also getting visions, and that he could see beyond the veil. She got that down. Yes, this is Chad's belief system. And then she goes in to explaining that Chad Daybell didn't listen, and that he called her and said, "You have been a problem with me my whole life." She explains that he was telling Matt and Heather the same thing he tells everyone, that they're going to be special people and leaders in this, that he approached their son and said the same thing. This is Chad's MO. This is what Chad does. This is what he did to Lori, that he's saying, you are going to be a leader of the 144 in this destructive time. And tent city leaders, you're going to be king and queen of the tent city that we're going to have, because
that's called grooming. That's called grooming. It's teaching somebody else's way of thinking that is not true, that is not correct. Leading someone by the nose into a belief for your own benefit, your own gain, and for their exploitation.
Tents are super safe during a time of destruction. I'll never get it. But yeah, we're all going to live in tents on this land, and you're going to be leaders, Heather and Matt. And then, by the way, we're also, and then your son is going to be a leader too. And I mean, how many times do you have to tell this guy too? Don't bring this up with us. We're not interested. Stay away. I also loved it when Heather Daybell said that Chad said, Tammy and I will come over, but only if you do not direct questions to Tammy. Only to me. And Heather said, yeah, I directed questions at Tammy. She's a grown woman. So I didn't listen to him. Other things about Tammy. People, again, are freaking out that Tammy might have believed the light and dark system. Again, she never did the rating. That was misconstrued by Pryor and corrected in the cross that day. But she did explain that, yeah, Tammy didn't believe it, that she would roll her eyes, but then she would come and she'd have to pray and say, okay, my husband's right. Again, that's called an emotionally abusive relationship. When you are forced to have to say your husband is right, and to not argue, and to start dismissing what you really believe, and to start doubting yourself. Tammy Daybell was in an emotionally abusive relationship. That's what that was.
Exactly, Tidy Girl. If gaining 40 pounds causes a pulmonary embolism, I would have had at least 10 pulmonary embolisms in the course of my life. Seriously.
And Heather said as much, and that was actually nixed out of evidence. They said that was an objection by Pryor, speculation, and that evidence was nixed. But as I say, never forgotten, dismissed but not forgotten. Heather Daybell said that Tammy would roll her eyes and not believe it, but that she'd finally have to come to the conclusion that Chad was right. I also loved how she said Chad never gives emotional response. I mean, what is going on inside of him? You know, people are always saying he's soft-spoken, but we're also hearing he's absolutely non-emotional, that he doesn't tell you what he's thinking or feeling. I mean, I'll be honest, I sit at that bench and I'm curious about the rage he might have or share. By the way, he did not look at Heather for quite a while. He did not look at Kay Woodcock for quite a while. He hardly glanced up at Kay Woodcock. He did look at his mother the whole time. He did. I'm glad he did that. But he is really, what is going on inside Chad Daybell? He hardly ever gives us what is going on inside of him, which is why I think many people can't believe that he could have ever done this, because he doesn't give much away on his face. But I think he gives away how much, a bit of his rage and anger in his, how much he's looking at people And it's so fascinating to me. Heather mentioned that she was a pot stirrer. Heather mentioned that Chad Daybell told her that she'd been a problem for him his whole life. She was able to say that she had known Chad for over 30 years and grew up with him, that they had lived next to Tammy and Chad several times, that Chad had come over to her house. It was I mean, talk about truth bombs right and left. And then the best part about it, today I'm actually sitting next to the jury closely. Usually I'm closer to Chad. Today I opted for the right side to get a better view of everything. And it's a good seat. It's a good seat. I like the right side. They both have their pros and cons, but I'm glad I sat there today because I want to be able to see just exactly. If you don't want to be on it, go in front of me. Don't go behind me. It's at me. Guys, I've never had this problem. I've had about 6 people. I've moved positions, everything. I've had about 6 people think I'm recording them. I don't know what it is about today. Nobody else, every other day, we're okay. And I'm like against a wall, and people are like trying to scoot behind the wall. So I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted. I don't know what it is about today. It's cold, I guess. I'm not sure. There was a truth and spoon stirring a pot stirs. I don't know. Thank you to our moderator, Stephanie B. Steph Woodcock. Let's talk about Kay. Kay Woodcock was able to just be able to share. I've actually wondered if the jury even knew who she was this entire time. She has been there every single day with Larry Woodcock. And the first time around at Lori's trial, she was the first one to testify. So the jury knew who she was the entire time, right? But this time around, she didn't testify. I don't think the jury's even known who she was. So for her to be able to say, the pot stirring emoji. So for Kay, Kay, the queen, for her to be able to say that she is the grandmother, I think that the jury was grateful to understand that, to know that who she was, to be able to say that she adopted, that she trusted Lori and Charles with JJ, that JJ was the love of her life and Lori's life, that they were approached by Charles and Lori to adopt him, that they trusted them. That does not bode well for Chad either. Kay was so strong. She was so direct. She was amazing. Let's talk about the coworker of Tammy Daybell really quickly. That was heartbreaking. Chad Daybell is a pig. So first off, we learned that Tammy Daybell worked full time, making $16,000 a year. That perhaps she was doing this simply for insurance for her family, because she was also running a publishing company. While Chad Daybell just went and skipped around BYU, Idaho, writing his stupid books. Yeah. And then what did Chad Daybell do with her hard-earned money? He threw her away like trash, and then took her life insurance and spent it all in Hawaii with Lori. I don't care what. I mean, you don't have to convict him on anything to know he's just simply an absolute pig. That he's despicable. Sorry, not sorry. To do that to his wife of 30 years, the mother of his children. She worked so hard. And then to sing the hymn, Put Your Shoulder to the Wheel at her funeral. That's another reason I hope that there's an LDS member in the jury. That is an LDS hymn about working hard. Put your shoulder to the wheel, push along. Do your duty full of heart and song. Let no one shirk. Put your shoulder to the wheel, as in keep going. He calls this woman lazy when he's the slug.
Right.
When he's the lazy one. I mean, talk about a life of projection. He's putting everything he is onto his hardworking, beautiful, fit wife. He was the one that was overweight. I mean, rest in peace, Tammy Daybell, and may you be resting and not working. There's a reason we say rest in peace, because we like to think that people don't have to continue working after being married to Chad Daybell for 30 years, that maybe they can find some solace. So I hope that's what she's doing. Guys, I'm going to take off. I might be on live with Justin Lum, so go head over to his live stream if you want, but then come back to ours for trial, because we are in there with pot stirring emojis.
I like to say shit stirring. Hey, Shift. Oh man. Yep, that's right, Taigi. Women, we're supposed to in the LDS faith, we're supposed to just do what they say. Do what they say, and if they say put your shoulder to the wheel, then you put your shoulder to the wheel. Well, as you can, oh, they just came back into court. They are back, but we do not have sound yet. Oh, there's that piece of shit. And I do mean Chad, of course. There was another Brian Koberger hearing today. I think it's actually still underway. Different courthouse than this one. They had a hearing to talk about, or they're having a hearing to talk about DNA evidence, whether it gets submitted or not.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we concluded the lunch recess. We're back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Witness Heather Daybell is on the stand in direct. I'll remind the witness that you're still under oath for your testimony. And Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, just a quick check-in. How is your throat and your surgery doing? Are you okay?
I'm doing okay. Yeah. Just pardon my scratchy throat.
Okay. Let us know if you need to stop and take a drink or need any other rest, okay?
You appreciate it.
Thank you. Ma'am, we finished before lunch and you were describing what I might call a strained relationship with the Daybell family.
Yes.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that that strain has increased since the finding of JJ Riley on Chad's property?
Yes, I've not spoken to Chad's children since that time.
Now, I want to draw your attention to just a couple of weeks before Tammy passed. Do you recall whether or not Tammy had made a trip to go visit family in Utah?
Yes, I do recall that.
Was there anything about that trip that stood out to you as a concern?
Not so much a concern as that was abnormal. I understood that Tammy didn't like to travel alone, so I thought.
Judge, I'm going to object. I need some foundation as to where this knowledge is coming from.
Sustain.
Ma'am, what caused you to believe that Tammy didn't like to travel alone?
That's just what I had been told by other family members.
Judge, I'm going to object. There still needs to be some foundation. We're happy to move on, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Do you recall, did Chad ever relay or claim that he'd had visions specific for Tammy?
Not directly to me.
So you never heard that from Chad himself?
I don't recall hearing from Chad anything about Tammy as far as visions, no.
Do you recall what spawned Tammy to make that trip to Utah?
Again, I didn't talk to Tammy about the trip.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. That information would be by way of hearsay.
Sustain.
Your Honor, at this time, if I could ask to be handed state's proposed 420 B through D, which have not been admitted. If I could look at those, please, sir.
You may.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar, please?
Sure. The witness. Okay, if you could speak a little closer to your microphone when you talk, we're needing to pick that up on the record also. The court will note, just in a quick sidebar, we discussed previously offered exhibits B, C, and D of 420. So 420A was admitted, B, C, and D were not. At this point, I understand there's no objection to their admission from the defense. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
At this time, Judge, on B, C, and D, the defense is withdrawing its objection to the admissibility of those exhibits.
Okay, does the state wish to offer those at this time then, Mr. Wixon?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, so exhibits 420, B, C, and D are all admitted.
Judge, at this time, I would request permission to publish those to the jury.
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'd like to call your attention to what is up on the screen. Can you look at that and explain what you believe that to be?
I believe that to be the staircase going from the downstairs of the home up into the cozy cone area.
And with respect to going up, when you say down into the home, down those stairs, is that the level where the bedrooms are located?
Yes, from my recollection, it goes down. There's a little hallway, it goes into the kitchen. And then the bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
For the record, that was state's fund 420D. Ma'am, I'm going to put up on the screen states 420B as in boy. Can you let the jury know, what does that picture depict?
Musical instruments.
Where are they located?
There's not a lot of reference here other than a floor and a wall. So in context, the cozy cone loft is where they kept the musical instruments as far as I was aware.
So is it fair to say that when you look at this photo, you're not trying to tell the jury that you have a specific memory of this? Is that correct?
I just know that that's where they would keep musical instruments, was up there.
Thank you. For the record, I'm placing on the screen now states 420C. And what do you see in that photo?
A continuation, there some musical, looks like musical. I don't know if that's a speaker or what that is, but it looks like it's the musical instruments as well.
And are you able to recognize where those musical instruments are or not?
Again, just with that, the corner of that room in context of what we're looking at, the cozy cone, same carpet and everything.
And Your Honor, I'm done with these exhibits from
Okay.
Marshall's. Thank you. Ma'am, just a couple of more questions. Do you know the name David Hope?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
David Hope is my daughter's father-in-law.
And who is David Hope besides being your daughter's father-in-law?
He is a retired detective for the Rexburg Police Department.
I want to ask, was he working for the Rexburg Police Department back in 2019?
Yes, he was.
Given that, did you ever? withdraw that?
Interesting.
How often, if at all, did you have interaction with David Hope for family type things?
Rarely. We've had a baby blessing a couple of years ago that we both attended. We went on a camping trip with a bunch of people several summers ago. I don't see him often.
Has there ever been an occasion where you have spoke to David Hope at all about Chad Daybell and the subsequent case that occurred?
I have not talked directly to Dave Hope about this case.
Have you ever attempted to indirectly get information to him about this case?
No.
And then my last line of questions. At some point, well, you've testified that you have been concerned about Chad's teachings, correct?
Yes.
At some point, did you decide to send any kind of letter or document out to members of your stake?
I did. I sent a letter to the 10 Relief Society presidents of the stake.
For the jury's sake, can you kind of explain the relationship that a stake Relief Society president has with ward Relief Society presidents, please?
Yeah, as the stake Relief Society president, you're over in the stake. There were 10 different wards at the time. I am in charge of just keeping track of the Relief Society presidents, if they're doing okay, if they need any support, help. We plan meetings to carry out with them. So I would see them all periodically throughout the year.
Generally speaking, what did you put in that letter? Actually, let's withdraw that. To the best of your recollection, when did you send that letter out?
I have not looked at that letter for a long time, so my recollection is it was during the time period when JJ and Tylee were missing. And I believe Chad was in Hawaii at the time. So beginning of the year 2020.
And on that, how did you first learn about JJ and Tylee being missing?
I'd heard, and I've tried to remember, I can't remember exactly who told me, but that there was going to be, that there were 2 missing kids and we needed to be aware. So law enforcement, I don't remember, it's been a long time, but there were 2 missing kids and that it was going to be hitting the news. So all we were told is just to be aware that that was coming out, just kind of preparing us.
So back to the letter, what was the general subject or object of the letter that you sent out?
Well, again, I haven't read it for a long time, but it was basically because Chad was a relative of mine, you know, stick to the basics of the gospel, and because it appeared Chad had gotten off track, and I do remember putting in there that I had tried to say things to a few people, but I wasn't believed. And so I was having difficulty with that people had believed Chad at church and things, that he was doing everything as he should be doing, and that I was just trying to make things hard for him. So it's something like that I put in the letter.
What was your purpose in sending the letter out? What were you trying to accomplish?
I did have some Relief Society presidents reach out to me concerned that some of their ward members were involved in meetings with Chad and things. So it was, as in a leadership position, trying to, and as a family member, saying, please just be wary of what's been going on.
So as you sit there, can you recall what kinds of things that you were telling people that you feel like you had not been believed on?
As things progressed and Chad got involved in this group preparing a people, I'd kind of follow that and listen to some of the people's experiences that he was associating with. So it was just a lot of trying to interpret dreams and claiming these people could see beyond the veil and just had extra abilities that the rest of us members of the church didn't have.
Do you recall who you were trying to share this with and who you were trying to warn about this?
I would mainly talk with, in the beginning, when I was still in the Ward Relief Society presidency, I would talk with that presidency, those women that I would meet with. And then as I was put in the stake, I did talk once or twice with our state president, and it just, as things progressed and I got more concerned, it was mainly, there were people in the ward, but I was mainly trying to talk to other family members to try to stop what was happening.
What was happening from your perspective?
I was just being told how this preparing of people and this prepping.
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation and it's hearsay.
Sustained.
May I argue?
On that answer, it's sustained, Mr. Wixom.
Do you have any personal knowledge of things that were happening that was causing you to have those concerns?
I was hearing things
But
about,
I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Rickson.
I'll ask a different question, Judge. Without referencing anything that anybody told you, can you explain the types of things that you'd learned about that were concerning you about what was happening?
Judge, it still constitutes hearsay unless there's some establishment of where the source of this information is coming from.
Judge,
Go ahead, Mr. Rickson.
under 8033, it goes again to her state of mind. I'm asking her to explain her state of mind.
Judge, this has nothing to do with state of mind. This has everything to do with reciting what someone else may have told her.
Still, the way that question was asked, Mr. Rickson, I don't think 8033 gets around the hearsay issue, so you can continue with another question. It's sustained.
Thank you. So, ma'am, were you personally aware, that is, did you have knowledge, make observations, not hear from other people? Were you personally aware of any situations in your ward or stake that were occurring because of Chad's activity?
again, through other people telling me what was.
Judge, I'm going to object.
We'll withdraw, Judge.
Okay.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Daybell, that as you sent that letter out and did make your efforts?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is leading.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Rickson.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that given you sending the letter out and making those efforts, that has come up at a cost to you and the rest of the Daybell family?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer.
There was initially, yes, there was a cost that I was just trying to create problems for Chad.
And I'll ask this question. Did those efforts cause damage to the relationship that you had with the rest of the Daybell family?
Yes, it did.
And is that damage part of the reasons why you no longer talk to his children?
Yes.
Is that your choice, or would you rather be able to talk to his children and to get along with the family?
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Pryor,
boy.
cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh boy. Ruh-roh. I feel confident that Heather can
Good afternoon, Ms. Daybell.
hold her own against Pryor.
You initially spoke to Police Officer Mattingly on about February 11th of 2020. Do you remember that?
I do. My memory is hazy because I had just had a surgery and I was still on pain medication. So I don't have as vivid memory of that.
Okay. Well, do you recall your husband was there as well, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So you remember that. Now, do you recall a discussion about concerns you had about Chad and using the Salem church when you discussed that with Officer Mattingly?
I do recall having that concern that he was doing his writings inside the church building.
And you do recall that you told Officer Mattingly that the concern was that like you said, he was using the Salem church every day. He was going there almost every single day to use it as a place where he could write whatever he was writing, correct?
I don't recall saying every day, but I would notice his car there often as I had to drive by.
And when you say vehicle, you said car, but it was actually a black Dodge truck, was it not?
I recall more their other vehicle. Tammy drove the truck
Ha
from my remembering more than Chad did.
Okay. Is that what you remember?
That is.
He wanted to place.
And what color was the vehicle that that Chad was allegedly driving at this church that you would say?
It was a dark color.
Okay.
He wanted to put.
You don't recall telling
Yeah, in the
Officer
data.
Mattingly that it was a truck?
I don't recall that, and I remember Tammy driving the truck more
Okay.
than Chad driving. the
Okay.
truck.
Now, you said that Chad started talking about these issues about visions and what you would consider unconventional beliefs. Is that, you recall that in 2014?
Yes,
And yet he continued to maintain his membership within the LDS faith, right?
he did.
Okay. And Tammy continued to maintain her relationship within the LDS faith, correct?
Yes,
And even though he was writing these books, he was active in all of the meetings, the necessary callings that come as part of being a member of the LDS faith, correct?
yes,
And in fact, on his particular ward up until 2019, he was a secretary or an undersecretary in a position within the church hierarchy, was he not?
yeah, it's called executive secretary. Yes.
Executive secretary.
Mhm.
Thank you for that. And that position would be the position in Fremont County underneath and you're going to need to correct me, okay? Underneath a bishop of a ward, right?
Yes, technically that's part of the bishopric, the executive secretary,
The bishopric.
which includes the bishop, the two counselors.
Okay, so he was a counselor and a bishop in your faith is someone who has somewhat of a position of prominence. Would that be fair?
Essentially the priesthood leader of the ward. Yes.
The what leader?
Priesthood leader.
Priesthood leader of the ward. So when a ward is, again, a ward is a geographic area. And in Fremont County, it would be a specific geographic area like the Salem area has a ward over there somewhere.
Correct.
And then they have a bishop.
Yes.
And that's the priesthood leader of that geographic area.
Yes.
And through 2019, Chad Daybell, as a member of the LDS Church, was the executive secretary for that bishop, correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and that was in spite of the fact that he'd been writing books for 10, 12 years, right?
The books that he had written at that point were not an issue.
Okay, so in 2014, the books became an issue, is that right?
No, in 2014, Julie Rowe's book became the issue that he was publishing.
Okay, and we're moving to an area that I intended to go into because Julie Rowe was one of these people who went around in particular, like 3 particular states, and she preached about preparing the people. Would that be fair?
You could use that phrase. She was not associated with preparing the people, the group.
Right.
The people, but yes, that was the purpose of what her books were, to prepare people for what was coming.
Okay, and she spoke primarily to people of the LDS faith. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
In fact, she would put on these conferences and her primary audience were people who were who shared that the LDS faith, correct?
Correct.
So was she somehow looked down upon because she was doing this?
By someone such as myself who didn't agree with her book, but there were quite a few people in Rexburg who were listening.
And she was filling conference halls giving her speeches, was she not?
She filled the tabernacle in Rexburg. Yes.
Okay, and forgive me.
It's a conference type center. Yes.
Okay, you guessed what I'm saying. So
Mhm.
the tabernacle, that's a big building in Rexburg?
It seats around 2,000 maybe.
Okay, so she was going around preaching to primarily LDS folks about this preparing the people stuff, and she was filling tabernacles
As far as I knew, yes.
and filling other stadiums around people who were primarily members of the LDS faith. Would that be fair?
I don't know of stadiums, but I was aware of the tabernacle in Rexburg. Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then at some point, Chad met her and he helped publish one of her books. Do you recall that?
My understanding from what he told me was that he reached out to her on a website called A Vow.
Okay. do you know what that avow thing is? We brought that up before and then the other witness didn't really understand it. Can you tell me a little bit about avow?
I never was on it, so from
Okay.
my understanding, it's just a website with like-minded people that have visions and dreams, and they share those experiences, kind of a prepping type of site.
It's like
And
a
again, that
prepping Facebook.
avow organization, the little I know about that is again catered to people of the LDS faith. Is that correct?
From my understanding, I've not been on it, but from my understanding, mainly LDS people.
Okay, so this idea of people who have visions and people who can make predictions about certain things, the organization's called Avow, right?
The website's called Avow. Yeah.
And that they would again, along with Julie Rowe and these people from Avow would cater predominantly to the people of the LDS faith.
I believe so.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Would it be fair to say that your husband and Chad did not have a very particularly close relationship?
I wouldn't label it that before 2014. Again, we lived in a different state, but I thought they had a good relationship.
So when you were interviewed by Officer Mattingly and there was a mention of the fact that Chad and Matt were not particularly close, were you basing that on after they moved here, after the Daybells moved here, or was that reference to just in general?
Because that's several years ago and I don't recall completely. I would say that prior to 2014, it was a normal
Okay.
relationship. It was after 2014 that it became more difficult.
And did I understand your testimony correctly? That when Chad and his family decided to move here, your concern was, well, one, your last name's Daybell, right?
Correct.
And the concern is that if Chad moved here and he continued to talk about these preparing the people beliefs and writing his books, that somehow would have an impact on necessarily how your family would be perceived. Would that be fair?
I was concerned, yes, because he had chosen to buy a home in such close proximity to our home and had talked about our land being part of this, whatever was coming. So I just was worried he was going to be expressing that to other people when Matt and I were not in agreement.
Okay. And so you're standing in the community because you did hold a prominent position within the LDS faith at one time. Is that right?
I have been in several leadership positions. When Chad moved into Rexburg, I was, I don't remember when I was called as into the Relief Society presidency.
Would you mind if I said you're the Stake Relief Society president? Does that sound like what you were?
I got that call in 2018.
Okay. And as part of that call, and again, correct me if I misstate something, okay, please? As a State Relief Society president, oh, that's a stake. I'm sorry, stake, S-T-A-K-E, not state, right?
Correct.
And a stake is basically a bunch of wards that make up a stake. In
Correct.
other words, there could be 10, 15 wards that make up a stake area, correct?
Correct.
And you were overseeing something called the Henry's Fork stake. Is that what you were involved in?
Yes, that's the name of that state.
And in that Henry's Fork stake, there are, is it 2,000 or 3,000 people or families?
I'm not sure. I just know that there were 10 wards. So, and there's typically 200 to 300 per ward, depending on the ward.
Is that families or is that people in each ward?
I would say people.
200 to 300 people in each ward?
I was only over the win and the presidents of the Relief Society. So I didn't keep count of.
The number of women? Families?
I was mainly in charge of the 10 Relief Society presidents and their teaching of their sisters that they were over.
So the 10 Relief Society were the people that were overseeing the individual wards and you oversaw them, right?
That's correct.
So you were the head of the stake with these 10 women who were in charge of each of the individual wards.
Yes.
So you had all of their email addresses to communicate with them. Would that be fair?
Yes, I did have access to everyone's emails.
And if I understand the way the hierarchy works, and again, correct me if I make a mistake. This is all new to me. When you're trying to communicate with the people within your stake, the process would be you would send an email out to the individual ward, the society ward presidents,
Mhm.
and they would in turn send it out to their individual members within their wards.
Correct.
So they know that, and you carried a position of authority here. Let's not kid around. You were in a relatively strong position of authority, right?
I wouldn't use authority, but yes, I was in a position over it for the stake.
And then, and of that stake, there's a president of the stake. That's a male position or that's assigned to a male member of
The
the.
stake president, yes, is male.
And the president of that stake, the Henry's Fork stake back in 2019, 2020 would be who?
Judge, at this point, I would object as to the relevance of this line of questioning.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you have a distinct recollection of the email that you sent out to the individual ward president, the high society ward presidents? Do you have a clear recollection of what was in that letter?
Again, I haven't read that letter for several years, so I
Would it be helpful if I provided you a copy of the letter that you could read for me to refresh your recollection? Then we could talk about that.
Sure.
Mr. Bailiff. And I want to warn you that
Oh, boy.
I'm computer illiterate, so it's on double page. So it's on one page, back page, 3, 4. Okay. And take your time to read that if you would for me, please.
It'll take a minute because it's a bit of a long letter.
And
Let's
Counsel,
see
I'm
if
not
I
gonna
can
be moving
find
forward.
it. I'm looking for it, you
And then
guys.
again, if you would, it's 1 and 2 are on the same piece of paper. And just let me know when you're done reading it, if you would.
You want me
please.
to read the entire?
I don't want you to
thing?
read it out loud. I want you to read it. And then when you're done reading it, just set it down or the bailiff will take it. And then I'll take it back and we'll just talk about it a little bit.
I'm sorry, I don't have my reading glasses.
I don't either,
Oh.
So if I can get some, I'd get them to you. Judge, can we take a break and let her get her reading glasses?
Do you have those here with you somewhere?
They're in my purse in the room that I was in.
Okay.
It's a pink purse with a green case with my glasses in it.
Well, we'll just have you, let's go ahead and have a stand-up break here for the jurors as well. We won't call this full break, but if the jurors want to just file back into the hall and stand here for a minute, we'll get that taken care of and give her time to refresh her recollection, and then we will come back on without a full break.
Judge, can I move back to my?
You may.
All right, please.
Guys, while they're doing that, I'm pretty sure I know where to find it. I just have to get to the right place. So I'm going to look for that letter too, and I'm going to read it to you. Okay, I finally found it, y'all. I finally found it. You ready? Ready? Okay. Wait. Okay. I was just making sure I'm reading the right thing because it looked a little bit shaky that I was about to read the right thing. And I also want to make sure that I don't have that I'm not muted here. Okay. We're good. All right. So that we can hear them when they come back. All right, here we go. So the speaker, as I speak, it's a little bit confusing because it's it doesn't sound like it's being sent by her. Yeah, it's okay. Just listen. To my sweet friends, I am forwarding an email to you at the request of President Dowling. He has asked that we, along with the Henry's Fork Stake bishops, high counselors, elders quorum presidencies, young women presidencies, and primary presidencies, study to the talk Stand Forever given at BYU by Elder Lawrence Corbridge. I am very familiar with this talk. My son Isaac brought it to my attention about a year ago after he had studied it. He thought it would be helpful to me. It was. I am grateful for President Dowling's request to study this talk and for me to study again this timely message. It was needed when it was originally given. It is needed even more now. Along with President Dowling's email, I would like to share some of my own thoughts as well as apologize for my silence the last many months. I haven't written emails or contacted you as I normally would do, and I'm sorry for that. I'm going to be very honest in this email and express some thoughts and feelings I might have been experiencing for not just months, but years now. Please be patient with me as I try to express what I'm thinking in these words, as I am not a great writer. As I have had many long talks with my good husband concerning the horrible events that have transpired in our extended family, we have both felt we have been punched in the gut and kicked in the teeth. Only now, as we are receiving professional counseling and working through this day by day, we are starting to feel like we can finally catch our breath and some days even smile. Wow, this is sad. That maybe one day this won't consume so much of our energy and we can wake up in the morning with happier thoughts. I hope I never step my bound. I hope I never step my bounds and say things that could, I think she meant overstep my bounds and say things that could offend anyone concerning this situation. But because I have firsthand knowledge and know what the details have been for a while, I'm going to share some things that I should have been even more vocal about than I was the last several years. I'm not going to be vague and hope you get my message. I'm going to be direct and honest. Don't get me wrong. Had anyone told me a few years ago that the tragedies that have unfolded the last year would happen to my family, I would never have believed it. But here we are, and it is our reality. I have racked my brain over and over, wondering how it got this bad, how my relative could believe in ideas that go directly against the doctrines of our church and come to church each week as though it was well, that he could get others to believe these teachings and follow him, that these teachings could ultimately lead to the death of innocent people. My head still spins. How can we prevent being so deceived? And by the way, the date of this is August 12th, 2020.
Here's our present camera for you, on. All right, thank you. Please be seated.
May I?
Okay, yeah, we're back on the record. I understand the witness was able to get her reading glasses and review that document. I considered lending you mine, but their prescription, then neither one of us would have been able to read if she's been able to review that now. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you may.
Now, my understanding is you started out the letter by saying to sweet friends, right? To my sweet friends. You recall reading that?
Mhm.
And then the first line was, I am forwarding an email.
Objection, Your Honor. This letter has not been admitted into evidence.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you recall what you wrote as the first sentence to the email that you sent out on August 12th of 2020?
So the first thing I noticed on there is that is not the date that I believe I sent that out. That heading was changed by the person that forwarded that on to her
Okay.
sisters.
But you will agree that this email was the email that you sent out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what the first sentence that you included in that email, what you stated in the first sentence?
So I quickly read through it. I didn't memorize it, so I
Okay.
don't remember the
Judge,
first
then I'd
line.
have, and we can do this, Judge, or I can, if Mr. Wixom wants to do it this way, I'll have to hand it to her each time and do that, or I can read this and ask her if she recalls.
Sure, cross, Mr. Pryor.
Okay, well, Mr. Bailiff, would you provide her the letter then? And ma'am, I just need you to take the letter, read the first sentence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is not an admitted exhibit. She can use this document for refreshment.
And Judge, I'm asking her to refresh her recollection, put the letter down, then I'm going to ask her about the first sentence.
If it's for refreshing recollection, she can do that. So Mr. Pryor, just direct a question and I'll ask, you can inquire as to whether or not she's refreshed her recollection.
Ma'am, have you read the first sentence? Don't read it out loud, but
Yes, I
okay,
have.
would you turn it over for me?
Hold on.
Now, would you tell me what you wrote as the very first sentence on that document?
That am forwarding on an email that President Dowling asked me to forward on.
So you're forwarding an email at the request of President Dowling. Is that what you wrote in the first sentence of your email?
Yes.
Okay. So again, tell me who President Dowling is.
He is the stake president of the Henry's Fork stake.
Okay. And that means he oversees the number of wards that have the 10 individual ward bishops. Is that right?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right. So then you mentioned that, do you recall in your email that he asked you to do this?
He asked me to forward on the talk that's referenced in the email. So I forwarded that on and then I added my own thoughts.
Right. And that's what I was trying to clarify.
Mhm.
It appeared that what President Dowling was asking you to do is forward a discussion, a religious discussion that you had somehow located or found or heard.
He sent a talk to me that
Okay.
he asked me to forward on to the Relief Society presidents.
Okay.
And in doing that, I created my own email with my own thoughts referencing the situation that we were in and the talk that President Dowling wanted to
And
pass
then
on.
as part of what you forwarded on, aside from the religious reference that the president had asked you to discuss with these the people you sent it to, you took it upon yourself to put in some information that you felt you wanted to clear up before when you sent this email out. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And in the email, would you turn to page 2 of that email? And I'm going to ask you to, do you have a recollection of what you put on specifically on page 2 of the email?
It's a full page.
Okay.
single
I'd
space.
like you to refresh your recollection with the very first sentence starting with I have. And then when you're done, just turn it down after you're done refreshing.
Do you know which paragraph you're
Very
referring
first,
to?
The very first paragraph, ma'am, but don't read it. Just refresh your recollection and then put it down.
Okay.
Okay. You talked about you having firsthand knowledge about the details that have been going on for a while. Is that correct?
Concerning Chad and his beliefs, yes.
Okay. Now, you previously mentioned that you have a brother-in-law that's Dave Hope. Is that right? That was done through the prosecutor's examination of you. The name Dave Hope came up, correct?
He is my daughter's father-in-law.
Okay, your daughter's father-in-law. And you're aware that he's a detective and he was involved in this case, correct?
I am aware, yes.
So I can't imagine that your firsthand knowledge came from Dave Hope, did it?
It did not.
Okay,
And that's not what I'm referencing.
What
I'm
the hell?
referencing her firsthand knowledge of the beliefs that Chad had,
okay.
because he spoke those to me. I wasn't referencing
Okay.
the investigation.
And then you went on through that email to talk a little bit about what your personal opinion is about Chad Daybell. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And then, from what I understand, when you sent this email out, and this was somewhere in August of 2020, correct?
That's where I'm saying I don't know the actual date because this was sent later on. This particular person
Okay.
held on to it for a while.
And I don't want you to read the name, but if you could refresh your recollection of where it says from. Don't tell me the name, but if you could on the first page at the very top, it says from. And there's a name, but just if you would refresh your recollection and then put that down. You know the person, and I don't want you to name the person, but you know the person who forwarded this on to some other folks as well, right?
Yes.
And is that person one of these Relief Society ward people?
She was the Relief Society president of this ward, which is also my ward.
Okay, so the way she got this email was that as the ward Relief Society president, she got the email from you. And then it appears that she disseminated it out to the people within her ward. Would that be fair?
Yes, I sent that email to 10 women and then left it up to them if they shared that with
Right.
their sisters. Yeah.
And you don't know whether all 10 of them presidents shared it with their sisters, but it appears in this particular case in what would be Chad Daybell's ward that it was shared with.
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Would it appear from the email that it was shared with all of the members of the sisters within within Chad Daybell's ward?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Okay. In any event, it was your decision to share it with the individual ward Relief Society folks, and then it would be up to them whether they decided to share it with the rest of the female members of their wards. Would that be fair?
Yes, I sent it to
Okay.
10 of them and left it up to their discretion.
Okay. And in addition to the 10 society ward presidents, there's also mention of Henry's Fork Steak Biash. Ooh, you're going to kill me. You can tell me what that is.
Bishopric.
Bishopric.
Mhm.
And those are the executive secretaries?
So the bishopric is the bishop, his 2 counselors, and an
Okay.
executive secretary, and there's other clerks and things.
And then high counselors, what is that?
There's 12 high counselors that work directly with the state presidency.
Okay, so that this was all part of this discussion with President Dowling and this encouragement to send this email out was also along with the bishoprics, right?
So again,
Discussions?
the talk that President Dowling is referencing, wanting forwarded on, he asked that same talk be forwarded to all of these other organizations as well.
Okay,
Very hierarchical.
So they did not receive my email. They received through their leadership
okay.
to their organizations.
And then elder quorum presidencies? What's that?
Objection is to the line of questioning the relevance, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
And would it be fair to say that there were a number of organizations within the stake president that had input about what the talk was and that who you were to send it to? Would that be fair?
That's what I took that from the email for President Dowling, is he wanted that particular talk sent to through those organizations' presidents, have that talk sent out.
Okay. And you referenced young women presidencies and primary presidencies as well as the others I mentioned as well. Right?
We asked all of the
So
organizations
they were part and parcel of that as well, correct?
of the talk by Elder Corbridge.
Right.
Mr. Pryor, you are cutting her off almost every answer. Please wait for her to finish her response before you ask another question.
Okay, thank you, Judge. And then you did mention in that you would like to add some of your own thoughts as well, correct?
Correct.
So when you decided to send out this religious, would it be fair, a religious instruction or religious teaching? Would that be what it would be discussed in this email?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So in addition to sending out this religious instruction to all of these folks, you decided to inject your own personal opinion about Chad Daybell, correct?
I did because this was my community. Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, please stop cutting the witness off. You're doing it with nearly every response.
Yeah. And in addition to this email that you sent out, you were never really happy about Chad and Tammy moving here, correct?
He literally can't help.
I wasn't happy with Chad moving to Rexburg.
So you wouldn't have had any trouble with Tammy here as long as she left Chad at home, right?
As I said before, had they even moved in and been somewhere further away, or if they just wanted to move to Rexburg, just for a new start, no problem with that. It was
Okay.
because I knew what he was coming with. Because I knew what he was coming, his purpose in Rexburg was.
And she was.
And that would have reflected poorly on you because of your last name, correct?
Yes, there's only 2 Daybell families in Rexburg.
And then in addition, the reason for complaining about Chad parking a vehicle up at the church, at the Salem Church, and using the Salem Church as his place to write and study every single day.
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you did also complain about Chad using the church for his personal study habits, correct?
They weren't his study habits. He was writing.
Okay.
And that's his profession. So in the church buildings are not to be used for professional purposes. So that was my issue.
Okay. And as part of your job as the stake high society president, you're supposed to enforce those rules with the church up there, right?
It's not a high society, it's a relief society.
Relief society, I'm sorry.
That was not something I was using my position for. That was my observations that he was using the building for his writing purposes.
Okay. And then lastly, you mentioned that some of the family members referred to you as a pot stirrer.
Yes, they did.
Would that be the children, the Daybell children, Chad's
No.
children?
That was not Chad's children.
It was other family
It
members?
was my father-in-law.
Okay, and that
Chad.
Chad's father?
Mhm.
And he referred to you as a pot stirrer?
Yes, when Matt and I would approach him with concerns of what Chad was teaching and involved in, he'd say, leave it alone. You're being a pot stirrer.
And what do you define a pot stirrer as?
Someone-
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What do you define a pot stirrer as?
It's a negative connotation to someone who's involving themselves in something that they don't need to worry about.
Okay, and would it also be someone who's sticking their nose in somebody else's business they shouldn't be? Would you agree with that?
I would say that it was my business because this is my community and my neighborhood.
Okay. But I'm talking in general, a pot stirrer is someone who likes to stick their nose in other people's business. Would you agree with that?
No.
Sure.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Your Wixom redirect.
I knew she would be able to hold her own with him. Yeah, I agree, Teacup.
Ma'am, you were just asked several questions about Chad's role as an executive secretary in the ward.
Yes.
And you explained that that is part of a priesthood leadership inside of a ward.
Yeah, it has to be a priesthood holder to have that calling.
Is it fair to say that someone who might be carrying on an adulterous relationship would not be, Judge, we have a stipulation.
Let me have a sidebar with counsel.
Eh. Ha ha. he was about to go there. You're not really supposed to hold leadership positions when you're having an adulterous relationship, when that is absolutely against church doctrine, correct? Are you supposed to do that? I'm not sure, Rachel, but I think it was all he had, you know? It was really all he had with her. So I guess until they come back, I'm going to keep reading this letter until I hear sound. I'm going to keep reading this letter because I got cut off. I would like to share some ideas reinforcing points Elder Corbridge makes in his teaching. I will add my thoughts to his. First, please refer to the section in Elder Corbridge's talk, Deception is a Sign of Our Time. He quotes Matthew 15, Matthew 1:22. For in those days there shall also rise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if possible, they shall deceive the very elect, who are the elect according to the covenant. And unquote. Isn't it interesting that Joseph Smith's translation from Matthew adds that last bit? Who are the elect according
All right,
to the
thanks for your
covenant?
patience, everyone, while we had that sidebar to discuss an evidentiary matter. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to we stopped in the middle of a question, either re-ask the question or a new question, and if there's an objection, I'll make a ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, is it consistent for an executive secretary
For sure, Patricia.
to be engaging in an adulterous relationship?
The objection's overruled.
Having an affair is not conducive to having that calling, no.
So in fact, would someone who, if the church became aware of that, would they normally become subject to church discipline?
Yes, correct.
And at some point you became aware that Eileen and JJ had been found on Chad's property?
Yes.
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, this is going beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Will you please answer for the record?
Yes, I was aware.
Thank you. At the time that they were discovered on his property, was Chad serving as the executive secretary?
I am not sure at that point because he had left, had gone to Hawaii, so I'm not sure. I don't recall.
Do you recall if he was serving in that capacity when he married Lori Daybell?
I believe so.
You were asked a number of questions about Julie Rowe.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not Julie Rowe has been excommunicated from the church?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Foundation, relevance.
Sustaining on relevance grounds.
You were concerned about Chad's association with Julie Rowe, is that correct?
I was.
And why were you concerned about that relationship?
Again, because of what was contained in the book that he was publishing for her. And when I did observe them together, it was concerning to me, their personal relationship.
What do you mean by that?
Judge, this is going beyond the scope.
Uh-oh.
They seemed particularly close. He brought her to my home on one occasion, and it made a few of us uncomfortable, myself uncomfortable.
Speaking for yourself only,
Mhm.
what do you mean by they were particularly close? Can you explain your observations?
What I observed, he brought her to our home to show her our land, and it goes back to a river. And so
Land.
they walked along this land, went back to the river. What I observed was that Chad and Julie were communicating very close to each other, and Tammy and her children were kind of following behind. It made me feel bad for Tammy that Chad appeared so close to Julie.
Was there anything else that you observed in that relationship that was making you uncomfortable?
That's the only time I saw Julie Rowe in person.
You were asked about your personal opinion of Chad as it related to that letter. Remember that question?
Mhm. Yes.
As you sit there today, what is your personal opinion of Chad Daybell?
Ooh.
Judge, I'm going to object relevance.
Sustained.
Oh, dang. I wanted to hear that.
What was your personal opinion of Chad Daybell at the time that you wrote the letter?
That he
Good adjustment.
was a very misguided person and had gotten himself involved in relationships that were not appropriate and was affecting other people in that process.
When you say relationships with other people, do you mean anybody besides, well, who do you mean by that?
At the time, I was, like I just mentioned, his relationship with Julie Rowe, and then as I heard about Lori Vallow.
You were asked questions about your observation of Chad's use of a church building for business writing.
Yes.
You were asked a question about your role in that situation.
Yes.
As a stake leader, is it something that might be expected if you see something done that is against church policy to alert other leaders?
Yeah.
Is that part of why you had that concern?
It wasn't so much the calling I had. It was just that I knew Chad, I knew his vehicle, and I knew what he was doing in the church building.
In answering a question about being a pot stirrer, you talked about your father-in-law.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury at what point did you confront your father-in-law when he called you a pot stirrer?
There were several occasions that Matt and I both would let him know of our concerns about what Chad was participating in. And most of the time, the response was just, don't worry about it.
Did he ever use the word pot stirrer to you?
We were talking in a circle out in our driveway at my home, and we were talking about it, and don't be a pot stirrer.
Do you remember when that particular conversation occurred?
This would, that would probably be 2015, 2016, somewhere in there.
So that was before the issues with missing children and Lori came up, correct?
Correct.
So what were you specifically confronting the family about with respect to Chad at that time?
My hope was that if his father had said something to him and showed some concern that these teachings and his beliefs were getting off track from the LDS mainstream beliefs, that he would maybe listen to his dad.
There she is.
Did you ever, either his father or other family members were addressing this with Chad?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Based on any personal observation that you made, anything that you saw or heard yourself, without stating what you heard, did you ever get any feeling or feedback that any of the other family was addressing these things with Chad?
Judge, again, objection sustained. It's just another way of trying to get in hearsay.
I'll agree. It's sustained.
Ooh.
Was that the last
I
time
heard him
that
say
he called
agree.
you a pot stirrer?
Using those exact words, yes. He didn't use those words again.
Was there ever any other time where he was using similar words and expressing a similar type feeling towards you?
Not directly to me, but to my husband.
She's about the same age as Chad, Stacy.
Back to the letter that you sent out. There was a portion that has been referenced that you included in the letter expressing some of your own feelings about the situation with Chad.
Yes.
Would you again just reiterate to the jury what were the concerns you had when you included that language?
I was, again, it's difficult. The original date of that email is not on there. It's been changed. So I'm assuming that this is after the children are found. I don't have the exact date.
Just
So
answer based on your understanding, ma'am.
I'm assuming that's when I sent that out was after the kids were found. And I think it's very obvious and apparent what my concerns would be with the tragedies that had come with who Chad was involved with.
And I don't intend to be flippant, but in case it's not quite obvious, would you just reiterate or elaborate on that?
The tragedies,
The concerns.
the
and what they
concerns,
were.
children being found in Chad's backyard was a deep, deep concern. Tammy's death was a concern, and Chad's involvement in those deaths.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony of the witness at this time then. Is the state intending to recall this witness?
The state is not, Your Honor.
Would the defense be recalling the witness at any point, Mr.
No,
Pryor?
Judge, and for the record, I did issue her a subpoena and she was kind enough to notify me of how to get a hold of her, and I'm releasing her from that subpoena. I will not be calling her back.
Okay, well, that concludes your testimony then. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down.
Well, that's good because she probably won't be called for she probably won't be
All right,
called
at this
for
point,
Jerry's
council,
next
we're
trial.
going to take a mid-afternoon recess. Let's try and start back on just after 2:30, maybe about 2:35 after the recess. The jurors will be allowed a break at this time, so I'll please rise for the jury.
All right, please.
Okay, so since they're doing that, I'm going to switch to the letter again and read the rest of it, and I'm going to show it to you. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Okay. So, the rest of this letter. I'm going to, okay. First, please refer to the section in Elder Corbridge's talk, Deception is a Sign of Our Time. He quotes 15 Matthew 1:22. For in those days there shall also arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if possible, they shall deceive the very elect, who are the elect according to the covenant. Isn't it interesting? And that's unquote. Isn't it interesting that Joseph Smith's translation from Matthew adds the last bit, who are the elect according to the covenant? That is you and me, temple recommend holders, members under the covenant. In my studying the Book of Mormon and the example of Korihor as an antichrist. Remember Korihor? Korihor is the name of the that Melanie Gibb said while she was talking to Chad and Lori in that recorded call. So it's and Taiyu Girl, it's it's a few years ago and it's probably filtered. Right? There are other less flattering pictures of Julie Rowe out there. Okay, I will continue reading. And for those of you, if you're lost, this is the letter that they were talking about that Heather Daybell wrote to other members of leadership that were forwarded around the ward with her strong feelings about Chad. And this was after the kids were found in his backyard. Okay. So that is you and me. Temple recommend holders, members under covenant. In my studying the Book of Mormon and the example of Korihor as an antichrist, he taught that there was no Christ, no life after death, no consequence for sin. Would that teaching work on any of our fellow members of the of the church trying to do good and follow Christ? Temple going, covenant keeping folks who want to keep the commandments? For heaven's sake, no. Satan can't fool us with such obvious falsehood. That is ridiculous. Satan has been around for a long time. He has had a lot of practice in how to deceive God's children. He is the master deceiver. His tactics of old aren't going to work on members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Here is what I have observed in my discussions with my relative and how his belief system evolved over time. It wasn't even considered that there is no Christ, but that you can become so good following Christ that you can be given further light and knowledge. Through that further light and knowledge, you will find truth in others' demons, visions, and visitations. You can be given more than the average member of the church. If you are righteous enough, you can be given more understanding and even authority to discern gifts and abilities in others that the Savior wants you to have, so you can assist in his second coming. The church brethren know these things. They just can't tell you right now. So there are others who have the ability to see what's coming and can tell you. Elder Coleridge warns, there are some who, without authority, lay claim to visions, dreams, and visitations to right the ship, guide us to a higher path, or prepare the church for the end of the world. Others are deceived by false spirits. Can you see how twisted this way of thinking is? It's the perfect example of the philosophies of men mingled with scripture. It's taking pieces of truth and mixing it with deceit. We are taught to seek further light and knowledge to learn how to discern. We have been taught that we can receive revelation through dreams and visions. We've been taught to seek understanding and discover our spiritual abilities. So how can we get off course? It's the same story that's played over and over again through the history of time. It's just the details that change. It's pride. Satan knows how to play on our weaknesses, and pride is one of the big ones. We might start out well-intended and desiring to be our best selves, but when we start to see ourselves as holier, more righteous, or on a higher plane than others, that's when we get off course. That's defamation of Satan. I'm just looking at. Second, Elder Corbridge talks about knowledge. He quotes Joseph Smith, quote, "Knowledge is necessary to life and godliness. Knowledge is revelation. Hear all ye brethren, this grand key. Knowledge is the power of God unto salvation." Unquote. Elder Corbridge goes on to say, and I love this, quote, "You cannot be better than what you know. Most of us act based on our beliefs, especially what we believe to be in our self-interest. The problem is we are sometimes wrong. Someone may believe it is wrong to lie, yet lie on occasion, wrongly believing he will be better off if the truth is not known. He is just wrong. Someone may believe and even know that Jesus is the Christ and still deny him not once but 3 times because of the mistaken belief that he would be better off appeasing the crowd. Peter wasn't evil. I'm not sure he was even weak. He was just wrong. I want to interject an idea here and add to Elder Corbridge's words. This has brought me a lot of comfort at time. I don't think it is coincidence that Peter denied Christ 3 times, and then later Christ asked Peter 3 times if Peter loved him. It was as though unbeknownst to Peter, the Savior was forgiving him each time Peter declared his love, erasing those 3 denials with 3 declarations of love and loyalty. I like to think that in the Savior's amazing patience with my shortcomings, He is giving me opportunities to declare my love and loyalty to him after moments of misgiving and doubt. He understands in my very mortal state that I get scared and my faith is tested. In his perfect state, he is able to love me and is loyal to me always. He understands when I have moments that I am just wrong and helps me get things right again. When we have been deceived, the Savior can help us right our wrongs. There are members in our congregations who have been misled. As leadership in these congregations, I hope we can reach out and help any who may be struggling in their belief systems and show love and compassion in helping them work through their struggles. Third, the section in Elder Corbridge's talk, Primary Questions and Secondary Questions, is worth your time in study. He states, quote, there are primary questions and secondary questions. Answer the primary questions first. Not all questions are equal and not all truths are equal. The primary questions are the most important. Everything else is subordinate. There are only a few primary questions. I will mention 4 of them. 1, is there a God who is our Father? 2, is Jesus Christ the Son of God, the Savior of the world? 3, was Joseph Smith a prophet? 4, is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the kingdom of God on the earth? I think this is over most of our heads, especially if you have absolutely no Christian teaching whatsoever. This isn't totally over my head because I've had a lot of Christian teaching. So, but if you haven't been exposed to anything LDS, then this is, or anything Christian, it's totally and completely over your head. And it's very complicated. So now we're back to Heather's thoughts. Sisters, I have questions. I have questions that I don't think will be answered anytime soon. I don't understand why a family member of mine has done what he has done. I don't understand why my husband and I were blamed and ostracized by our extended family in trying to warn and bring attention to the huge concerns we had about what was happening. I don't understand how we were so unbelievable and he was so believable. Beyond these questions, I have a lot of secondary questions that don't have answers. What I do know is that if I dwell on these things too long, it weakens my faith. I'm trying each day to focus on the truths I have come to know. I do know I have a Father in heaven who is very aware of me and my family. I do know I have a Savior who is with me and helping me, even if I don't see it until after the fact. I do know Joseph is a prophet who helped restore the gospel of Jesus Christ, and President Nelson is my prophet today, leading us in a continuing restoration. We are not done receiving revelation from our God to his church on the earth through his living prophet. I have faith and believe President Nelson when he says the best is yet to come. I know these truths through personal revelation. From my Father in heaven and Savior, through the Holy Ghost to just me. No one needs to receive that for me. Not my husband, not my parents, not my neighbor, not my leaders. No one gets that for me but me. Sorry this was long-winded. I needed to get some things off my chest, I guess. Please know of my love and concern for all of you and the sisters of your wards. There is a lot of hard stuff going on, and I pray our women are doing okay. It's just a fact that if moms, wives, and sisters are struggling, the whole family seems to struggle. It's just the nature of our place in our families and homes. We are the heart. We are the heart. When the heart is hurting, everything else hurts. I'm praying for you all. I appreciate the prayers that have been given on our family's behalf. We have felt the love and concern, and it has strengthened us. If you feel so inclined and want to share this message with your sisters, please do. Be healthy and stay safe. All my love, Heather. Wow. You know, Yeah, me too, Patricia. Someone earlier was saying that they think maybe Heather Daybell is no longer LDS. I'm not sure. I am not sure. It wouldn't be hard for me to believe that she is no longer LDS because she mentions in the letter that her faith is definitely being shaken. I mean, I don't know whose faith wouldn't be shaken after an experience like this. You know, people believed Chad over her, right? That has to, and I think, you know, a lot of people, she probably still hasn't received well-deserved apologies from a lot of people, you know, and that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. There are some letters that yeah, I want to read also. I want to show you some tributes that were written to Tylee. There was, you know, there was a memorial, there was a vigil for Tylee and JJ over the weekend, last weekend. And you know, people got up and spoke and people wrote tributes. Yeah, me too, Patricia. People wrote tributes and people got up and spoke. And Lauren from Hidden True Crime posted this, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't read it yet. I decided I was going to read it for the first time along with you all here. If I pause, it's because I need to pause for my own I'm just, you know, what can I say, you all? I'm an emotional person, and this case tears me up. It just tears me up. So this is a letter from Tylee's cousin Zach to be read on her behalf. Now, Tylee's cousin Zach is Lori's brother's Adam's son. And Zach actually lived with Lori and Charles and Tylee and JJ for a while. So they were they were close. They were almost like brother and sister. So yeah. So this is what it says. Tylee, I miss you so much. I still can't wrap my head around anything that has happened and why this happened to you and JJ. Not a day goes by that I don't think about what you would be doing if you were still here. Every day I think about where you would have gone to school, what you would have been doing, the jobs you would be working, the movies and shows that you would love, and seeing you grow up. All of that and so much more was taken from you. Tylee, you're so special. You always have meant the world to me, and throughout our time together, we built such an amazing bond. I am so fortunate to have the memories and experiences that I got to have with you before this happened. I miss the adventures we used to go on, trips to the movies, our late night food runs to Jack in the Box, followed by when they must have had the munchies, followed by when we would wake up the next morning extremely sick and full of regret from the Jack in the Box. Such a teenage experience. But would do the same thing, exact thing the next day. One of my favorite memories of you was when you were getting your learner's permit and wanted to drive everywhere. And I was lucky to be your unofficial driving instructor. Even with the few little scares of not checking our blind spot or deciding to brake or speed up when the light would turn yellow, Tylee fell under the speed up category, which is my fault, given I was the one teaching her how to drive. I cherish every little moment we had, from learning to drive, the music jam out sessions, deep talks about life, referencing movies and shows, and our gossip debriefs we would have about the family. We spent so much meaningful time together. One of Tylee's greatest attributes was that she had such a huge personality. Tylee loved to binge watch TV shows and had impressive pop culture knowledge. She loved watching The Office, and so did my kids, and Parks and Recs, and she could remember every reference to any show or movie. We loved to sit around and quote lines from shows and laugh. It didn't take much for us to have fun together, but we did always have such a good time just sitting there and laughing. I would do anything to experience that with you. I remember we started a new show one day and then went to bed after watching the first episode. I felt bad because I watched another episode without her before falling asleep that night, but I had to know what happened. When I talked to her the next day, I had to admit that I watched the next episode without her. She let me know she had already finished the first season. Harlot, this is Zach, Tylee's cousin. It is Zach is Lori's brother's son, and they lived together for a while. So wait, I thought I got. She always found a way to make me laugh and include me in everything she enjoyed. Tylee and I used to spend so many hours playing Rock Band, and she had such an amazing voice and really carried our scores on the game because I was such a disaster on the drums or the guitar. I was really no help and ruined the songs, but yet she still asked me to play with her every single time. She always wanted to make sure everyone felt included. Tylee was a night owl, and I believe that she liked to stay up late because this was her only time to herself. She was always running errands, taking care of JJ, working, or hanging out with her friends. These late nights became her unwinding time. She was always so happy at night when she could be at peace and detached from her days. For someone being so young, she took on so much. From her health issues to navigating her parents' divorce when she was younger, she went through more than anyone should have to go through in such a short time frame. There were so many times when I remember waking up in the middle of the night to get water, and almost every single time I went to the kitchen or living room area, Tylee was there watching a show on the couch, playing a game, or eating a midnight snack. We would always have a quick chat and laugh about any random nonsense that took place in the few hours between our last conversation. I began to expect to see Tylee in the middle of the night whenever I would have to get up for anything. I remember anytime she wasn't out in the living room, I would be disappointed because I enjoyed these little random midnight debriefs so much. Since Tylee was a night owl, she would love to sleep in. I have to say, good luck getting Tylee to wake up. It didn't matter if you played 10 alarms at the same time, blasted loud music, banged pots and pans, opened the curtains to let the sunlight in, tossed pillows onto her. That girl only got up when she wanted to get up. I admired her for that. She could sleep through a train crashing through the house. Tylee was beyond intelligent and mature. She was way ahead of anyone her age when it came to life and wisdom. She never really had to study, and I would often learn more from her than anything or anyone else. I remember helping Tylee study for her GED. As I said, she didn't really need to study because as I flashed flashed up flashcards, she knew every single answer. And I mean, every single answer. I remember asking her if she was nervous, and she said, I'm more nervous to find out if I finish the test earlier than anyone else, if I have to stay the entire blocked out rest of time, or if they will let me leave. She was so funny. Tylee's sense of humor was so on par with her with her wittiness. She was so calm about such a big test, and she absolutely passed it with ease. That's interesting. I didn't know she was so smart. Okay, they're back in court now.
All right, let's have the jurors return to the courtroom, please. Who's the state going to be calling for the next witness, and who will be examining the witness?
I will, it will be Dave Stubbs.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess I'll keep reading it until they come in. Since I was an only child, Tylee was the sister I never had growing up. Now I miss the feeling Tylee gave me of what it was like to have a sister. Tylee used to invite me to any and everything that she did. If she went to get something to eat or run an errand, she would always ask me if I ever needed anything or if I wanted to tag along. Tylee had a way of making sure everyone always felt included and was taken care of. Tylee always emphasized
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and call your next witness.
The state calls David Stubbs.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah, I had no idea Tylee was that smart. I love reading this because it gives me such a better idea of who Tylee was.
All right, before we get started with testimony, let me just first inquire, is your title officer or detective or?
It was detective. I have since retired.
Okay, so I'll just refer to you as Officer Stubbs, even though retired. But Officer, this case has been live streamed as well as open to public access for the trial, and there is an exclusionary order by the court. I want to inquire, have you watched any of the trial proceedings since the case began?
I have not.
Okay, and have you discussed with anyone else their testimony and that's been given?
Not.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
First name David, last name Stubbs. Spelling of last is Stubbs.
And I think we just heard you say you've retired from law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. About 3 months ago.
What's your current occupation?
I am a specialty mechanic.
Before you retired, what was your occupation in law enforcement?
I was a police detective, more so sergeant, which I was a supervisor in the detective division.
And how long had you been a supervisor in the detective division?
Boy, several years, 6, 8 years.
Do you know how long you were a detective?
Since about 2010.
So were you post-certified?
Yes, I had post-certification.
After post-certification, did you continue to receive training in law enforcement?
Yes, see, numerous trainings were required by post to keep our training up to date as well each year.
As the supervisor of detectives, what was your role?
So my role as being a supervisor would have been keeping track of the other detectives' caseloads, assigning cases, time management for our division. Also, when required, assist other detectives in their casework, helping them out in whatever way I could.
Have you ever worked for a law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
Yes. Did some time with Teton County Sheriff in Teton County. Small amount of time with the college police when they were a police force up there in Rexburg as well.
In total, do you know how many years you spent in law enforcement?
Total would have been in roughly 30 years.
In your training, have you been trained at all in working with cellular devices?
Yes, customarily in our department, they're computer cell phone forensics and got special training in those areas.
And what did that entail? What type of work would you do with cellular devices?
Well, based on the way the world is going now, a lot of things we do with our daily lives involve cell phones, computers, the scheduling of things, emails, etc.
And so were you trained on any type of software for cell phone or computer extraction?
Yeah, I was Celebrite forensics, magnet forensics, access data forensics. Also attended multiple trainings in cellular location and things like that.
I'm sorry, did you say cellular location?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly tell the jury what Cellbrite is?
So Celebrite is a forensic software that basically can dig deeper into a computer device other than the things you could maybe commonly see just on a computer itself. If you were to take a regular computer, there's things you wouldn't be able to see. A forensic software will look in more detail and look for things that may be hidden or deleted, and then process those and make understanding of those.
Mr. Wood, can we get a spelling on Cellbrite if it is there for the record?
Yes, and if I can ask the detective to spell it.
Celllebrite.
And you mentioned using Cellbrite or Celebrite with computers. Can you use that software with cell phones?
So Celebrite more, it can do computers, it can do, any kind of computer device, but it is more specialized in doing cellular devices and tablets, things like that.
Okay. Detective, were you involved in the investigation regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I was.
How did you come to be involved in that?
So my first involvement probably would have happened November 1st, 2019, where we were contacted by authorities in Arizona that were investigating a attempted shooting of a gentleman named Brandon Boudreau. They had requested that we, due to the information they had found, that we look for a gray Jeep with Texas license plates at 565 Pioneer Road because it was a vehicle of interest in that shooting. Therefore, we went and in that area, several officers from different agencies, Fremont, Rexburg, namely, to do surveillance and look for that Jeep for authorities in Arizona.
And did you personally take part in that surveillance?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
That would have been, like I said, on the 1st. And it was on and off throughout the day. We would kind of take, if you will, shifts with other officers, but throughout that entire day, we were looking for that Jeep at that location.
In doing that surveillance, did you ever have occasion to see Chad Daybell?
Yes,
What day was that?
that was on the same day, the 1st.
Okay. And where did you observe him?
Observed him and Lori Vallow exit the residence. They proceeded to get into a blue Subaru car with Arizona license plates. At that time, where we had not seen the Jeep yet, we decided that because they were people of interest in this investigation for the Jeep, we decided to follow that Jeep and see if they would, or sorry, that car, and see if they would lead us to where the Jeep might be located. So we followed the two of them.
Where did you follow them to?
Ultimately, we followed them to Idaho Falls, where they first made a stop at Mountain America Credit Union. They then proceeded through the parking lot, which was adjoining to Hobby Lobby, which is a more of a craft type store there, where they parked the vehicle and exited and headed toward the store.
And you say we, do you recall who you were with?
There was two Fremont officers, Thad Gardner and Joe Powell, that were also in a different vehicle, but in the same vicinity.
All right. And Your Honor, I apologize. I should have asked for this before the witness started. May I be handed State's Exhibits 36A and B?
Yeah, we'll get those to you, Mr. Bailiff, please, and Madam Clerk. What are the two exhibits, Mr. Wood?
I thought they were listed as 36A and B, but it sounds like there's just a 36B.
We do have 36B. And we don't have a 36A at this point. I don't think admitted.
Your Honor, 36B will suffice.
Okay.
Detective, you stated that you performed surveillance and saw the defendant with Lori Vallow at Hobby Lobby, correct?
Yes, exited the vehicle and headed toward the store, yes.
Were you able to observe their behavior together?
I was.
What was it?
So as soon as they exited the car, this would have been on the 1st of November. I witnessed them hold hands. They were smiling, laughing, joking with each other from my vantage point. And occasionally, as they approached the store, I saw Lori would place her head on Chad's shoulder, and as they walked toward the store, and then entered the store.
In your honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 36B?
Yes.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 36B?
I do.
Uh, Do you know when that picture was taken?
Yeah, that would have been November 1st, 2019, from my vehicle.
Did you take that picture?
I did, along with several others similar to this one.
Right. Who's pictured in State's 36B?
On the left in the blue shirt would have been Chad Daybell in what appears to be a black jacket. To his right would be Lori Vallow.
After the Hobby Lobby, did you observe them go anywhere else?
So at this point, after they entered the store, I left the area, and the other two officers stayed there to observe when they came out. So this was the last time I observed them that day.
Were you involved in any other surveillance on Lori Vallow? Or was that it?
As far as surveillance goes, that was the only time I, was under surveillance with them.
And you stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose for this was looking for a specific Jeep.
That is correct.
Are you aware if that Jeep was found?
So not that day, but it was discovered a few days later on the 4th of that same month, outside that same residence we were observing.
At that point, what next involvement did you have in the investigation regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
The next time that I would have had contact would have been that same month, but on the 26th of that month, 2019.
And that month is November, correct?
That is correct.
What happened on November 26, 2019?
So we had gotten a request to do a welfare check on one of Lori's children, JJ Vallow, at the request of his grandmother, Kay Woodcock. She had not heard from him in some time and had requested law enforcement go and check on his well-being. Therefore, on the 26th, other officers and myself went to that 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, to attempt to make contact with her.
And what was your specific involvement that day?
So my involvement, whereas I discussed before, as a supervisor, helping other officers out in my division, they had requested that we come over and try and help them.
Can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You say they. Who was they?
That would have been Detective Hermosillo and Detective Hope.
And then you said we. Who was we?
Myself and Detective or Lieutenant Ball proceeded over there to help them try and locate the child.
And do you recall approximately what time you went over to 525 Pioneer Drive?
It would have been, I believe, the late afternoon.
What did you do when you got there?
When we got there, myself and Lieutenant Paul approached apartment 175, where we were told Lori was living, and knocked on the door to try and make contact to see if she could tell us where her son was and his condition.
And were you able to make contact with Lori Ballo?
Yes.
Uh, how did that conversation go?
We knocked on the door. She answered. We told her that we were there inquiring about her son, JJ, and his well-being, that there was some concern that the grandmother had not heard from him in quite some time. And she invited us in to discuss the matter.
All right. Were you wearing a body cam on that day?
I was.
Did you record that conversation with her?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 59. And a courtesy copy has been provided to the court and counsel.
Thank you.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 59?
I do.
What is it?
It is a flash drive with the content on it would be my body cam from that first visit that day with Lori Vallow at her residence.
And have you reviewed that specific flash drive today?
Yes, I have reviewed this flash drive.
Did you initial that flash drive?
I did.
Did you do that upon review of it?
After viewing, yes, I initialed it.
And you stated that it contains your body cam from November 26, 2019, correct?
That is correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the recording your body cam made?
Yes,
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you recall that day?
it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 59 be entered into evidence. Any objection?
There would be no objection from the defense, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 59 is admitted.
Liar warning, liar warning. We're about to see a bunch of liars on body cam.
So, Detective, you stated that you went into Miss Daybell's apartment, or Miss Vallow, Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes.
And what did you talk with her about?
We advised her that the reason we were there was of concern of Kay Woodcock, that she had not heard from her grandson and that we were there just to make sure he was okay with a welfare check.
And did Lori tell you where JJ was?
She advised us at that time that JJ was not there and that he was currently in Arizona staying with her friend Melanie Gibb.
Was there anyone else in the apartment with her?
So upon entering the apartment, we asked if anybody else was in the apartment, and she advised that her brother, Alex Cox, was there.
Did you have occasion to speak with her at all about Chad Daybell?
Yes, we asked her if she knew Chad Daybell, to which she said Chad was her brother's friend.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publicize State's Exhibit 59.
You can publish 59.
Detective, do you recognize this as your body cam that you were testifying to?
Yes, is my body cam. I had it on my left shoulder. I don't hear any volume to this.
Your Honor, we have a technical issue. The volume on the computer is up and on the player.
Is this at a stage where there's audio yet on the file?
Maybe continue until maybe.
Click halfway, just see. Usually the person that had a body cam. Yeah, so no, it's not that. May I kind of do whatever you want?
We're gonna have to do it. All right, thanks for
Your Honor, I can put the microphone up to the computer.
Go ahead.
Her car's out there too. What? In the back, it's blue. Blue Subaru. Hi. Lori. Lori, I'm Lieutenant Ball, Police Department. How are you? You got a minute? You alone or you got help?
My brother's here.
Okay. Let's take these gloves. Hello. So, we're here.
Yeah, this is a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the phone.
And what did he ask you?
He was just saying that you wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So, JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh. Oh, you have no notepad?
Where?
No. Oh, you want? No. Come here. Mikey comes in.
Oh.
So,
Sorry.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Her name's Melanie Good. I gave him all the information on the phone.
Okay, so he can call.
Yeah.
Or Discord.
Yeah. What is all this?
We're a little
What is it?
concerned
Why?
because, well, the officers who were here earlier
Yeah.
were checking and they got a bad vibe that like something was going on here because nobody knew anything about a child. They weren't talking.
It's because a
What's
lot of
going
stuff
on?
that's gone on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned because it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here. Obviously, he's kind of my protector. My other brother that was in with my husband who was trying to kill me for my $2 million life insurance policy.
No.
So a lot of stuff has gone on in this last year. It's been a horrible year for us. I've had to move around. And so I was going to move back to Arizona. put my son back in the school there because I tried to put him in school here, public school at Kennedy.
Okay.
He went for 2 months. We tried it, but he had such a hard time. Now, the person who called is my sister-in-law, but she's his natural grandmother. He's adopted by us. Okay, so her son, who is a drug addict, had a baby with a girl who's a drug addict, and they took him from, CPS took him. Gave him to the grandmother. She came and got him, and then she wanted us to adopt him, which we did. And we loved him.
Why
and
us? Who we
my
talking about?
husband and I, who died earlier this year.
Okay.
He passed away. Since he passed away, she's been trying to fight me for him and being really horrible to me and that kind of stuff. She's kind of the paternal friend.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
That's what I
I'm
meant.
sorry.
The paternal grandmother.
He has autism and ADHD. He doesn't really talk to people. Like he's very special needs. So I had him in a special needs school there. She was trying to, so what happened was my husband, who we were married for 15 years and had raised all these 5 kids together, switched his life insurance policy to her, right? To his sister, who got $1 million when he died. And we got nothing. For me to raise JJ, and all the kids got nothing, and everybody got nothing. She got $1 million. So I knew she was going to try to sue me for him, or yeah, because she now has this $1 million, so she can hire people to help him, and I have nothing.
But you have legal custody.
He's my son. I adopted him when
Right.
he was 2 years. We had him from the time he was 8 months old till 2 years old. So she does nothing and wants to cause me trouble. So I don't tell people the truth about where we are and what we're doing because of those reasons. So I look like a suspect, but I am a good person. Raised all of my kids. I've done everything that I'm supposed to do in life, but everyone is causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we've
This
only
is
been here since September.
so infuriating.
We moved up here in September. My daughter's going to BYUI.
Your daughter goes to BYU?
Yeah.
Does she live here?
So it's been a nightmare, but I'm gonna go back to Arizona so I can put him back in the special needs school. He couldn't do the school here. It was too hard for him. He would scream and cry, take him to school. The principal would have to come out, try to drag him out of the car. Like, this just was too hard. But I just don't tell people where I am. I don't tell her where I am ever. And she doesn't have any legal rights to anything. Like, she's been horrible to me since my husband died.
My understanding, she never called you to try to get the child, hey, I'm interested in the child back, but
I know, but she sends me these emails with like the date and like she's putting up court stuff, like she's documenting. I haven't heard from him in all this time, and so I've told her that he's fine. But
See, and we hadn't heard any of that as far as,
I'm just saying she's doing this as part of that. Is my understanding.
and our only concern in this whole thing
Yeah, it's like he's fine.
is the child.
I got it.
And so that's where we're at on that. And then
So
we
I
were just a
called-
little weirded out when, and I understand now that we've heard your side of the story.
It's awful. They just I feel like I'm being tracked all the time. I'm like, why are police coming to my car? What did I do?
They said they were out visiting 2 guys, and I'm assuming one's your brother.
It was this, yeah.
Who was the other one? The other guy they were visiting with. There were 2.
This-
Well, we had 2 detectives over here trying to.
Looking for you
Oh.
a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
And they ran into probably one of your brothers. in
My
the back
brother
here.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
He's
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad?
Chad from Rapid? What's his last name? Yeah, okay. All right.
So it's just a mess. Like constantly causing me trouble.
Chad, Daybell.
He's an author.
Doesn't he live like out in the? He's not the Chad Daybell. Didn't his wife pass away recently? Is that him?
I don't know.
I feel like these cops know exactly who he is.
But it sounds familiar as an author.
I think I know one of his. He's got a couple of daughters.
He has lots of kids.
Okay. Hope it's safe. All right. Well, you need anything else? Sorry to bother you.
Thank you.
We don't mean to be a
I'm
problem.
sorry that people are constantly knocking on me. You are looking for me and I just don't want to be found, so.
Have you had problems? 'Cause I think we only had.
Well, the reason I'm moving is because the brother that was going to kill me, that we found emails and texts with my husband, he was showing up here, so he found out where I was, and he was knocking on my door.
No, this was your brother?
One of my brothers.
He showed up here and was knocking on your door.
He lives in Kansas.
And you said something about you were getting threatening emails?
Well, no, just after my husband passed, I found emails and texts between them that they were planning all this stuff to get rid of me.
Do we need to worry about him coming over?
Well, that's why I'm moving back. I'm moving, and I'm not gonna be in a place, I'm gonna live with my friend, Melanie, don't tell anybody her name, because I don't want anything in my name. I put the apartment in my name, but I've been staying over here with my brother because he protects me.
Okay.
He's very
I just
protective
don't
of
know
me,
if
so.
he shows back up, you know, you can call, take care of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, it's just a nightmare. I mean, I canceled the insurance policy because my husband passed, so there's no money if they kill. What are they gonna do with JJ and Kylie? Like, what do people think?
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you have a problem, show us back up, feel free to call us. We'll come and run them off or something. Okay? All right. Okay, get out of here. Say goodbye.
Thank you.
See ya.
Not.
There's a word for people like her. I think Korihor is a good one.
Detective, upon having that conversation with Maury Ballo, did you have any concerns?
Several concerns, yes.
I want to talk to you about a couple of the statements she made to you there. She did talk about her brother trying to kill her.
Yes.
Did you ever find, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, she stated her brother had come and knocked on her door.
She did.
Did you ever find evidence to substantiate that?
No, we found no evidence that he had been to her apartment, nor been even in the area outside of Kansas.
She talked about, I don't believe she said the name, but Kay Woodcock trying to take custody of JJ.
Yes.
Did you, in your investigation, ever find any evidence that that was a true statement?
No.
She talked about Tylee being at BYU, Idaho. Did you ever look into that?
Yes.
How did you look into that?
Went to officials at the university to see if she was enrolled. Could find no evidence of her ever being applied or enrolled at BYU, Idaho.
So you found no evidence that it was true that Tylee was at BYU, Idaho?
That is correct.
She mentioned JJ, that she was trying to enroll him in a special needs school in Arizona. Is that accurate?
Through our investigation, we found no evidence of him being enrolled in a special needs school there.
She mentioned her friend Melanie Gibb in Arizona. Did you investigate Melanie Gibb's location that day?
We did. She was not in Arizona. She was currently at that time in Utah.
We spoke earlier about her characterization of Chad Daybell. How did she characterize Chad Daybell?
In our chat there, she said that Chad was her brother's friend. I found this to be odd, whereas not even a month earlier, I'd seen them holding hands, walking into the store, Plus, by this time, we had discovered that they had been married, would have been November 5th in Hawaii.
Did you have any other concerns while you were there in the apartment that day?
I did, due to our original contact with them, knowing that an occupant of the Jeep earlier that month had possibly been involved in a shooting in Arizona. We were concerned as to these people's state of mind, what they would be willing to do, or where there had been someone's life tried to be taken. And then she indicated that her brother was in the residence, but I never saw him physically. This made this officer safety concern. The other thing that I noticed while we were standing there speaking, if people can recall, there was a staircase to my right that went upstairs. It goes up basically a half a flight, takes a hard left and goes up the rest of the way. While we were standing there talking to Lori, a lot of my attention was drawn for officer safety on that stairway because we had not seen Alex. But on the wall at the top of the first flight of stairs, there was a shadow that was being reflected down onto that wall, and it kept moving back and forth, which made me nervous as to the intentions of, it appeared to be a person moving back and forth at the top of the stairs. Made me nervous as to what that person's intentions might be that we could not see.
Did you go back to that apartment that day?
Yes, we went back after we still couldn't get a hold of Melanie Gibb.
All right, and is that why you couldn't, you went back because you were not able to get a hold of Melanie Gibb?
Yeah, we were trying to verify JJ's well-being and couldn't get an answer. So we went back.
And were you wearing a body cam when you went back?
I was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. The court and counsel have been given a courtesy copy.
All right, and what's Exhibit 60?
Pardon?
What is Exhibit 60?
I was gonna have the officer look at it and,
Okay,
And
I
put
just
that on
don't
the
have you
record.
identified on the record, so I knew what it was.
oh, that's a thumb drive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 60?
I do.
What is it?
It is a copy on a flash drive of my second visit to Lori's apartment to inquire again about JJ.
And have you reviewed that thumb drive today?
I have.
Did you put your initials on it?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the body cam you recorded on your second visit to Lori Vallow?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 60 be entered into the record.
Any objection?
Judge, no objection. I just need the time reference as to when he went back for the second visit, if I could.
All right, Mr. Wood, when it's after admission, it is admitted, you can establish any additional foundation.
Approximately what time did you go back to Lori Vallow's residence?
This would have been probably 10 minutes after we had left the first time.
And may I publish?
You may.
It got buffering. Oh, now we don't. It was interesting hearing those cops going, is that Chad Daybell, the one with the 5 kids or, with a bunch of kids? They knew exactly who Chad Daybell was.
So they want us to ask Lori if she. Melanie is the friend.
Wasn't Melanie the one living up here, supposed to be her daughter, Laura's daughter?
No, this was the friend that she's going back down to live with, she said.
Right. She's got a daughter named Melanie.
Let's just see if she will call and have Melanie get a hold of Hope and just do a verification. Because apparently she's not answering the phone down there.
Lori? All right, Lori, sorry to bother you again. Yeah, we're having Melon get hold of your friend down there.
No, well, they were going to Frozen 2 today, so they may be at the release.
Could you get a hold of her at some point and say, can you please call back the officer that's been trying to call you?
Okay, sure.
'Cause
Yeah, because I think they are at the movies right now.
okay,
I'll call her.
he's been trying to call her, our other officer. She's not answering.
Okay.
But if they're at the movie, that's.
Probably at Frozen 2 right now.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing we wanted to do.
I'm frozen too.
Yeah. So,
A whole winter here, that's probably why.
yeah, so if she'll just return his call, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Yes, sir.
Detective, did you do anything further that day in relation to this investigation?
We tried to do verification with Melanie as to the welfare of JJ later that day.
And were you able to verify JJ's location that day?
No, we were not able to establish where he was.
From your knowledge, did Melanie Gibb have JJ with her?
No, she did not have him.
After you weren't able to find JJ, what was the next step in your investigation?
After we were able to verify that the statements we were told were untrue, a warrant was established the following morning to go back to the residence and actually search 3 different residents in that apartment complex to look for the child.
Do you recall which apartment you searched?
There was 3, apartment 107, 174, which was the residence of Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreau at that time, and then where we had made contact with Lori, 175, which was right next door. 174 and 175 were right next door to each other. So we had warrants to go into all 3.
I'm gonna just briefly go back to, I believe you said November 1st when you did surveillance. Did you ever see Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow that day?
No, in our entire stay that day, we never saw either child at that location.
And when you searched apartment 107, did you locate JJ or Tylee?
No.
And to be clear, were you looking for Tylee at that moment?
Not necessarily. We had inquired about Tylee, but she was going to BYU and maybe she would give us some answers as how JJ was, but not necessarily that she was missing. We were focused on JJ at this time.
Did you locate JJ in apartment 174?
No,
Did you locate him in apartment 175?
no,
And did you aid in the actual searches of those apartments that day?
I did.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I think this would, I realize we are 4 minutes before 3:30, but I think this would be a good stopping point.
No, I understand. I think this is fine with this witness on the stand at this point to go ahead and conclude for today with our trial testimony. So we will go ahead and conclude for the day, beginning again tomorrow. Thank you, everyone in the attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we break for the day, as I try to remind you each day, please don't discuss this case with anyone else. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves either. You can only do that during deliberations when the case is submitted for your review. Please do not look the case up in any way or investigate the case. And if you see any media coverage of the case, try to avoid that. And we will see everyone here tomorrow for additional testimony starting at 8:30 again.
All right.
All right, y'all. Do you realize we've been here for 8 hours and 31 minutes? Hoo-wee! I'm tired. I am tired. Should we look at a court clip on our way out? Just one funny one. I'd like a little Johnny Depp.
Did I read that right? You did. Did I read that right? You did, sir. Did I read that right? You continue to read them right, yes. And
That was for you, Solo, for the oh no, I'm sorry. That was for Stacy for the $4.99 super sticker. Because our lovely Johnny Depp is so funny. One of the best witnesses ever, right? I think he's going down too. Anyway, I gotta go, you guys. I'm so tired. These are going to be long days with both of these court cases while they're both going on. But it's okay. I can handle it. I'm used to long days. But thank you all very much for being here. Remember to hit that. Patricia. Hey, I just watched a really good movie with him in it that I hadn't seen before. It's called City of Lies. It's about the Tupac Biggie investigation. He plays Detective Poole, and it's really good. It's a really, really good movie, you guys. I wish I had seen it before. So I love you all too. I thank you all for being here. And thank you very much for hanging in with me and being such a great support to me and everybody else. And be good. Be good until I see you tomorrow. Bye.